Okay. We'll go ahead and start. People will trickle in. So a very warm welcome to the Association of Internet Researchers Flashpoint Symposium. For the first time in India and in IIIT Hyderabad, the institute I teach in, we will be hosting the symposium today. And especially for the event, we have the president of Aoir, Dr. Nicholas John. He's with us now, and I'll be inviting him to say a few words very soon. This year, it's also the first time that Aoir is coming to India as a pre-workshop. And we were really overwhelmed with the number of papers and the extended abstracts that came in. And we had really a tough time choosing the 12 papers, 12 or 14, 15 papers that will be presented today. So very exciting to have the conference this year here, very exciting to see the kind of papers we received. And I would now like to call Dr. Nicholas John to say a few words, after which my very capable co-chair, Professor Usha Raman, would be introducing the conference, its themes, and the program to you all. So, Dr. John.
Hi, it's absolutely lovely to be here. It's my first time in India. It's very exciting indeed. So my name is Nick. I'm a member of the Department of Communication and Journalism at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, and I'm here today in my capacity as the president of the Association of Internet Researchers. So the Association of Internet Researchers, or Aoir as we call it for short, is a scholarly association whose members study the internet. I guess that's fairly obvious, and that's a pretty wide field of study. So I would say, though, that many of our members are members of communication departments, but also we have people in sociology, psychology, political science, computer science, all kinds of fields. I would also say that many of our members are interested in questions of inequality, representation, and how they play out through social media and the internet. The association has over 1,000 members. Our mailing list reaches over 7,000 people. If you're not a member of the mailing list, you're very much invited to sign up. We even have our own instance on the Fediverse, or Mastodon. This is an instance which is open for members, and you're all very much invited to that too. Our main activity is our annual conference. We normally have around 600 or 700, or well, this year we may have 600 or 700 people, 500, 600 people at the conference. The themes of our conferences in the last few years have included topics such as materialities, decolonization, revolutions, and this year in Sheffield, industry. So given those themes, you can see why we were so interested in Usha and Nimi's proposal for this Flashpoint Symposium. The topics that we're going to be discussing here today are of great interest to Aoir's wider community. Aoir also, I would say, places great emphasis on its younger members. We have a doctoral colloquium at our conference, which we're very proud of. We also have an online doctoral colloquium, which we run every year, well now since the pandemic. And a few years ago, we decided that we needed to reach out to other places in the world other than, well, you know, Western Europe, North America, Australia. And so we launched the initiative of Flashpoint Symposium meetings. The first one was held in Italy, which isn't exactly a global south country, in 2019, but then the pandemic hit. So our Brazil version was held online. This is our second post-COVID Flashpoint Symposium, and we're absolutely delighted and thrilled to be holding it here in Hyderabad. Before I sit down again, I'd like to thank Usha and Nimi very, very much for initiating this day. It's been a pleasure working with you both in getting this ready. And also a big thanks to all of the people who have been helping behind the scenes to make this happen. So I wish us all a fantastic day of provocative talks and interesting discussions. I look forward, hopefully, to meeting some of you in Sheffield later in the year, and maybe some of you at next year's conference in Sao Paulo in Brazil. So I wish us all a wonderful day, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Nick, and thank you, Nimi, for starting us off. So good morning, everybody, and welcome to this year's Aoir Flashpoint Symposium. As Nimi said, held for the first time in our region and for the first time in Hyderabad. And this is a collaboration between IIIT, of which Nimi is a part, and the University of Hyderabad, the Department of Communication, of which I am a part. And we've been neighbors forever, but collaborators very occasionally, so this is great. I think this happens a lot in academia, right? We talk more to people across the internet than we do to people who are next door. So the theme of the symposium, Constructing the Digital, Working from the Global South, was something that we arrived at almost naturally, given the significant history of contribution to computing labor from this region, and particularly Hyderabad, I think. We in Hyderabad are particularly aware of how, even at the microcosmic level of family and individual, the information technology sector has been really transformative, economically, of course, but also socially, culturally, and increasingly politically. Since the early 1980s, and perhaps even before, Indian workers have been encoded into and have themselves coded development of digital technologies from the mainframe era, probably in other ways before, and now in the artificial intelligence era. So for those of us who've been preoccupied with the internet, 2020 remembered as the year the ghost in the machine became visible in the form of ChatGPT and other large language models, or also as the year when governments around the world slowly woke up to the need for proactive and imaginative regulation in the sphere of the digital, or even perhaps more crucially, as the year when labor began to see a darkening of its future in an AI world. But it's also a year when the voices of the invisible workers who are fueling the technology machine became louder, those countless millions working away within the hallways of corporate tech, others offering services on the street and elsewhere, commandeered by mobile applications, or the many fingers moving on trackpads and keyboards, feeding the data machine, and the creators making shiny content to push the endless scroll. Even as we debate the need for regulation, and with the consumer of technology as our main object of concern, it's becoming increasingly apparent that we need to think about the humans at the center of the machinery of production, those who build the insides of the machines and the rules they run on, engineers, coders, designers, annotators, as well as those who make the content that flows through it, creators, moderators, aggregators, curators, and those whose labor on the other side of interfaces creates convenience and value for the consuming world. There is digital labor performed by those who work through and with platforms, who provide services that are aggregated or contracted through the internet. And there is the labor of the digital, those who invest their energies in shaping the system and making it usable. So today's symposium really is fueled by our curiosities, very broad curiosities. We wish to bring together a diverse range of ideas, interventions, problems, and possible solutions or directions towards solutions that spoke to this notion of constructing the digital and locating it within the socio-technical and the politico-cultural landscape of this region. What were people doing with the digital as a tool, as an environment, or as a channel for communication? How were people engaging with its edges and nodes, attempting to address the frictions and fallibilities and also the possibilities? What are the politics of creation, maintenance, and use, both behind and before the interface? The response to our call, as Nimi has said, was really beyond expectations. We received close to 90 papers, and it was really tough to choose the 15 that will be presented today. But I think we managed to curate a selection that is diverse in approach, focus, and location, and that will give us much to think about and think with. In addition, we were able to call on a group of speakers who populate the 2 keynote panels. And these are speakers who have for long engaged deeply with the dynamics, the structural and cultural dynamics of the digital world from multiple perspectives, working from a range of disciplinary positions. And in fact, that's, I think, one of the great things about Aoir in general and about this particular symposium. We have people who are really from very diverse disciplines coming together to have conversations. So the 2 keynote speaker panels, one of which will start almost immediately, will feature experienced voices and perhaps raise new questions for us to take away. And of course, the 3 paper presentations, I think, feature younger scholars, people who are just beginning to engage with these ideas, and I think those will stimulate us in different ways. So thank you all again for being in this room and being on the internet if you're watching it on YouTube, and to join us in as we work through some of these really difficult, complex, and I would say urgent questions that lie under this idea of constructing the digital, and particularly from the Global South. So thank you everybody for being here, and we have a little bit of time, but maybe we should go ahead and get started with the... Right. So I'm just checking to see that all our keynote speakers from the first panel are here. So we have Pradeep, of course, is here. Gayatri is here, I can see, and of course, Janki is here. So I'd like to invite them onto the stage, and also Nimi, who will be chairing this session and moderating the discussion. So I think it's nice that we have a little more time and are running ahead, so we could have some time for discussion. So thanks again for being here, and looking forward to the day.
So the first bunch of keynotes, we have 3 experts here to talk about the digital landscape of labor, particularly tying it up with issues of development, issues of access, inequality, so on and so forth, with a focus on Global South. So I'll call each of them one by one, and we all know them. They are scholars of repute. They have written fantastic books. So I thought I will introduce them through one of their books, a short summary of one of their books, so that I don't have to, go through a longish kind of thing. So I will call Dr. Janaki Srinivasan first to give her keynote. Janaki is an associate professor at IIIT Bangalore. And I have to say this tidbit about Janaki. Janaki studied physics. She also did a PhD in Berkeley in information systems and management, I think, if I'm not mistaken. That's a group she belonged to. But Janaki is an ethnographer. She uses mainstream anthropological methods to research. So this coming together of all these 3 streams is particularly exciting for me, because I'm an anthropologist who works in a computer science department. So this, I couldn't help saying this. So Janaki's latest book is called The Political Lives of Information, Information and the Production of Development in India. So this is a fascinating exploration of the idea of information, the historical idea of the evolution of the notion of information, and how it dovetails with the development process, especially poverty alleviation in developing context. And she does it through several case studies in India. So let me call you for your first keynote.
Is better?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
If you want, you can sit and talk also.
We'll need a mic. Do you guys have any? Thanks, Nimi. Thanks very much for that very generous introduction and also for highlighting the convoluted educational path that I have taken. So, more than a keynote, this is more in the line of musings, I would say. And I thought what I would do is say a little bit about how what I think of as work or digital labor has evolved over time. And I didn't necessarily set out to be thinking about digital labor. I think that's something that's come my way more recently. But I thought looking at just the kind of things I've engaged with and where work and workers were in that, and why it took me so long to even acknowledge or recognize that there was work being done, or workers who I couldn't see or who I didn't frame as workers, could possibly also tell us something. And I wanted to go on from there to then think a little bit abstractly, broadly about what are some of the challenges we are facing in this space and where further could we go from that. Like Nimi pointed out, a lot of my academic work has focused on this discipline or field that we called ICTs and development. And 20 years back, what this meant was, of course, not mobile phones. These were village-level computer centers. And I have actually written a fair bit about how access to computers in villages were mediated by these operators or knowledge workers, intermediaries. But I hadn't necessarily thought of them as people creating that digital infrastructure or maintaining or making them work for other people, right? And I think this tells us something, that it's not always very clear who the maintainers of these systems are. And we look for them in particular places. Of course, 20 years back, we were thinking of this more in terms of, do people have access to technology? So our entire focus when we talked about digital infrastructures was on hardware and software. So these were women we didn't really think about. A lot of them were women for a variety of historical reasons. And they were really the people who were mediating people's access to the internet at large. They were also the people who were connecting them to say, government services. They were also the people who were doing the emotional labor to deal with people being really upset when what they were applying for, the certificates they were applying for, were not getting through, right? So this was a lot of labor which went, I would say, largely unacknowledged. And we see a lot of equivalents today. They might not be running, information kiosks, but acknowledging, I think, is obviously the first step. Now, of course, I work with this global network called Fair Work, where we look at the work conditions of gig workers. And I think what's really interesting to me in this space, and I think we have a lot of papers today that also look at this in bits and pieces, but I think the role of regulation or the absence of regulation and how it shapes a field and infrastructure is something that I think is very, very interesting in the gig work space. A third project that I worked with, this was during the pandemic, was to do a comparative study, interview-based study of people who were building COVID dashboards in the US and in India. And I think, again, what was really interesting there was, of course, this was not invisible in a sense, right? We were all talking about dashboards and, very strange words rolled off our tongues in those years, if you remember, like all kinds of metrics we didn't know previously, but we were all very familiar with. But who were the people building these dashboards? So we were looking at the labor that went on there, and also specifically, what kind of labor goes on in a process that's in the middle of a disaster. Like somebody we spoke to put it very nicely, he said, building a flight mid-air, right? I thought that was a very nice description of the very contingent sort of nature of that labor. So these were a few projects that I was involved with, but I think over time what I've understood through these is, I think through a lot of coverage, and again I speak a little bit about gig work here because that's something I'm very recently familiar with. I think we have understood or at least seen a lot about the work conditions of gig workers. But I think we need to go beyond that to try and understand how these conditions come to be. And I think a very important part of this is just mapping the terrain. I think one of the really complicated things in this space is how subcontracted and mediated it is. And therefore, what are all the components that we are really talking about? And this is not always easy. And I think Pradeep will say a little bit about data centers. So I'm talking about all the different human and non-human components and the exercise of mapping. Because sometimes I think what happens is in a space like gig work, it's just so clear that people are working in terrible work conditions. And we have said that now, and obviously there's a value to constantly voicing it. But I think we need to go beyond that to dig deeper into, say, what are the labor capital proportions of takeaways in this sector. Those are the kind of digging deeper kind of questions that we really need to get into. And I think there's this larger framework that I have found very useful, which I call seeing invisibility. I think all systems are designed with some assumptions and making certain kinds of actors, artifacts, actions visible, and others that remain below the surface. And I think going in thinking that we need to understand what are these assumptions is a very important starting point. And I wanted to basically end with three things that I think are very important. One of them is thinking relationally. So instead of thinking in terms of individuals or in terms of individual pieces of digital infrastructure, I think we need to think happening in terms of the social relations within a particular sector or society, and then how these shape the working of digital infrastructure. And what I mean by this is, and I think Usha brought this up as well, about how the various components of this digital infrastructure are constructed. I think there's a tendency to take certain things as pre-given, right? Data is the best example. But we need to look beyond that to understand how that data gets constructed. The second one is thinking historically and paying attention to continuities. And I think this is especially crucial because we live in a system where we are constantly being told that this is a disruptive system. And I think that what that does to all of us, including the best intentioned amongst us and the most thoughtful, is sometimes you feel very hopeless because you feel like this is such a different situation. And of course, we have heard this being said in the context of regulation all the time, right? How can you regulate us when you don't understand us? We are so different than everything that came before. I think it's very, very important to step back and think about continuities. And this can be continuities both in literature. So for example, when we speak to a lot of the papers that will be presented today, what do we locate that in? We have a very long history globally and in India of labor process theory, right? And people have theorized labor and labor relations and control in very many ways. So how is it that we root our analysis in that? And we can also learn a lot from past instances of collective action. Let's remember that our country, the majority of labor is in what we call informal labor. We can debate about whether that's a useful title, but this is not completely new to us, right? So remembering that, I think, brings hope in many ways. And finally, of course, throughout, thinking about power is so, so important. And one of the ways of thinking about power is also to think about how is this shaping the figure of the worker, their subjectivity, right? And also this, if you think about it, there's this really strange tension that, say, gig workers face, which is that on the one hand, they're constantly being told, you know, this is up to you. You work if you want to, you go away if you don't. And there are lots of other people standing in line. So they're constantly being told that they are dispensable. But at the same time, they're also seen as people who are very, very unique because of their ratings and the very specific histories that they have had in that profession. So how do they deal with tensions like this, and how does that then shape their ability or capacity to be gig workers or move beyond? And I wanted to end with one thing. I was in another workshop earlier this week, and I think our closing panel was around this idea of digital hegemony. And as we went further into the panel, it just got darker and darker, right? And everyone was talking about addiction and like all kinds of things. And I was just thinking back, especially because this was around hegemony, why not also think back to Gramsci's word? Gramsci, of course, is the famous Italian anti-fascist activist and theorist who spoke about the pessimism of the intellect and the optimism of the will. I think we have never needed it as much as we need it today. And I'm really looking forward to how all the papers that we speak, that we discuss today bring this up in different ways. Thank you.
We can ask questions in the end. right? So we'll keep the flow of the expert talks. So our second speaker is Dr. Pradeep Thomas. He's an associate professor at the University of Queensland, Australia, and in the Department of Communication, Media and Culture Studies. So Pradeep has many books. So I chose one book to introduce. Information Infrastructures in India, The Long View. I think the title only is so fascinating, and it explores a lot of historical connections in this evolution of digital infrastructures. And I think what is fascinating about this is, today in India, as Janaki also was referring to, there's so much of buzz about digital public infrastructures. And I'm not very sure what exactly this infrastructure is, how accessible it is, how is it going to evolve, what are the components, so on and so forth. It's an evolving idea, and it's still emerging. So I think the experts here would be throwing more light on what is the idea of this DPI, right, through their own expertise. So let me invite Dr. Pradeep.
So before I begin, just a quick thank yous to Nimi and Usha for organizing this event. It's wonderful to be here and with friends from friends that I met in CSDS Delhi last week and friends in Hyderabad. So I would like to, in my 12 minutes, deal with an issue that is often kind of neglected in the study of digital India, digital labor and the gig economy in particular. And this is what cloud and data centers and the role, the kind of critical role that they play, and the kind of largely invisible role that they play in the maintenance of transactional India, right? And I'm going back to that question that was posed to us: what are the social are really important. How do the infrastructures of the cloud integrate into the local political context and industrial landscapes? How can the barely visible and secret industrial spaces of the cloud be made visible and open up for public engagement? And what does the study of data centers tell us about our current social movement? And there's an excellent new book on data centers as infrastructure that has just come out, worth reading, with case studies from Navi Mumbai about these data centers and the political economy of these data centers, right? So I think, one of the issues with data centers is that there's been a kind of displacement from our side. We know that these things exist, right? But we don't know exactly where they are and what they do and what they're involved in, right? And there seems to be a gap between, what they claim to do and what they actually do. In particular, their involvement in the exercise of rule setting and decision making. In other words, governance has been described by Easterling as extra statecraft. So one of the issues that we can deal with is whether these data centers are actually involved in governance of one sort or the other, given the fact that they are kind of involved with so much of data from all sorts of different places. I think it is actually difficult to deal with and account for infrastructural complexity in this space. But I think it's very important for us to engage with these materialities that are the core of these kinds of infrastructures, such as data and cloud centers. Data infrastructures are mediated by both the visible and the invisible, and it is often this invisible that refuses to be ready for scrutiny, right? And that's a big issue with respect to these things. So there are hidden transcripts, issues around decision making when it comes to data centers, the allocation of flow of resources, et cetera, et cetera. So I think one of the things that we need to recognize is that in the context of transaction in India, we are generating so much of data, massive amounts of data, right? Whether it's a public sector or the private sector. I know some of you work with the gig economy. And if you look at, for example, Swiggy, Zomato, Uber, Ola, all these, the data that they generate, right, is also kind of stored in third-party data centers. Of course, they have their own data centers, but increasingly, Swiggy data, for example, that is generated in their partnership with restaurants, delivery partners, management of orders, clients, payment, customer services. All these are kept in a major data center, and that is the Amazon Web Services, right, which is one of the largest owners of hyperscale data centers in this country and everywhere else, kind of stuff, right? So so a lot of their data is also kept in these kinds of places, right? So if you look at India, okay. If you look at India over the last couple of years, there's been a number of kind of policies related to data centers, right? There's the Meghraj policy, 2014, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And this is because India has these ambitions to become a kind of multi-trillion-dollar economy, right? And that's the focus of this country. In 2022, there were about 138 data centers in India, and there's now the prediction that by 2027, this will be worth 10.9 billion. There are different types of data centers. There are, of course, in-house data centers, but increasingly, much of the investments are going into two types of data centers. One is a kind of co-location data center where a number of companies share space for storing and running their IT services, along with what are called hyperscale co-location services, typically run by big tech companies such as Amazon, or Microsoft or whatever. And these big tech companies are running, these really, really large data centers, right? They need mega power, to run these data centers, and they've got built-in scalability options. And of course, now we recognize that these cloud services, data centers are key intermediaries in data management, in data storage, in data applications, in data services. And these have become really vital, not only to the commercial platforms, but also to government projects such as Digital India, right? Again, that's the basis for so much of transactional generation of transactional data. Okay? Where are we now? So, the government of India has its own cloud project, Meghraj, right? But there's increasingly the recognition that Meghraj and some of the other data centers, government-owned data centers, just don't have the capacity. So they're increasingly kind of reliant on these hyperscale data centers. And of course, one of the questions that we can pose is, what does that mean for Made in India? What does that mean for self-reliance, right? When all of this data that we are generating are actually located and stored in these data centers owned by these big multinational corporations. So that's a major kind of question, right? So India increasingly is becoming a major hub for data centers, and it doesn't matter whether whether you're a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 city, they're all involved in this business. They all have their own data center policies. And of course, they're easing opportunities for these data centers to acquire land, obtain environmental and other clearances, invest in infrastructure such as power, electricity, fiber optics, water supply, et cetera, right? So, and I think, this is becoming increasingly the case. All states in India have got their own data policies. And what the government has done is that over the last couple of years, they've kind of empaneled 19 private data centers to keep government data, right? So these are 19. They include the big ones, like AWS, but they also include local ones as well. And it's fascinating that this is happening in the country today, right? That on the one hand, you talk of made in India. On the other hand, much of these data centers are based outside, right? The other interesting thing about data centers is that you have a whole ecology around data centers. You've got, for example, real estate companies, right, involved in the acquisition of land, for example, in India. So, for example, Cushman & Wakefield, which is one of the big real estate companies, have obtained major land for data centers and cloud centers that belong to Amazon, Microsoft, especially in this area in Hyderabad, right? And these are, land that is like, 450, 500 acres kind of stuff, right? So, for example, Microsoft has got, of course, we all know that Microsoft has got a very strong presence in Hyderabad. It's got an 55-acre campus in Gachibowli. But also, Cushman & Wakefield were involved in acquiring land, a total of 110 acres in Chandanvelli, Elikata and Kotur for setting up data centers that cost 450 crores, right? So any number of these real estate companies involved, and they include companies such as Prologis, Colliers, Savills, and Cushman, and they're all involved in kind of acquiring land, offering a range of services from market entry studies, land acquisition, to construction, investment, private equity, etc. Here's this is a map of one of these big data centers that is owned by Microsoft, right? And this is available in the public domain, right? And one of the good things about the Telangana government is that, there's a lot of this kind of stuff is available, right? Some of the other governments tend to keep all the information to themselves, but Telangana is quite good. They do, some of that information is available. So what are some of the issues around these data centers? I want to just look at 3 issues before I complete my session today. One is of course, increasing reliance of central and state governments on private data and cloud centers. And the issue here is not just made in India and all the rest of it, but the issue of data breaches, all these kinds of things that are increasingly problematic in the country, right? There's also, of course, the deep integration of the Government of India's cloud storage system into Google's Android, right? And for example, in December 22, there was an attempt to this is the first time that they did this, and there are deep connections between Aadhaar data, DigiLocker, and the Android operating system, right? So, and a number of these, government organizations have kind of migrated all their data to these big hyperscale data centers, right? So the 3 big ones are Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud, right? And these are increasingly the ones who are getting a lot of this business from the government, right? So for example, in Telangana, the state government has decided to migrate its e-government data generated by 33 departments and 289 organizations to the cloud, in line with its cloud adoption framework, and all this will go to AWS cloud, right? All that data is going to go there, right? And this is of course happening in other states as well. The other issue, of course, is extra statecraft, and this is a term coined by Keller Eastling to connote the manner in which such infrastructure now plays a commanding role in sorting, sifting, storing, managing both personal and non-personal data, with and without the support of the state, and most often without any meaningful consent from the billions of data generators, right? Again, a big issue, How do they deal with this data? Are they getting consent? I know that the government, for example, in the context of the DPDP, the new digital bill, expects significant data fiduciaries to actually get consent from people, from citizens. But how are they going to implement that? Is it going to fall back on self-regulation, right? And then what's going to happen when Microsoft and Amazon do that kind of stuff? Is it going to be foolproof? These are big questions, right? But I think the third issue is the biggest one, and these are the environmental and human kind of costs of these types of data centers, right? So one of the issues, of course, in India, of course, we have a big problem with water. We recognize that. We have issues with drought. And what's happening today is that many of these kinds of companies do not have to follow any of the environmental laws that other brick and mortar companies simply have to deal with, right? These companies have kind of, they can kind of skirt those types of legislations, right? So, and this is huge issues, right? So I think many of these companies don't have to deal with, these types of laws. So, for example, this is the Telangana government. So data centers are exempt from a number of these types of laws: the Maternity Benefit Act, Minimum Wages Act, the Payment of Wages Act, but also significant pollution-related acts and so on and so forth, right? So the big question, of course, here is, what is the consequences of this in the long term, right? So in conclusion, I think there is, in India, there is an overwhelming positivity about data and cloud centers in India. They seem to be critical to India's economic and political investments in the imagination of India, or the imagining of India as a global superpower, right? The Nehruvian commitment to heavy industry in the immediate aftermath of independence, and Modi's commitment to digital India share in the vision of an instrumental technological prowess and a commitment to building India sublime by subduing nature through investments in these temples of power, right? These are wholly positive endeavors that become celebrated mythologies of progress from which there is no turning back, only a way forward. And yet one can argue that such mythologies of progress rather purposefully avoid any acknowledgement of impermanence and instabilities, of the death of technology, the reality of cloud wastelands that are a reality already in some parts of the world, right? Of cloud businesses moving from one country to another following favorable tax and other policies, of the built-in obsolescence of server technologies, right? In India, there's an absence of discussion on cloud centers and their hereafter, on the consequences of such infrastructural assemblages, on the environment, on the quality of groundwater, on its impact on local people and livelihoods after the decline or death of a data center. So these are, I think, large questions that we simply need to grapple with. So thank you. Thanks.
So Dr. Gayatri Nair will be our third expert and the closing keynote for the morning session. Gayatri is faculty at the Indraprastha Institute of Information Technology, IIIT Delhi, works in the Social Sciences and Humanities department. She locates her work in urban informal labor and brings in issues of gender, caste, technology that intersects in this domain. Her recent book is called Set Adrift, Capitalist Transformations and Community Politics Along Mumbai's Shore. So this is a very rich, classic, contextual work about the coolies and the fisherfolk and their labor in Mumbai, and in today's times of the export economy, automation, mechanization of fishing work. And what happens to the traditional laborers who've been laboring for decades, and what happens when technology comes and changes all of these, globalization comes and disrupts them. So fascinating work. So I invite Gayatri today to close the keynote.
Thank you so much, Nimi. Thank you to Usha as well for putting this panel together. I feel very privileged to be with Janaki and Pradeep here. And of course, the privilege of going last as well, so I can pick up a lot from what both of them have already sort of indicated. I think a lot of the provocations that were present in both their talks are also something that I wanted to push forward a little bit in my own consideration of how to really situate the question of labor and particularly digital labor. My own journey has been fairly linear. I've been a sociologist, I've trained as a sociologist, focused on labor questions, looked at fishing, but more recently I've begun to look at gig work and location-based gig work services. And I think the main driving point through both previous work, current work, etc., has been to historicize. So the point that Janaki was making earlier about being able to historically locate what is really happening in questions of transformation is something that I think we must all sort of adopt as a focus, because otherwise we run the risk of very often going along with the suggested discourse that accompanies any technology. So as someone who likes to engage with a historical perspective on this, the discourses are also sometimes very familiar. So if you look at early industrial capitalism and you think about what kind of technological interventions were introduced and how they were introduced, you can see sometimes parallels with what is happening with our current digital moment as well. And I think therefore, one engages with it much more cautiously when one has this sort of historical perspective in place to think about what is really the governing logic with which technology is actually deployed into places of work, what is the sense of how workers will sort of engage with it. You can find this kind of overriding logic in place, into our contemporary moment as well. But having said that, I think there's also a need to engage with this from the perspective of workers themselves, and that is at least been my attempt in my own work to consider how do workers approach these questions of technological deployment. And I think this is where it is again useful to critically analyze how these discourses come into play. So what is it, when we think about gig work in particular, Janaki also mentioned how it is always suggested as this large-scale technological disruption. And, one can have critical perspective on whether or not even technologically this has been really as radical as it is suggested to be. But I think the underlying subtext of that discourse, and it's not so much a subtext, I think, in the Indian context, is that this is not merely a technological transformation, it is also a moment of social transformation. And you can see this in the ways in which platforms push the notion of what does it mean to really, do technologically mediated work. What kind of social mobility is really imagined for a worker who transitions out of, informal work into platform work. And here I think it is useful to think about this from how workers conceive of this transformative moment, where of course there is a significant change taking place. And I'll circle back in a minute to, I think, where and why this change is located in the digital. But they do see a certain transition as taking place through technological mediation, but are also able to then pinpoint to the many continuities that operate, the many amplifications of older social relations that emerge at the workplace as also now taking place within a new site of gig work. And I think noticing these continuities and alterations is something that anyone studying the digital really needs to have an eye out for. To be able to think about the particular ways in which the digital introduces into work the idea of autonomy through hyper-individualization of workers. Because I think this has been what is so distinctive about the digital moment, that previously when we think about technological interventions, they've always been pushed with this notion of either easing the physical burden of work, speeding up the work process, higher productivity, or the usual sort of logic of it is always being used to push it. But with the digital, and particularly its widespread sort of use, so not just with high credentialed work like IT work, for instance, but in thinking about the ways in which digital technology can now mediate a whole range of service-based work that has to be carried out, there is a particular emphasis on this notion that the worker themselves can actually operate autonomously, right? That the realm of control has actually not expanded, but is being contracted in many ways. And I think this is what is so particularly powerful about the idea of digital work, that, as someone who is entering this work, particularly if we situate it in our own social context, a very universal idea or a value of seeking, a notion of autonomy for yourself, freedom for yourself, in a context like India, where we are a society with many different kinds of hierarchies, many different kinds of inequalities at play. This is a particularly potent notion to introduce into the realm of work, to say that you can actually work with reduced control, with reduced oversight. And that has, I think, been important for us to understand what has brought people into this form of work in the first place, right? But also, if then one situates this historically, we notice that it is not a receding of control, but it is a mutation of control as it takes place in different kinds of ways. So a sort of distanced form of control can still be experienced as acute nonetheless. And of course, the particularity of our own context, and not just India, but I think many parts of the global south, is that this notion that, in one's conditions of what we now recognize to be large-scale insecurity in work, there is also a realm of autonomy that may enter is something that we are well familiar with. We are a country where the bulk of working people have been in insecure conditions of work. So up to 93-94% of our workers continue to be in the informal sector. So the condition of precarity itself can also give you this opportunity for being able to forego maybe some kinds of control and pick an alternate form, even as both are insecure, even as both are equally precarious. So I think it's important for us to therefore consider the ways in which this informality marks the emergence of the digital in India. And I could see it in Pradeep's retelling of this, digital infrastructures being created and the sort of many, hard-won labor rights that can be foregone so easily and institutionalized in a way in order to build this new kind of digital India, right? But relies on the same foundation, which is largely of cheaply available, insecure labor in this country. And in its everyday practices, of course, this particular forms of insecurity, the particular forms of the social relations around work will perhaps see new manifestations. So if we want to think about the ways in which caste and gender continue to be invoked into this form of work practices, I think it is not just about the question of access to work and what kinds of work draw what kinds of people into it, but also in the kind of everyday work practices that emerge. So does the introduction of bodily surveillance of gig workers invoke for us a certain notion of the idea or the body of the gig worker as some sort of caste embodied being who, of course, is also the agent of social contamination, health contamination, all kinds of other kinds of ways in which you can conceive of it, but ultimately relies on a managerial control that is effected on the body of the worker via the platform, via the consumer. So we are looking at a re-invocation of older caste practices, right? And in very similar sort of ways. For instance, not sharing the same sort of spaces. So different elevators, different entrances in restaurants, so on and so forth, right? So these manifestations become important for us to map precisely to be able to trace where continuities are taking place and where new alterations are really occurring. And also important for us to therefore realize that, again, what the digital is producing here may take on a new appearance, but because the logic of it remains largely the same, I think something that is very instructional from our location of the Global South in India is that informal workers in India have experienced this in multiple domains of work. And despite those experiences, despite certain kind of writing, particularly I think academics are guilty of this, of a certain kind of scholarship around labor politics and the forms that it might take, and a big gloomy picture of what will happen with gig work because workers are not going to organize, there's an absence of a workplace, so on and so forth. I think what India and our conditions of informality and precarity have really demonstrated to us is that workers do actually organize despite these circumstances. So I think it is instructional for us to think about how domestic worker unions have come up in multiple places, despite this kind of atomization of the worker taking place in a very non-digitized sort of way. But there is something to learn here for, what it might mean for the politics of gig workers as well. So I think the attention to this question of informality and how it is structured working lives in India has implications not just to understand work practices, but also to think about larger labor politics that emerge, and also then to think about the ways in which what questions become important for constituents of this labor politics at different points of time. I think something that we've become accustomed to, again, within our larger literature on gig work is that we tend to assume that questions of employment status, because that is what emerged really at first in terms of the politics of gig workers in the global north, that is central when we want to understand what is happening with gig work. And while that is very important, right, legally speaking, it guarantees many rights and can really alleviate a condition of insecurity. I think the reason why we did not see it emerging as sharply in the Indian context is because precisely of the fact that we are far more accustomed to informality, not just in our regular informal sectors, but also the informalization of work that takes place in formalized sectors. So the simple guarantees that exist on paper need not translate into actual practice. And I think therefore you see a certain substantive orientation around questions of labor rights emerging through the politics of various gig workers, either in self-organized formations, unions, etc., where on the one hand they have taken the older route of informal workers in India who have petitioned the state for social security, but have also engaged in collective action to demand a certain security of labor conditions, decent work conditions as we broadly understand them in the workplace. So I'd just like to conclude by saying that I think, therefore, questions about social relations of work and how they translate, so really coming back to the 3 points that you made, Janaki, about power, about social relations of work, about historicization, I think all become important when we want to study any question of technology and labor. And I think also the ability, I think, for us to be able to engage with discourses as they play out, and also situate them in the materiality of what is actually at work. So while on the one hand, you may talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat, what does it really mean to have these sort of data infrastructures in place? And I think as a sociologist, the question of interest has been to say that Atmanirbhar Bharat is the newest iteration of what we call enterprise culture in India. And for us to think about the fact that our workers, when they're engaging in this, coming at it with a notion of enterprising and becoming entrepreneurial, or is this really one of the very few options of work that actually exist right now, while also offering this notion that there is a possibility to actually be free in this form of work in perhaps ways that have not been considered before. And I'm sure a lot of the papers that are there today are going to touch upon this. I'm excited to hear from them as well, but I'll conclude with that. Thank you.
Oh, there are two. Great. So you keep one. Any questions? We have quite a bit of time. So we can take questions from the audience. Yes? Yeah, 15 minutes and then we break for tea.
My question is for Pradeep, but Janaki, please feel free to answer it if it kind of aligns with your work. I was thinking about, when both of you were talking about data infrastructures, I was thinking about the kind of work that Jan Christoph Plantin and all of them have begun to do with data infrastructures, especially their invigorating focus on material cultures and structures with regards to hyperthread servers and the role that Facebook kind of is now trying to play by bringing in its own hyperscale size and things and stuff. I was wondering, one, as they continue to argue about efficiency and the lack of a human element in those spaces and how it comes across as this very clean kind of tech which causes no problems, what does it mean when this data center itself begins to get outsourced? Right? How do we think about something like that? Right? So we are not just outsourcing labor anymore. We are not just outsourcing specific kind of tasks. We are outsourcing the entire data center because we don't want the resources to be in the global north in terms of situation for a lot of these things. A, in terms of policy, but B, also in terms of the fact that a lot of Europe and North America are tightening up when it comes to sustainability and other things.
Yeah, thanks very much, everyone, for those really interesting provocations. My question is to Pradeep, but again, if anyone else wants to answer. So I think when we're talking about kind of cloud data infrastructure, something that kind of I've been thinking a lot about is the fact that these kind of huge spaces are kind of like a no place because they're, say, in Iceland or under the sea, right, because of environmental conditions required to make them work properly and be environmentally sound, so to speak. But if we think of them as spaces rather than places where this kind of extra statecraft that you've been talking about, Pradeep, can kind of exert itself, is it too optimistic to think that this could kind of create a point of leverage for a more, for a less jurisdiction-led way of thinking about tech policy? Because at the moment, obviously, I think that's the push and pull that we're talking about, right? So we're obviously talking about global networks, but the jurisdiction is, of course, kind of down to the national level. But of course, as you yourself have said, the kind of Make in India and the Digital India kind of push is against that kind of idea of having these outside the country. And I think we can all agree that we would benefit with more kind of jurisdiction tempered with what is allowed in other jurisdictions internationally. So I'm just wondering whether you could maybe reflect on that. Thanks.
Anyone else? Or we can take this bunch. I'll ask a third question, and then you can take the bunch. This is for everyone. So I've always been intrigued by this very dictatorial vision of, is it? Okay. by this very dictatorial vision of algorithms, as if they work across time, space, across context, so on and so forth. So imagine platform work coming to India. When Uber comes to India, I feel certain forms and structures are very, very different from how they play out in the global north. And maybe certain things may be to the advantage of workers in India. If you look at the Indian informal labor, it's almost overlaps with, it's a huge gig. Already it's gigging. The informal economy in India overlaps with many threads of gig economy in its instability, inconsistency, so on and so forth. So how does, when a formal platformized gig work comes to India, the contextual shape it takes? And I feel somewhere, especially literature from the global north, scholarship from the global north, erases these contextual distinctions, trying to portray Uberland and how algorithms write rules of work, things like that. So I just wanted your thoughts on, are we doing justice by adopting this kind of a perspective about gig work across contexts? Yeah.
Thanks for those questions. Yeah. On this whole business of outsourcing of data centers, I think it follows in the line of outsourcing of everything, right? From the days of BPOs and all the rest of it. And it would seem that there is I think at least in government circles, it would seem that there's a belief that they don't have capacities, right? That's one of the key things, right? The fact that they don't have capacities to deal with this transactional data, to store this transactional data, right? And in that context, I think what's happened is you've got a kind of a major kind of ecosystem of players who've evolved, right? Who've come up from outside, inside. There are also lots of data centers that are local, lots of companies that are Indian, that are also involved in this business. In fact, most big, large, companies, whether they're in real estate, whatever, they're all involved in data centers these days. Because I think there's a lot of money there, right? So I think I'm interested in the fact that you have this whole process of outsourcing has become, quite extraordinarily, sophisticated, right? You have a whole ecology of actors, for example, the real estate people, right? The real estate people from outside who are involved in the acquisition of land, who are, who are making it easy for these companies, enabling these companies to set up shop in India, help them with, dealing with, with water, the power issue and all that kind of stuff, right? So that is it's fascinating to see how that is working out, right? You're providing a certain service of course, for a large fee to these kinds of companies. The question really, one of outsourcing of data centers is, how is this being done? Where is any of this kind of information public? For example, with respect to land, what kind of land? Is this common land that is being given to these guys? Or is it private land that is being, So, I mean, if you look at those kinds of questions, then you can go back to earlier traditions, like, for example, the IT corridors, the special economic zones, all these kinds of things that went through a similar exercise, right? You gave them a lot of SOPs, you incentivized them, all the rest of it, and the same thing is kind of happening today. The question really is whether outsourcing when it comes to data centers is a good thing, right? That's a key question, right? Because we're all worried about our data. We are all worried about data breaches. We're all worried about, who should be the best, should it be the public sector or the private sector? I made a case for communities to be involved in this process, right? in this business, right? Is that feasible, right? And I wonder whether we should also be talking about risk societies, right? And bring back Ulrich Beck's notion of risk in the context of dealing with these types of data centers. Spaces rather than places. Should we think of spaces rather than places when it comes to data centers? I'm not too sure of that because I think, when I look at data centers, I really like to see them as places because there's a certain materiality there, right? These are located in context, right? In land, it involves labor, it involves electricity supplies, it involves water, all these kinds of things, right? And that, I think, enables you to be kind of, to be slightly more critical of this thing called a data center, right? The place, for me, the spaces sound pretty, what should I say, invisible, right, in some ways. And that's the problem with data centers, right? There's so much of invisibility around it, and yet it is not invisible. It is located, right? It is positioned. It is in a place. Could be in a context in which the local people don't have water, and yet this is the place that has water and power and all the rest of it. So the issue really is of, I think the key thing is that we need to actually question and have a conversation around these things. Jurisdictionally, yeah, I think, data centers fall both, I think, under the state and would also fall under the central government because of the fact that, they are involved in dealing with data, right? And data localization is big. All these types of issues are big. So I think both the state and the central government will be involved in some ways in these types of matters, in the context of data centers, I think.
Yeah, so I'll take a stab at Nimi's question. I think absolutely that the fact that it came from a very different context is something we see reflected on the ground every day. I think the question is really what are ways in which we want to dig further into it. Like one of the most obvious ways is, of course, the very logic of what then was called the sharing economy, right? The idea that people will have access already to a car or assets was at the very root of something like Uber coming in. Of course, what happens then is the platform companies realize this, right? It's not like they cannot possibly survive and work in a different geography with these assumptions. So I think they've actually done a lot towards figuring that out, and the way financing of cars worked in Uber, Ola, etc. in India, those are all ways in which they have recognized context. I think the problem with algorithms is, of course, the fact that they are opaque, in a sense, also connects them to opacity elsewhere, right? The specific forms in which they operate is something that is so opaque for the most part, and it's very much figured out by workers, by hanging out with other workers, etc. So that is something which is a commonality, and whether the actual algorithm and how it works is different is something that is very hard for anyone to say, right? So for instance, I mean, at a very superficial level, you could argue that the way incentives are structured will be very different and reflect local geography, etc. But the idea that it has to be incentive driven, or along what dimensions you will structure incentives, I think is something that platforms have also recognized. So yes, definitely context matters, but it's not as though platforms don't recognize that. But I think along larger dimensions where it really needs to count, I think we still have to dig very deep, and I think the opacity doesn't really help us figure out these differences.
I'll just add a little bit to what Janki just said, which is that I think platforms are sharp enough to pick out on context and how they really operate. So one of the interesting things that you find with how algorithmic management, for instance, operates in platform work in India is that there is never a complete reliance on the algorithm either. So as much as the management may have been moved and shifted into this app-based management, there is always an opportunity to deploy real forms of control, by which I mean sometimes even extra legal forms of control, right? So if you have workers collecting on a site and maybe threatening some kind of wildcat strike, sending in bouncers to disperse. So using even physical violence as a way to kind of establish control, I think demonstrates that A, there is the break that we imagine that happens from informal work where these measures are constantly brought into play is never complete. And B, that there is a very real recognition of how power and control can be deployed in different contexts. And there may be a need to combine forms of algorithmic control with these measures as well, which I think has also been instructive on the other hand for workers to understand how interests are actually situated within the algorithm, or interests are located in terms of the deployment of the algorithm itself. So as much as the process is very opaque, when you know that the process is not working for you, and then there is threats of, other kinds of threats that can be put in place to get you to toe the line, I think the centrality of, whose interest lies in what operation of the algorithm also becomes very, very demonstrably clear to everyone participating in the process. And I think that's, again, given sort of some fillip to at least labor politics in India and how it plays out.
I think it's something that came across throughout the three presentations is we talked about this invisible, whether it is invisibility in terms of labor, whether it is invisibility in terms of how infrastructures work. I think what Pradeep also pointed out when he spoke about communities who do not have water, and then there is a data center which has water, for example. Gayatri spoke about how workers conceive the infrastructure. What I think is, and which Iqbal Ahmed famously said, invisible for who? That's the question we should be asking. And if we try to find out who is this infrastructure invisible to, we will mostly see it's elite people remote from how these infrastructures work. If you speak to people who are in the thick and thin of the process, you will realize that this infrastructure is never invisible to them. It has been invisibilized for them. So the question I try to ask in my research is, invisible for who? And I have realized that it is never invisible, actually. It is invisible, it has been invisibilized to certain people. And if we keep asking the question, who this infrastructure is visible to, we might get answers to a lot of questions. It was rather than a question than a remark. I hope I made some sense. Thank you.
Agree.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think you're right in picking up that it is a common thread in everyone's work, because there is always, again, this discourse around invisibilization. And I think it ties also to what Janaki was saying about then the ability to say who will really regulate, when it's invisible, when it is mysterious, when it is beyond our comprehension, except for the people really at the heart of it. It allows you to, I think, create material conditions to say that only some participants can actually engage in this, and it will take a form of self-regulation rather than any.
I think, I find it fascinating that, at least these co-location data centers and all these things are not under the sea, right? If it is under the sea, of course it's invisible. Nobody's going to know about it, right? But it is on land, it's on large amounts of property, right? And the fact is that even the media don't report this kind of stuff, right? There's largely a kind of silence about these things, right? And it's probably not intentional, because, but the fact is, that this just becomes part of the landscape, right? We take it for granted kind of stuff. And that, I think, is the issue, right? Where these are massive, massive centers, okay, with thousands of servers and all these kinds of things, right? And yet there is very little, there's very little information about that. There's of course no research at all, because I think these places would be, you wouldn't be able to go to these places, right? It would be forbidden, right? So, but I think there's increasingly in the West, you see people like Lisa Parks and other people kind of writing about these infrastructures in really interesting ways, right? But I think in India, we haven't reached, we've not got that kind of scholarship as yet, but we need to. We absolutely need to actually have that type of scholarship that is contextual, that deals with these types of infrastructures in the context of everything else that is there in India, right? So it's absolutely clear.
We'll break for tea, and then we get back in 15 minutes for the next session.
Can we have the panel presenters be seated in the first row, just so that all in the same place? Aditya, Anushri, Anila, and Tanya, if they can just come to the first row. Okay, so hello everyone and welcome to the first panel presentation. The following research papers have been thematically brought together under the title Making the Platform, Visibilizing Creators, Mobilizations and Communities. And the discussant for this panel is Janaki Srinivasan. She is Associate Professor in the International Institute of Information Technology, Bangalore. A note to all the presenters, time will be kept strictly for 12 minutes. You will be given 2 indicators, one after 8 minutes and another after 11 minutes for you to wrap up your presentations. So the first presenter is Aditya Deshbandhu. He's a lecturer of communication at the University of Exeter. Please come onto the stage.
Thank you so much, and I really don't know how I'll follow up that morning panel. No pressure at all, first speaker, they said. Okay, so just before I kind of open up this slide, I thought it would be interesting to kind of just talk about what happened in the last couple of days, where I believe the Prime Minister and the Model Code of Conduct decided to visit the most popular streamers in the country. While loads of people begin to wonder why he does that, it's also important to understand the 6 streamers between them have about 100 million subscribers on YouTube. And how do you add up those numbers, I really don't know. Correct? So a lot of what we are thinking about, what I'm trying to talk about today, is the intersections between what happens with video games and video game cultures and how it kind of connects to a larger idea of what Myra proposed in 2012 called the Ludic Society, and where it kind of works towards. And hopefully if you guys like the idea, it might become a book someday, who knows, right? So let me move on from here, right? So just to give you an idea where I'm coming at it from, so the theoretical frame I'm drawing from is the idea of the meta, correct? And I'm situating the meta in something called sites of contestation. I'm drawing on my earlier work where I talk and rather call video games as sites of contestation, correct? And I look at the term meta in itself. So meta in gaming cultures often is defined as the most efficient or the best possible way to win a particular game. And this is very common among esports athletes and people who play games at a very intense, hardcore kind of level. And I'm going back to that understanding of the meta, correct? To think about how you understand meta not just as something to aspire for as players, but the fact that how do you work towards it when you think about video games as rule-bound systems and the code that dictates play. So how do you understand the meta as possible exploits in the code? How do you then amplify those exploits to make sure to maximize your chance of success and so on, right? So my argument though comes from that part. If we think of video games and how video games are, whether we want it or not, ephemeral artifacts that are constantly reconfigured. I'm drawing on the idea of recursive space from Ailish Wood here. Constantly reconfigured every time a new season drops or a new update kind of happens. The meta automatically also gets reconfigured. So players who are playing games at an intense high quality of play, you know, the kind of play that streamers or esports athletes are part of, are constantly rediscovering the meta. There's immense amount of labor being performed, and a lot of effort goes into decoding the meta as early as possible because that amplifies or increases your chances of success, right? Correct. So my question though is, if we look at video games, not just as sites to conquer and master, but also as sites that are created by game makers, then the contestation is between the game makers and the players who are each trying to make sure that they probably have the best understanding of that virtual space, right? So moving on from there, the conflict, what exactly is happening? Why am I trying to ask this question? So what game makers try to do, and this is around the world, they try and portray video games as democratic sites of play, big inverted commas around the word democratic, because they're trying to pass them as artifacts that are accessible for anybody willing to become part of the culture or rather indulge in the game. So anybody who picks up a game is given the possibility of being the best possible player of that game, right? This is something you can work towards, something you can put in the grind, put in the hours, put in the effort. That's the only thing that's separating you from that, from the possibility of winning or being the best in that game. Now the other contradiction to this comes from esports players and professional players and streamers who need to be really good at what they're doing for the audiences that they have created, the communities they have forged, and the credibility that they have kind of acquired. They will do everything possible to make sure that the video game space is not a democratic space. Their credibility, their social power needs to constantly keep being extended in newfound ways if their understandings and aspirations are to continue. Correct? So the contestation then comes in the fact that are video games even democratic sites of play? If they are not, then what do we do? Where do we go from here? Right? So I am then going to extend this further. Can we think of this meta understanding that I have just spoken about and extend it to most digital media practices today, because they are, like video games, becoming live content delivery platforms themselves? Can the meta be extended from basic players trying to be good at the games they are, to content creators creating content on social media platforms, to people playing games of monetization? What exactly does the meta then mean, right? So basically, what are we trying to understand here? Just to give you an overview of the study I'm trying to present, correct? So I'm using an understanding of the meta to comprehend acts of content creators and streamers on platforms like YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, and X. But because it's such a big universe, I've limited it to content creators around gaming content, right? What we are trying to do, we are trying to look at those pieces of content, examine them, and use those as entry points to question the platforms that host that content themselves. Correct? Can we use the content to question the policies, functionalities, and features of the platform? Something that Van Doon does quite well when he talks about platform cultures. Correct? So, interestingly, really amazing space to be in at the moment, because India just came up with its own Online Gaming Act. And a lot of these things are still being redrafted because people are still trying to figure out how to regulate this. We have no regulation on loot boxes, we have no regulation on gaming publics, and we have very little regulation on trying to understand any of these economic systems. So how do we look at that? I have a new paper coming out, I think next month, which looks at this, especially on that. It's in, I think, something called the Entertainment Law Review. Moving on from there, I'm looking at the idea that when you look at creators, streamers, and esports athletes, they need to do what is called a very delicate balance between their aspirations, the rules and demands of the platforms they are creating content for, while at the same time, the rules and regulations of the countries that they are now a part of. They have to make sure that they don't run afoul of any of these things, while at the same time realizing that the platform that they work on constantly keeps changing the very terms and conditions of said labor. Payout structures and other things are constantly changing. So how do they kind of make this a sustainable kind of space? I'm not going into narratives of precarity yet, but it is possible, right? So last thing, what is the entry point? So the entry point I'm looking at is an intersection of gaming and celebrity studies, especially the idea of micro-celebrity that Crystal Aberdeen, Brown, and Alice Marwick kind of brought about in 2018. And I'm trying to look at it from a gaming kind of understanding, to look at how is this gaming celebrity first created? What kind of power do they acquire? And what do they then do to keep ensuring that that power structure kind of perpetuates, right? So the method in itself, what is it I'm looking at? It's a two-nation study in conception in the UK, where I'm currently working, and in India, where I'm from. I'm trying to look at the journeys of 4 streamers who are defined as successful video game content creators, both in India and in the UK. Of course, the parameters are very, very different. Correct? I'm using ethnography for stream analysis and combining that with in-depth interviews. how exactly does the ethnography work? This is something I built for the ethnography conference last year in Manchester, how ethnography speaks with game studies. So this has become the foundational piece of thing for that, what I'm trying to look at. Right? So moving on from there, what exactly has happened? We've spoken to 4 streamers who have all been streaming video game-based content for over 5 years now. I'm not going to reveal names as of yet because we're still not out of the NDA bits of the ethical things. But let's just say the 2 streamers from India, one of them has 11 million subscribers on YouTube, the other has 6.5 million. The corresponding successful creators in the UK, one has 250,000 subscribers on Twitch, and the other has 145,000 subscribers. The funny thing is, the people with 250,000 and the 145,000 make more money in terms of platform payouts than the people with 11 million and 6.5 million. Right? And that became a bigger question for us to answer. A, is this bottom of the pyramid? If yes, why the hell is it? B, if this is not bottom of the pyramid, what exactly is happening here? How is the media management of this kind of payout kind of happening? How do you look at something like that? Right? So anyway, so the preliminary findings from the first big study, the 4 streamers we kind of got was, one, when we were trying to situate the streamer, we were trying to understand their own journeys of play. What is it that they did with their community? How did they create it? How do they protect it? And how do they even understand about that community? And we found there were radical differences in how community was itself conceptualized between the 2 contexts. The streamers in the UK were protective of their viewers, where the ones in India were viewed as, the streamers themselves were viewed as entry points to those communities. Correct? So almost like delivery channels. So how do you kind of think of that? Right? So of course, we were talking about the means of measuring success and skill. We were looking at, of course, numbers and everyday interactions, all of that, but those are not fixed criteria. But there are also other criteria depending on people's intimate journeys with their own streaming careers and their own communities. But partnerships, diverse sources of revenue, all of these are really, really interesting to explore. So the big finding we kind of found was, correct, when streamers talk about aspirations and growth, they are fighting against something which is almost difficult to chart, because their payouts, their ecosystems are all requiring everyday fixed payments, but what they get is very difficult to kind of estimate, which means that they have branched out to as many platforms as possible, and this is something most of you know. But the question is, when that kind of happens, a streamer and their team today is performing the same kind of labor that an entire television channel or a broadcast network used to perform. So at what point are we killing the golden goose in the search for interactions? I do not know. Right? So I'm going to stop with this, just some things to kind of look at. The kind of revenue streams sought and the willingness to create content for platforms other than their own was something I wanted to explore further, and I think is where the cookie kind of lies, how they adapt to each of these platforms, what are their logics there, what metas do they arrive at for each of these platforms and the logic there in itself, right? How do we make sense of that? Correct. The other thing is the kinds of sponsors, advertisers, and partners that they were seeking, whereas certain streamers in specific contexts had the privilege of choosing who they chose to work with in accordance with their own identity. Others were almost in a power equation where they had very little say who they were creating content for. So how do you kind of look at that, right? And between all of this, what's the value of one Twitch subscription in the UK versus one in India? If everybody has only one subscription to give on Amazon Prime, right? So I'll stop with that. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening to me, right? Just something to leave with you guys, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. The next presentation is by Anushri Gupta, a PhD scholar at the Indian Institute of Technology, Hyderabad.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Aditya, and the keynote speakers for setting the tone for this conversation. And thank you, Aditya, for that really interesting presentation. I'm sort of going to pick up on the thread of what kind of labor sort of goes into platformization from that presentation and build on that using my data. So the paper that I'm going to be drawing on today for this presentation has emerged from my ongoing PhD research that attempts to theorize the reconfiguration of urban life in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic and the entanglements that it produced between platformization, digitization, and urbanization. The object of interest in my study has been to track how the entanglements between these three seemingly diverse but convergent kinds of phenomenon are reflected in and have shaped particular responses to the pandemic, in particular looking at voluntary labor and work that helped organize civil society-based ad hoc sort of relief efforts. I'll talk more about this in my presentation, of course, but part of what I'm trying to understand is how sort of these seemingly watertight categories of these different phenomenon that describe and structure life in the cities are unsettled because of this kind of relief work, that ad hoc relief work that was happening, and as lines between formal and informal work and home, personal and public start to get blurred. And I ground this research in sort of local urban realities and develop a sort of situated understanding of the experience of the pandemic. And in doing so, I emphasize that even though the pandemic was a shared global experience and it affected everyone, the effects of it were highly uneven and varied really widely, creating very context-specific needs and practices that were organized across different realms. So the background context, so to speak, for my research is that I did an ethnographic study in Hyderabad where I conducted fieldwork through in online and offline ways during the peak pandemic years of 2021 and 2023. And it was fairly common knowledge at that time that the online coordination work that was being done by individuals and volunteer networks organized through social media platforms and other sort of everyday technologies played a huge role in mitigating the disaster situation and posting requests and for resources and calls for help on social media was very commonplace. And there was also an immense valorization of care heroics by the state and in public discourse that centered individual cases of good Samaritans who provided food, community kitchens, and other sort of non-profit organizations, for instance, who helped migrant workers get home. And so these importantly intersected with large-scale sort of technocratic kinds of solution, such as developing apps to track COVID, but also with the intensification of digitalization and platformization in the micro contexts of cities. And these are some of the examples of entanglements that I explore in my work. So I theorize these entanglements through the concept of platform communities, which forms the basis of my doctoral work. Based on my ethnographic fieldwork, what I documented was the emergence of networked spaces in response to the crisis that platformized relief work, mutual aid, and collective care. I conceptualize these spaces as platform communities, proposing a sort of two-way relationship between these two words. On one hand, these communities are mediated and scaffolded by digital platforms while being rooted in a geographical location with a really strong sense of place. But on the other hand, the communities themselves emulate platform logics of aggregation and to sort of take inspiration from the sharing economies kind of literature to provide sort of critical resources and aid urgently and in an effective sort of manner. So I work in critical engagement with three broad conceptual frameworks, perspectives on emotional and affective labor, especially from the digital labor and platform labor kind of scholarship that draws from social production theory. Then there's literature on platform work, platform urbanism, and platformization as a process. And the third body is that of the Southern urban theory kind of scholarship that theorizes collective life in cities, especially in cities outside of the global north. And what I do in this paper, what I'm attempting to do in this paper is to use gender sort of as a lens to bridge the gap between these two bodies of literature. So I think through affective and immaterial forms of labor using social reproduction theory and perspectives from feminist scholars that help understand the entanglements between platforms and cities. And I look at the specific forms of labor that sustains these so-called platform communities and the role of sort of network labor and collective knowledge that is mobilized through them. And subsequently, how that gives an insight into the emergent shape of urban life since the pandemic. So, sorry for that text-heavy slide, but in this particular paper, these are the three broad empirical contexts that I'm drawing on. So I'm calling them hyperlocal community, online civil society, and public technologists. And each of these cases sort of platformized specific needs, namely intimate care, emergency resource mobilization, and information dissemination. I'll just briefly talk about what each of these communities did, just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about. So the first one was basically a localized community of home chefs. These were primarily women who sort of self-organized through WhatsApp groups and delivered food to sick and quarantining COVID-19 patients within the gated community. So it was a very local, like extremely hyper-local sort of context that they were operating in. They cooked the food in their homes and sort of got it delivered through various means, primarily using digital platforms such as Swiggy, Genie, Dunzo, and there was another hyper-local sort of app called Trice, which claims to be a community app. Then the second instance that I talk about is that of a loosely connected sort of citywide network of volunteers who coordinated with each other through another WhatsApp group that sort of became like a nodal entity for the broader broader volunteer community in the city. And they use this group as a space to share emergency requests and carry out on-ground relief efforts. And the third instance is that of a community of technologists and aspiring entrepreneurs who worked remotely through a Slack team and a Notion workspace to provide verified information through a directory like app made using no-code technologies, and also created a public archive on Instagram. And so what I do is that I organize the forms of labor that sustains these platform communities through four kind of broad networks, and I show how these platform communities are sustained by affective, immaterial, and emotional labor, which I call broadly classify as coordination labor and relationship work. Then the second category is that platform communities sort of involve labor that is collectively produced and it's organized and managed socially. And it sort of falls under the broad rubric of communicative labor. And platform communities also draw on entrepreneurial sensibilities, imaginations of fulfilling and hence good work, and strategies for survival in resource-constrained environments. And I broadly call this organizational labor. And sort of it involves like doing operational and logistical management work. And the last category is that of course, how affective reorientations or emotional sort of work produces new kinds of socialities and subjectivities that both produce and reproduce the platformized city. So in the interest of time, I'm just going to briefly talk about the different forms of labor for each of these instances. So for the first instance, the work of like scaling up the labor of like cooking food as home entrepreneurs, home-based entrepreneurs or homemakers, and arranging the deliveries of the meals when the women themselves couldn't step out involved a lot of organizational and coordination work. There was also emotional labor involved in the process of preparing good home-cooked food, which was nutritious, hygienic, and safe. And similarly, there was a lot of internal communication work that volunteers did to exchange information within the group. And there was also a lot of affective reorientation kind of work that they had to do to manage the guilt of delegating this risky work of delivery, as well as parallelly sort of aspiring to start their own businesses. Then in the second instance of the online civil society, what volunteers were doing was providing emergency support. So they're involved in arranging sort of drugs on a very short notice basis, or arranging hospital beds or oxygen concentrators for people who were reaching out to them through their networks. And that this required a lot of improvisational work and coordination with a wide variety of urban actors. Also thinking of this social media sharing work that they did as relationship labor, and coupled with sort of the internal organizational work and communicative labor that required setting formats for how the requests were supposed to be posted within the group, and to also navigate this membership limit on the groups for WhatsApp groups that existed at the time, that there couldn't be more than 250 members. So the moderators of the group had to sort of keep adding and removing members so that the urgent requests got addressed. And a lot of the volunteers that I spoke to in this particular area who were connected to this network spoke of witnessing extreme losses and working through grief, of sort of not being able to help people, and also, of course, personal kinds of grief. Working with people who were reaching out to them with like extremely wrong claims and like health-related misinformation was something that they also had to work towards dispelling. And that all of this required a lot of emotional management as well. And coming to the last instance of public technologists, the core team members managed the internal documentation work and provided guidelines for volunteers to do this verification work, which I call organizational labor. Then this set of volunteers also coordinated with external actors, verifying the leads that they received through online sources in their own networks. And several volunteers in this instance also spoke to me about how doing this work was sort of cathartic for them to navigate their own experiences of grief and witnessing the kind of loss that we were seeing at the time during the second wave especially. And the group, in both the second and the third cases, the groups, somewhat in the first case also, they became spaces for celebrating each other's wins and supporting each other through this difficult period. And so, in conclusion, what I'd like to say is that what I've tried to do in this paper is to pay attention to these affective orientations and reorientations as part of performing immaterial labor that produces overlaps between entrepreneurial cultures and voluntary work. And I emphasize that it is important to recognize this immaterial labor as socially valuable and as economically valuable. What this also helps do is expand the horizons of platform urbanism literature by generating sort of granular descriptions of platformization and documenting the labor that ordinary people do to sustain urbanism through everyday practices and engagement with platforms. And these practices are what make collective life possible in cities, especially in landscapes outside the global north. And I arrive at this sort of theoretical framework also through Southern urban theory and engaging with ideas that center an ethic of care and mutual aid. And I link this to platform urbanism kind of scholarship by using gender lenses to think about how cities are co-created and produced and reproduced through these entanglements between digital platforms and peopled infrastructures. Yeah, that's my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anushri. The next presentation is by Anila Backer, who's a PhD student at the University of Hyderabad. Please.
Hi all, thank you for being here. My paper draws on data from my ethnographic research with the women's labor movement, Pengote, and it looks at the movement's dynamic interactions with the digital technologies in organizing resistance for women worker rights post-COVID. I explore how Pengote negotiates and domesticates WhatsApp, appropriating its features for mobilizing resistance against gender precarity in Kerala's unorganized sector and thereby redressing the inequalities and oppression women workers face. Pengote began as a women's collective in Kozhikode, Kerala in 2009 and started its trade union, AMTU, Asangirita Meghala Thodilali Union, Unorganized Sector Workers Union in 2010. It is mainly known for the right to sit protest, Irikal Samaram, the campaign for the right of salespersons in the state that led to the amendment of Shops and Commercial Establishments Act of Kerala. The movement strives to elevate the status of women laborers in the unorganized sector and has been mobilizing women workers by stressing the gender nature of precarity in constituting the othering, dehumanization, and subjugation women workers face and raising consciousness on the need to resist it. Though the movement has been utilizing digital platforms, mainly relying on WhatsApp as an organizational tool, facilitating offline mobilizations, it started proactively exploring the digital technologies for its organization when its activities got impacted with the restricted mobility during COVID-19. The idea of an online movement meeting came when a meeting they planned to discuss the pandemic's impact on their life and work following the relaxation of lockdown measures during the first wave of COVID got postponed due to various reasons. After meeting through the video conferencing platform Google Meet, they started extensively embracing digital technologies and particularly WhatsApp groups to meet and discuss their issues and to resist their precarious existence. With active participation of members post-COVID, the WhatsApp groups of the collective and the trade union started to resemble a SoundCloud with members discussing and arguing several things concerning the movement and women and worker rights, thereby involving in political participation and digital activism. Voice messages updating the movement activities, campaigns, protests, worker issues and rights, and other information of interest often flood the group. The WhatsApp groups thus began to manifest as an integral component of the movement, embodying its essence through moving discussions and exchanges, traversing space and time, and blurring the line between online and offline political activism. It also enabled women workers in precarious jobs to be part of collectivization without the concerns of losing jobs or cutting down of wages or compromising social reproductive roles. WhatsApp's user-friendly interface and voice messaging feature greatly facilitated the sharing of lengthy messages without the need for typing and thus engaging in long conversations. This has significantly aided the movement and women workers in seamlessly and extensively adopting it as their primary communication tool. Doing feminist ethnographic research and engaging in the observation of participation, I was also part of some of the conversations and in turn in the collective practice of technology, engaging in the co-production of norms and meaning-making out of it. It helped get a sense of the movement's everyday negotiations with WhatsApp, their doing of technology, and the blurring of strict demarcations in space and time in the organization of resistance. Appropriating the platform for activism entails building a sense of collectivity without concerns about time or being physically available. This signifies the broader implications of domestication than the socialization and appropriation of technologies, where in the process, people and their socio-technical relations may change as well. According to Sorensen, apart from constructing a set of practices in using the technology and making meaning out of the process and the artifacts, it also contributes to identity formation. Let me present part of an excerpt from my field notes, an account of a conversation in the trade union WhatsApp group to explore how the movement appropriates WhatsApp as a political tool to mobilize and organize resistance, and how the groups manifest as an embodiment of the movement, and also to explore the domestication and technological appropriation as a collective process. On 4th February 2021, the movement founder and leader, Vijay Pengote, called me over phone and asked to look into the conversation happening in the trade union WhatsApp group. Look, it is going in a weird direction with some of them making anti-women statements. Can you please respond to the voice messages? She asked me. When I checked the group, I saw that Vijay had sent a voice message describing the issue of a woman worker who lost her job at a garment shop without prior notice and proper reasons, and had urged the members to be ready for a protest the union is planning if the issue is not settled at the labor office. Hearing this, another member, Raji, sent a message urging the union to reconsider the decision, pointing out the morale of the worker who lost the job as problematic and that of the employer as good, who, according to her, will not take any action against laborers without proper reasons. Hearing this, Vijay sent another voice message. She said, "Our responsibility as a trade union is to stand with workers and not abandon them when they encounter issues. We are with women workers, and that is our political position. We formed Penkote and AMTU since women workers were not considered humans or workers. Despite having numerous political parties and trade unions in the state, women here are experiencing exploitation and oppression in the workplace. We face issues and exploitation at home as well. Women should also be able to work with dignity and respect. We should not let others exploit us. We all should introspect if we are getting value for our labor and enjoy our rights. I was a bit skeptical about saying something countering Raji's statement, confused about whether I would sound preachy. So I started acknowledging my position, recognizing that I'm not a worker like them, and said that I wanted to share something based on my involvement with the collective and trade union. I supported Vijay's argument and talked about the need to support women workers who face double oppression in society while emphasizing questioning someone's morale in the situation as unwarranted. Meanwhile, another member, Maya, in her voice message, maintained that the trade union is responsible for supporting a worker who is being denied her job. Personal character is irrelevant here and need not be a concern for us or for the organization where she was employed. She said, Devi, a saleswoman in a textile shop and an active member, also sent a voice message expressing her opinion and detailing some of her experiences. She said, while we help employers earn huge profits, we are getting paid very little. Women employees face numerous exploitations and injustices. We were denied the right to sit and faced restrictions, including limitations on taking breaks to use restrooms during working hours, and we had to fight against it. A few others also took part in the discussion. The conversations like these, critically analyzing capitalism's impact on women workers and challenging the internalized patriarchal notions and unintentional conformity to capitalist systems of control, are often part of the movement. They talk about the dual labor, the role of social reproduction on reproducing lives and workers on a daily basis and generationally, and about dual oppression women workers face and the less value attributed to their lives and work, signifying how both the material and ideological dimensions of patriarchy and capitalism constitute their oppression and relegate them to the bottom of the hierarchy of precarity. Precarity is gendered, with women workers experiencing more precarization, misrecognition, and oppression, and their labor being devalued and invisibilized. This is what the movement rewrites while emancipating workers about their rights, sensitizing how capitalism works and the patriarchal underpinnings in it. These discussions also function as a mobilization call to resist gendered precarity and to advocate for women workers' rights, aiming for a dignified life and labor for all. The WhatsApp groups, thus serving as both an action mobilization and a deep organization tool. Besides, conversations Akin described earlier often made the movement groups take the form of an audio conferencing platform. Formal meetings with specific agendas were also conducted via voice messaging in the group, thereby reshaping and repurposing the instant messaging app as a conferencing platform. During these planned meetings, the members would enact the roles as if in an actual meeting room, giving welcoming addresses, delivering vote of thanks, or describing the agenda and inviting discussions as done during formal meetings through the feature of voice messaging. The presence of them at the time of the meeting are also being marked and acknowledged, similar to other official meetings, through emojis or voice messages. Repurposing the app as a conferencing platform helped in being part of the discussions without real-time constraints, unlike other conferencing platforms. Its relatively lower network requirements and the non-requirement of an account and login procedures makes it an easy-to-use and effective communication cum conferencing tool of the movement. Apart from being a mobilization tool of the movement in organizing women workers to resist gender precarity in the unorganized sector, WhatsApp groups manifest themselves to the movement's everyday negotiations and practices as an embodiment of the movement. It in turn offers a sense of collectivity, that of belonging to the movement members. Appropriating the app for political activism and repurposing it as an audio conferencing platform helps the movement engage in consciousness raising on worker rights from a feminist perspective, thereby mobilizing and organizing resistance. It thus brings in previously inactive members into digital activism and offers an opportunity for women workers in precarious jobs to be part of collectivization without having real-time constraints and concerns of losing wages or jobs and not compromising the social reproductive roles that some of them are concerned about. Though the formal meetings are often conducted during the night time upon, as per the members' request. This sort of online meetings help them to retrieve the discussions later also and to be part of the process at a later time also. Thank you.
Thank you, Anila. The next speaker is Tanya Chatterjee, is a joint PhD scholar at the Academy of Research at the University of Queensland, IIT Delhi.
Good morning, everyone. Today I'm going to present a part of my doctoral research on social media regulation. The title is To Let Content Be or Not Be, Understanding Decision-Making Process of Content Moderators on Social Media Platforms in India. So the premise of this research was this controversy that came up in October 2022, that was the Wire versus Meta controversy. This was around this particular post on Instagram. This is a satirical post of a man praying UP's chief minister's idol. And this particular post was tagged as sexual content and then taken down later. Now, the Wire claimed that this was taken down because BJP's leader had flagged it. But Meta was very quick to respond to the claims and said it's false because it was surfaced for review by an automated system. Later on, the Wire retracted the reports, but there were some questions that were never asked. And it was these questions that led to this particular research. The questions that were not asked was, how was this post surfaced for review as sexual activity? And if at all it was surfaced for review as sexual activity, how did it get reviewed and then removed eventually? So it is in this context and limited literature on content moderation decision-making that the paper is positioned. And there are two main questions that I focus on. That is, how do moderators decide whether content should stay or not stay on the platform, and what is the decision-making process? The literature on labor revolves around the affective aspects of moderation labor, but we don't know how the process happens. We don't have a visualization of it, and it is essentially what this paper endeavors to do. The methodology for this paper was based on 13 in-depth interviews with content moderators in India, and the interviews were semi-structured, and the data analysis was via theoretical thematic analysis guided by Weik et al.'s concept of sense-making. Now, sense-making is from the organization, behavior, literature in management studies. And before I get into the findings of this paper, I think I should also set the stage for how a content moderation firm looks like. This is from a moderator's version, and some of it actually reflects the existing literature. So there are two parts to a moderation setting. There's human labor, which could be employed in-house by the platform, or could be outsourced, or could be freelance. But all these different kinds of labor would be bound by non-disclosure agreements, and they can't talk about their work outside of the project. And these human labor would be organized in 3 levels. So the first level would be the agent who's moderating content frontline, and then followed by quality analysts who would check the moderation work, and followed by a team lead who would be engaging with the clients and managing the project in general. The very act of moderation is organized via technology, a portal which is commonly referred to as a tool, which would queue content for the moderators and then also keep a log of number of content moderated and what was the decision, etc. And there would be some built-in or external applications that would facilitate the decision-making process. For example, highlighting sensitive text, or an external application like Google Lens which would help detect plagiarized images. So while there's technology that helps decision making, there's also a software that would track these workers' work. So are they on the portal during work hours? If they're not, it would just flag and alert the management. It is in this setting that the moderation decision making happens, and I'm using, as I said, Weick's concept of sense making. So initially in the findings, I'll start with the ecological changes or the equivocalities in moderation, because I thought it was in these equivocalities that I would have an opportunity to understand the decision-making process. Then I traced the decision-making process through the stages of enactment, selection, and retention, which is essentially Weick's concepts. And then it is in these stages that I identify the different factors contributing to decision making. Now, what are the ecological changes? Now, a moderator is going through volumes of content, and there'll be content that is unfamiliar to them. There are elaborate policies that they have to follow, and the processes keep changing from time to time. So it is in these unfamiliarities that they have to moderate. And I call it what to moderate. The question of, I see your content and I'm like, what should I moderate, because there's an elaborate list of rules to be followed. So this is one case from a moderator. She described this to me. So she was a text moderator, and she said, I came across a description of Puttu Thali. Now, Puttu Thali is a necklace that kind of indicates marital status of women in southern India. She said it was translated and described to be a plate, quote unquote, worn by a woman to mark marital status. So she was like, the description seems correct, but I don't know if the English translation of it as a plate is correct. So the content is unfamiliar to her, right? Then, of course, the work is to moderate content, but it's also a job. So there are efficiency requirements, which is monitored via productivity and accuracy. How a rule book would look like is, we have policies of impersonation on platforms. In a rule book, it would look like removing profiles that have of men who use women's DPs, or deranking profiles that use celebrity public figure images. This is part of a small social media firm's rule book that I had access to. But I was not really sure if it was frequently being used, because one of the moderators says, one gets habituated with them after reading once. So what is the other source of cues to, kind of notice and bracket these violative pieces of content? It's technology. So the way content gets queued on these portals also help the moderators focus on the rules, right? So if it's a graphic content, the moderator knows that, okay, I just have to look whether the policies of graphic content is being followed. And then there's tech detections, like I said. They would highlight texts that are sensitive or use Google Lens. Once you've noticed, the next stage is actually deciding whether I should keep the content or not keep the content. So I'm not going to get into whether they really keep the content or not, but what leads to that decision making. So there are some cognitive processes that go behind the decision. I'll go back to the Puttu Thali case. So what this moderator did was, she went to her work group And she said, listen, I don't know what to do with this. Should I approve this? So the group said, yes, go ahead. So against her own hunch, she goes with the shared experience, the experience of her peers. Similarly, there were evidences of moderators deciding based on the patterns they identified in the content, or like one training video said that if you find a content looking weird or uncomfortable, then you remove it. So it could be subjective perceptions. And a very important part is to not go too deep into the content, and because if you take too much time, you would not be able to meet the targets. In case of a freelance worker, if you take too much time, you won't be able to make as much money. So basically, the selection of enforcement is dictated by the question of what moderate to what extent, basically efficiency. Once you have kind of become adept at moderating and you've figured out the process, you retain it for future decision makings, and that happens. This is like a representative quote from the interviews. So I asked this moderator, how would you, like, what would be the tips you would give to a fresher in your project? She was an audio moderator, and she said, I'd ask them to first check the audio uploader's DP and straight away remove it if there were violations. Initially, I made a separate list of violative DPs from the rule book to be able to refer and memorize it. I would also recommend not to put too much time listening to audios, as otherwise it would barely meet the target. I would never recommend de-ranking, as it takes time. In all of this, one should be careful not to moderate too much. So what I kind of argue is that eventually the decision-making process becomes like a mental checklist of to-dos, and which I call process hacks. And a related phenomena that happens is a memory-based list of policies that I've highlighted. So it becomes, the policies get diluted in the process because there are these efficiency requirements of the industry. So what is it that I'm largely arguing? Because I'm short of time, I would just go to the conclusion. So moderation decision-making unfolds in a socio-technical and economic assemblage. The normal literature says that platform is a technological assemblage, but I would suggest that the moderation decision-making happens in a socio-technical economic assemblage. And in the process of moderation, what happens is the practice, policy and practice kind of it experiences an inversion of approaches and goals. For example, the industrial approach to moderation is consistency driven. But when it comes to the actual practice, it's plausibility driven. So basically, to moderate sufficiently for the job and not to moderate holistically. For example, if I'm taking too much time, I'll stop detecting violative content and decide immediately. Then the very goal of human oversight in moderation was to make those nuanced decisions. But what I found was the whole employment condition was such that in-depth decision making is counterproductive. So the goals of moderation kind of experiences an inversion in practice. So that is largely what I have to say for this paper. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Tanya. The last presentation in this panel is by Shalaka. She's a labor rights activist and a PhD scholar at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. And I think more than a paper, it's basically a part of my work that I've been doing in Delhi with Vigo and Yuva, and also a very small part of my PhD, which is on waste picking in and around Bhalaswa landfill in Delhi. So, how does this work? Okay, so I'm going to talk about this scheme, eShram,
that was launched by the Ministry of Labor and Employment in 2021. And in this presentation, I'm going to talk about the policy analysis, the critical analysis of this scheme, or the initiative as we call it. From this presentation, from this work, I want to contribute to the discourse and the collective voices on social protection, digital inclusion and governance, and good governance. Methodology, so basically for methodology, all this research has been part of the local NGOs, member-based organizations, unions, associations that have been working on this scheme for some years. And we have, as a collective, we have done a number of roundtable discussions, interviews, facilitation regarding the registration, and meetings with the communities and with the community-based organizations. The key concern, which I have not addressed in this presentation, is about the data protection. Because when we talk about a social protection, digital protection is also part of it. And with the upcoming act, Citizenship Amendment Act, it's going to be a little difficult, but I have not addressed in this presentation, but I hope in the coming times I'll address that. This is the campaign that we were doing in the communities. So about the eShram portal and eShram card. So this scheme, as I said, it was launched in 2021, and it's available on the government's website. There's a dashboard if you want to see the data, if you want to see the numbers on the informal sector. And when you see the numbers, it's about just numbers on the state and national, it's basically state-wise and on the basis of the national data. And it has occupational categories, it has gender and age composition. And if you want to see, this is how the dashboard looks like. You see that 29 crore registrations have been completed since 2021, and yesterday, as in 11th April, it was just 16,000 registrations were done in this country, in a country like India. And if you see the occupation, then agriculture tops the list. Then we have domestic workers, we have construction, and then lastly, we have miscellaneous, which nobody knows about. Objective of this scheme was to basically register, enumerate, and recognize the informal sector workers, and basically link the informal sector workers with the social protection mechanisms. And basically, if something like pandemic happens again in the country, then there'll be some coverage for the workers. And for this registration, you need an Aadhaar card, you need a bank details, you need a registered phone number, and then at the end, you will get a card which will have unique, a universal account number. The background of this scheme is basically, there was this promise by the UPA government that they'll, under the Act, Unorganized Workers Social Security Act 2008, that every informal sector worker will get an occupational ID card, which never happened. It remained unfulfilled. Then at the time of COVID pandemic, we saw many pictures coming up where reverse migration was happening, deaths were happening, and when in the parliament it was asked about the number of deaths, number of job losses, reverse migration, and registration on migrant workers, there was no answer. The questions were dodged by the government, by the ministry. Supreme Court lagai fatkar, and then it ordered the government to create a national database for the informal sector workers, and then now we have this scheme. So these are stakeholders. We have the ministry as the creator. We have the official registering entities like common service centers, sevas, state seva kendras, and then we have beneficiaries who are like informal sector workers, and people who are not really part of this scheme, but have been the external support system, the NGOs and unions. If we see the informal economy, we know that 90% of the 90% of the workers are informal sector workers in our country. Majority of them are women, and there are so many sectors under this one umbrella of informal sector. We have mainly migrants in the cities like Delhi and Bombay and all the big cities. We have intersectionality within these sectors. We have caste, we have class, we have religious minorities like Muslims, and these informal sector workers are the major contributors to our GDP, to our environment, sustainability, to our health. And this sector, as we know it, as Gidwani has also said, that this sector, it's easy to enter in this sector, but hard to exit. Challenges and issues, they are undercounted, there's no enumeration, there's no representation given to the informal sector workers. We see there's a strong link between the poverty and the informal work. There's no social protection available to the workers, although we used to have so many acts, and we still have some acts, but they have not been implemented in the country. People are having low wages, people are having terrible living and working conditions, as we see in this picture also. This is the waste picker. They are living in Bhalaswa landfill, and this is their home and this is their workplace. We see the caste and gender-based segregation in our cities. We see that these workers, especially like waste pickers, they are living in the margins of this big city. We also see there's a lack of market. For example, for street vendors, we do not have weekly markets available. And COVID-19 impact we have seen. Of course, there was this a broken mechanism, but because of the COVID pandemic, it was being exposed to the people. This is the data from Delhi, the dashboard data. We see there are 33.6 lakh workers this year. Last year, when we checked it, it was 32.5 lakhs. Registration for construction workers is 4.4 lakh. This is also because construction workers, they do have a welfare board. Domestic workers who are still unrecognized, there is no act on domestic work in the country. It's 3.3 lakh in Delhi. Street vendors, who we say, according to the unions and NGOs, they are in the 1 or 2 lakh. They are just 37,000 in the dashboard. And the municipality data says that they are 80,000. Anyway, so this is the gender ratio. And I have excluded domestic work from the gender ratio. Then also we see 45% of women in the data. I'll just come to the insights. So, of course, there's a digital divide. We see because when such platforms are there, we see women, majority of women, they don't have phones to themselves. And they don't have affordable internet, because of which there's no access to such portals. There's a technical issue when people were trying, initially when people were trying for OTP was not coming, people were getting frustrated, unions were getting frustrated, a lot of time was going in this process. There's a language barrier. First, this initiative was in English, then slowly it was, the Hindi language was introduced, but still there's only English and Hindi, no regional languages being there. People have also changed their phone numbers because of the migration, so that was also an issue. Lack of documentation with the informal sector workers in Delhi, because mostly they all are from migrant, they all are migrant workers. So we see it's a broken link. When we have Aadhaar card, we don't have a phone number. When we have phone number, we don't have a bank account detail. When we have both, when we have a phone number and Aadhaar card, it's not connected. It's not registered phone number. And of course, people don't have documentation in place. Then we see that the portal is very confusing. We see there's a lack of clarity, like for example, home-based workers, which is such a huge term. And ILO has recognized this, this workforce. So we see under the home-based workers, you will never be able to know how many workers are there in this category, because there are so many categories under it. Then we see people who are like waste pickers. It's just about the waste collectors. It's not about people who are segregating the waste, people who are recycling the waste. Then it's about the complex interface. Like there are 156 occupations in place. So you would just get so confused in this process. There's a lack of data. There's only gender, age, and state and you don't, and modes of registration. You don't see the data on income, you don't see the data on caste, you don't see the data on migration, because of which the portal was started initially. Then you see the lack of awareness amongst the communities. CSCs, the people at the CSCs are not trained enough for this initiative because no training was given by the officials. You see there's a lack of training with the NGOs themselves. We see that there was a limited awareness amongst the communities, especially with women. And many women, they don't consider themselves as workers because it's majority of the work, it also comes as family labor. And the implementation issues. First of all, there's no linkage to the social protection mechanism yet. So people are getting registered, but people are also feeling that their promises were not fulfilled because there's no linkage to the social protection yet. And it's been 3 years now. There are sectoral schemes available on the website though. For example, for street vendors, we see PM Swanidhi scheme, but we don't see the act available, Street Vendors Act available on the website. We don't see any act, any formation of act for people like domestic workers, for sectors like domestic workers or waste pickers. And what happened to the existing registries, the existing data with the welfare boards on construction workers or domestic workers? It's not been it's transparent yet. This is the pillars of, this is the pillars of inclusive policy and scheme making. And NGOs and so many unions, they believe in this in terms of spatial planning and policy making, that it should be a people's policy. It should be the bottom-up approach. It should come from the local knowledge of people and should be spread there in the communities. Technology should go to the people. Good governance should be the objective. Where the vision, if the vision is there, then the implementation should link with it. Then we see the policy should impact the people in an efficient manner where people get some access to the services, to the basic services and schemes. This was a role of CSOs, unions and associations. We see that people were creating awareness amongst the communities. They were doing the door-to-door activities with such lack of funding and absolutely no funding whatsoever. People were taking technology to the people. They were assisting workers with the registration process, and they were also assisting people who did not have Aadhaar card or any other documentation with them. There was a decentralized registration happening. The community-based organizations were going to the workplaces of these workers, to the mandis, to the nakas, to the dhalaos of waste pickers, to the landfill of waste pickers. So where people live and work, they were going there. And there was a continuous communication and policy advocacy push from the CSO's level to the Labor Department and Ministry of Labor and Employment. And the way forward is, for the scheme like this, is accessibility and inclusion is important. If you talk about social accessibility, then you have to talk about digital inclusivity also. Make it a simple process. Make the registration desk available close to people where they work and live. Awareness is important amongst the people. Make the data public on migration, on caste, and on unemployment, which is rising, which is already at the peak in the country right now. Institutional support is very important. You cannot make the CSOs and unions outside this circle of social protection. You have to include them. And need to avoid the duplicacy in the process. We need to include the data that is with the municipality and welfare boards. Registration modes, again, they have to be very simple. They have to be online and offline and self-declaratory mechanisms involved. We need to hold localized campaigns for this. Again, go to the communities for people. And but social protection is important for workers who have the act, policy in the name of their sectors, and people who do not have. And we need some tailored support for the vulnerable groups like people with disability, workers with disability, women, and people with vulnerabilities, extreme vulnerabilities like waste pickers. So that's my presentation. Thank you.
I'd like to invite the discussant, Janki Srinivasan, on stage, and all the panelists who've presented so far.
First of all, thank you so much for all your great papers. I think, as I'm sure everyone's observed, we have gone between so many different kinds of work. And I think even more than the presentations and the papers, we saw a lot of depth in the kind of work you've done. And I also realize how difficult methodologically some of this must have been, so hats off for that. I thought we had a nice range of papers with a couple on paid work. Then we had others which were focused on unpaid, sometimes even unacknowledged labor and work. Or at least they were aimed at achieving ends that were not at least directly economic, right? Like you point out, Anushri, maybe eventually they will lead to economic ends. So I thought it was a nice mix of papers. So first of all, thank you very much for, I learned a lot on many, many domains that I don't know that much about. So what I think I will do is I will start with the paid labor cases. And most of these are sort of comments, and I also realized that you had a word limit and such, so fully recognize that. But like any good paper should, I think when I read them, I had several questions, so this is that more than anything else. So if we start with the paper on content moderation, I thought that was a very useful framework to divide up how is it that content moderators make these decisions about what to moderate and how much. I also like the typology that I think you had in the paper, maybe not here about how is something even unfamiliar, right? It can be because the policies change so much, or there can be other reasons. Also, the fact that the tactics include not just using their own past experience, but working with the shared knowledge of others. Though, of course, the one example you presented, I guess, they actually came to the wrong decision, right? From the Tamil, I know that seemed to be the conclusion to draw. And of course, the really interesting part is the conflict between needing to make nuanced decisions and the time pressure under which they operate. And I think all of this, that is very important because like you rightly point out, if the whole point of introducing someone into content moderation was that this could not be done through an automated process, how is it that setting up their economic incentives in this way is really helping achieve anything? So I think all of that was really, really useful. What I thought would have been, would have added to the richness of the paper would have been more on the moderators themselves, right? Because you talk about how, whether it is the way they detect patterns or what you call the sort of subjective takes on whether or not something should be moderated, I felt like it would have been very useful to understand who is this moderator, where have they come from, right? Or even if you have a particular instance where you're talking about what a moderator decides to go with, is there a specific past experience they drew on, right? I think that will give us a very good concrete sense of what you mean by enactment and how do they decide that this is the way to proceed in this case rather than something else. I mean, they might have a script, but we all need to know when to invoke that script, right? And my sense is their sort of, their own trajectory and their social position in some ways would have shaped that. So that would have been very useful. And relatedly, more quotes on this, I think, would have been very useful. Because I think the couple of examples you present, the point comes across much more because you have specific quotes. And again, I realize that there might be NDA and all kinds of... Sure. All of that makes sense. The other thing, and similarly, I think once you flesh this out, one very important thing would be, especially because I think the interesting part of the paper is around this trade-off between their economic incentives and decisions. If there are examples where you can show how a decision was directly impacted by the fact that someone was not spending time on it, right? I don't know if you have such examples, but I think showing that relationship would help you make your point much more strongly. The other thing, this is more in the nature of a clarification. When you call it dilution of policy, it wasn't entirely clear to me why it was diluting the policy. It seemed to hinge more on how much did someone want to keep in their mental list, right? So it wasn't by definition diluting it. It's possible that they just committed the whole list to memory. So if you could reflect a little bit on what you mean by dilution. And of course, I wanted to go back to the interesting clip that you started with, right? So how does political pressure influence all of this? Whether it is just an implicit way in which how people make these pattern recognitions, or even how they decide that, well, in this case, the economic incentive can't trump it because of whatever reason. And relatedly, I was wondering what you're calling the subjective sense, right? What influences that? For instance, if there are very frequent, if there's very frequent occurrence of offensive content, does that normalize content more? And on the other hand, if there are frequent complaints about content that they otherwise saw as inoffensive, does that then put it in the other bucket, right? So how does the process of offensive content or inoffensive getting normalized, how does that play into all of this? Let me see if I had anything else. And I guess the other broader question I had was in what ways is this India specific, right? Some of these things that you're talking about seems to me that they would apply in other places as well. Were there particular ways in which you thought it being in this location mattered? All right. So going on to Aditya's paper on streamers. Again, super interesting, the sort of economic incentive structure, the payouts, the differences between the two geographies, and the dependence of gamers on platforms for making a living, the ways in which they try to diversify when this doesn't pan out. In terms of comments, I think a very similar comment to what I had for Tanya, which is, I think, more on the journey of streamers, and I think you actually said more on this in the presentation.
I mean, one, the time limit, 12 minutes.
Sure.
And two, we are in the midst of putting together a gigantic grant bid.
I see.
If that happens, it will get spread out. Hopefully, we are combining it with elements of digital media literacy and stuff.
I see.
So bound by Exeter, IRB, can't really say much.
Yeah, but as a reader, I felt like it would have definitely added to the richness. And I think, again, very much about process, right? So when you talk about how people decide what the metric of success was, seemed like some of it was platform driven, but was it also about one individual's journey and how that led to it? The other thing I was thinking about was, because you're coming to this from a gaming sort of a literature and putting it together with streaming, I was wondering, what are the ways in which gaming is different from streaming, right? And how that influences the kind of decisions that people are making. And I was even thinking about literature on performance, like Goffman and such, and thinking how that influences what side of themselves people want to present to people. So yeah, I think those were the comments on yours. I think maybe what we'll do is I'll just quickly go through all, and then you can, yeah. To Anila's paper, again, fascinating, and for me, at the core of this was the example that you had on audio conferencing, right? And on the one hand, it's fascinating. On the other hand, I really have so many questions, right? So the fact that people are using audio notes, I think makes a lot of sense. And I think you also explained it. You explained it when you're presenting and in your paper. What I didn't understand was the granularity to which they mimicked a normal conference, right? So I think you say more about this in the paper, but everything, including people mark attendance, right? And when they mark attendance and put up their hands or whatever, that is acknowledged by someone else on the group. There is a sort of welcome and there's a vote of thanks. And I was really, really curious what the rationale for that was. Why did it take this particular very, very detailed form, right? And what did that allow the women to do? The other sort of larger question I had was, again, to do with how, I think you lay out in great detail what decisions women made about how to use WhatsApp. I think you could maybe say a little bit more about why that decision came to be. And I think the larger sort of methodological thing I would urge you to think about here is when you're looking, at least from the paper, it seemed like a lot of your analysis was based on the WhatsApp threads themselves. But it seemed like obviously you also had interactions outside of that thread with people, right? And I thought it would have been really rich for the paper if you had also drawn in, so instead of always seeing it as someone who's looking at the thread, if you were with the person who posted it, what led them to post it at that particular point in time? Again, what about their histories sort of pushed them to make those kinds of decisions? And of course, the other thing is, in one particular instance, I really wanted to know. So, did they join the strike in the case where there was the debate about whether the woman's morals should trump her being fired without any reason? So, I think, again, expanding on an example, not just till the moment when it was invoked on WhatsApp, but to seeing where it goes. And I think this ties to a larger point, which is, now that you have done this for a while and the group's been doing it for a while, would it be, like how would they reflect on WhatsApp allowed the group to do? And how was that different or similar than what happened before, right? They have enough time, I think, been doing this for enough time that can happen. Coming to Anushri's paper, again, super detailed, really enjoyed reading all the cases. And I sort of liked that maybe you didn't keep to the word limit, like at all. So, of course, you have a very elaborate lit review, and I'm not really going to go into that, but it was very interesting that you bring together these two different kinds of the volunteerism aspect and the entrepreneurial part, and I think this was something Gayatri also touched on in her talk in the morning. I was wondering, does the aspirational labor part that you draw on, do you think there might be something from the sort of delayed, whether it's monetization or careerization of some of the things that are happening, a sort of aspiration that if I keep doing this and do it well, it might take me places one way or the other. There's a literature on open source that might contribute to this somewhat, or it might just be interesting to see if there are overlaps or not. So that was one thing. The big thing I wanted to bring up was, I think it would be really useful for you to do a little more comparative work. I think you do a very clear job of laying out how these are similar along the dimensions that you think are interesting, which is the intersection of volunteerism and entrepreneurialism. But how did the specific kind of cases you chose, how did that shape what an entrepreneur looked like in these three different cases, right? You could argue that they were very similar in that they were volunteer driven, they happened during the pandemic, came from people who wanted to do good, etc. But they were also very, very different, right? The business of giving food is very different than building no-code platforms or checking on oxygen tanks. So what does your particular choice of case do, and how does it do that? What about the social positions of the different volunteers in these cases matter? What about the domain matters? So I think all of those threads and doing a sort of deeper comparison would be really, really useful. And I think the other thing is clearly the three cases you picked were very successful by any metrics, right? Perhaps their own, perhaps even outside of their group. I think it'll be very useful to step away from that and think about the many ways in which many groups didn't succeed, right? Because these worked, I think a lot of the labor sort of gets naturalized, though you try and sort of foreground that. But even so, I think comparing to something that didn't work could also help you dig deeper into the kind of labor that went into this. Finally, to the paper on Ishram, Shalaka, I think for me what was really interesting about this paper is, and I work on related things, so this is something that's fairly familiar to me. The part that I found really interesting was, of course, one way in which you could hook this into the labor and work conversation is the fact that this portal is for workers. But I was thinking it might be equally interesting to think about what is the labor involved in getting yourself enrolled in this platform, right? And it seemed to me like a lot of your findings, whether they're around difficulty in access or awareness or just the design, etc., were all about the onus of the work that you need to do to sort of get yourself registered being squarely put into the, the onus is on the worker, right? Or possibly on NGOs or whatever, which is interesting given that this has actually been legislated. There's a decision on this to say that the onus is on the state. So how does that shift sort of happen? I think that's what is getting demonstrated, and I was wondering if you could think of it in labor terms also in that way. And then the second part was, I think you can sort of frame a little more explicitly how the data that you show on the dashboard, and the whole point of the dashboard is that it's supposed to make things visible. But then you had a slide where you spoke about all the things that were happening on the ground, which resulted in that data looking the way it does, which were not at all brought up, right? The most obvious thing, of course, is that it's not gender or caste segregated. But then you had a lot more points around construction workers don't come to this not because they're not informal workers or they don't have access to this, but because they have access to a welfare board, right? So the relative numbers of categories of workers on the dashboard actually tells us very little without all of this. So also thinking a little bit more about how this data came to be and where does one go to get a sense of that. I think reflecting on that would also be super useful. So maybe we can do a quick response, especially where I raised questions of even should we then take a couple more questions and okay, all discussion. Okay. Thank you so much.
Sorry for hurrying you guys, but also thank you for the panel. Thank you for the discussants and for the panelists. We are having lunch in the ground floor. It's called the Alumni Faculty Lunch Lounge, the Alumni Faculty Lounge in the ground floor. And we are back at 1:30. The next panel starts at 1:30. Thank you.
Okay, we'll start. So this panel is, the way that it has been themed together, the title is Relational Identities in the Workplace, Individualization and Collectivization. The discussant for this panel is Padmini Ray Murray. She's the founder of Design Beku in Bangalore. Without any further delay, we're already running a bit late. So I'll invite Sohini, who is a master's student at the School of Media and Cultural Studies at TIS, to please come and present. Oh, one more thing, I'm so sorry. All the presenters have 12 minutes, so I'll, like Manisha did, I'll give you a reminder at 8 minutes, 11 minutes, and the 12th minute. Thank you. How does this work?
Hello, everyone. So my paper is titled Remaking Domestic Labor, Intersecting Identities in the Design of Digital Labor Platforms. This paper is actually a very initial inquiry into my master's dissertation that I'm in the process of starting out. And I'm looking at transformations in the domestic and care work discourse and the digital gig work economy that is born out of the neoliberal promise of a modern, inclusive, and equal future of work. What I'm trying to understand right now is currently whether platform-related jobs for informal women workers challenge their everyday realities or simply replicate them in a new liberatory format. Some of the questions that I'm starting out with is how is the body of the woman domestic worker designed within the interface of service provider platforms, and what larger assumptions about gendered work and caste-defined work and other considerations are inbuilt into the making of these platforms. Now, since my broader inquiry is into structural networks of class, caste, and gender in both constructing the platforms and shaping women's experiences in the labor market, I'll be more than happy to have as much critical engagement with this work right now. I draw from the existing and ongoing body of work on feminist futures of work and the idea of fem work, to look at how our lenses of looking at gendered work change with digital modes of organizing, especially in reimagining the worker in the new digital economy. What I'm particularly interested is in the nature of labor market and affordances of labor and platform design that encourage or discourage women workers to participate in these new modes of work. Why am I specifically looking at domestic labor is because these are also work that is done in places that have not been traditionally considered locations of productive labor, like the home. And the lack of attention to gender and caste in the study of platforms in India is also linked to broader genealogies of precarity in the context of who performs care work and cleaning work in household contexts. So like the existing literature that exists around platform, gender, and care work has, it draws from research in the global north with something that I'm interested in looking at is this idea of Uberization. But Uberization is the Uber's working conditions that are serving as a model of understanding platform work doesn't quite encapsulate the transformations in the embodiment of the platform worker across different informal work contexts in India, because in some way it generalizes the platform economy and neglects the diversity of national and social contexts. Some recent research has shed light on gendered biases that are inherent in the Uberization model, especially in female-dominated sectors like domestic and care work. And while it is established that platforms offer tools for care workers to manage their work-related tasks and protect themselves from abuse in some ways, there's a selective formalization or the seeming formalization where certain aspects of work relations are formalized, but many informalities persist and are rather reproduced. The shift in focus from riders and drivers in the terms of platform research to domestic and care work
carries important methodological and theoretical implications for my work. Because while platform work may appear gender neutral, where this new tech-savvy worker is embodied and imagined, these offline spaces where work occurs and working conditions, these are not as gender neutral. Domestic and care labor often take place in private homes or in employers' spaces, which are hidden from public view and lead to isolation and devaluation and lack of recognition. And theoretically, I'm also looking at, I'm coming from feminist affect theory, where I'm looking at how domestic work encompasses intricate affective ties that revolve around concepts of cleanliness and hygiene. So engaging in tasks like cleaning someone else's home become intertwined with affective relations rooted in standards of personal preferences. And consequently, these workers, they not only provide their labor, but also offer aspects of their own identity in terms of their historical class location and historical caste location. In terms of methods, right now I'm in my largest study, I'm doing a digital ethnography. In this paper, I've taken the critical discourse analysis, and I've looked at 3 platforms, which is BookMyBuy, MeHelp, and MaestroMaids. These 3 platforms are currently Mumbai-based. One of them has become Little Pan-India. So I'm looking at these platforms through a digital methodological framework to look at how client ratings, evaluations on platforms, all of these, how they deepen our understanding of gender and caste and racial biases that are manifest within the platforms. Right, so along with what I'm looking at largely in this paper is texts on the platforms, something like this, the blogs that exist within all of these platforms on how-tos and how-not-tos. And along with that, I'm also looking at something on the iconography of the worker in terms of the animations, the picturizations, and all of that. So how is the picture of the new worker represented? The first question that I'm looking at is who becomes the ideal, reliable, efficient, and hardworking domestic worker? How is that discursively produced? In the Indian context, the idea of reputation and reliability of domestic workers is deeply intertwined with class and caste factors. Most of India's informal women workers engaged in care work come from oppressed class and caste backgrounds. And are not perceived as being reliable due to culturally embedded notions of caste purity and caste-based exclusion practices. This perception is reinforced by an upper caste, urban, neoliberal gaze that is rooted in social hierarchies and associates historically marginalized castes with uncleanliness, dishonesty, lack of professionalism, etc. This notion of reputation, reliability is also closely tied to the idea of how platform-based work provides worker with the flexibility to choose work as and when they can, and in turn performing being what the ideal worker is. Now, this is where the very interesting juxtaposition lies, because what these platforms promise is this birth of this new, efficient, tech-savvy worker that is disembodied from their historical identity. But because it's care work, so they're also expected to embody conventional care-providing roles. That is something like nurturing, being attentive to emotional needs of the members of household. And so, this discourse on trust, safety, there's something like background checks on almost all these platforms. These construct this binary, between housekeepers who are employed through professional cleaning companies like the platforms that I am looking at, versus those who are self-employed or employed through informal networks. And the former being superior because of a certain presumed training into the habitus of the ideal Indian employer family. Now, this ideal employer Indian family is also mostly upper middle to upper class family, heteronormative family, right? So all of this in some way overlooks how domestic work market remains largely informally organized due to its precarious nature, where the idea of caregiving and paid work are negotiated every day. Right, so this focus on reliability, efficiency, all of these often lead to the invisibilization of the worker as someone who's an individual with their own agency, rights, and dignity, and sort of disembodies them from these historical identity markers. Then I'll just quickly go over the platform iconography of the digital, of the domestic worker. These are some of, like, a couple of pictures that I've taken from the three platforms that I'm looking at. The iconography of the women domestic workers are designed into the platforms, portrays them in a manner that reinforces, obviously they reinforce traditional gender and caste labor dynamics, but they also imbue in them a certain sense of mythological superhuman capabilities. So the visual representation of women workers in domestic services trend to depict them as these happy, fair-skinned, adhering to Indian cultural norms of homeliness and domesticity, which further reinforce the stereotypical notions of what is femininity and what is, embodying ideals of beauty, warmth, hospitality within the domestic sphere. But also, largely what I'm looking at is, obviously there's this homogenization of them into a singular idealized subjectivity. But what I'm also interested in looking at is how is the ideal Indian employer family imagined, and who is this ideal employer? So something like this in the left picture, you can look at how this very urban heteronormative couple. So what I'm asking is which woman's historically assigned labor of cleaning, now easily acquirable through platforms, makes another family's upward social mobility easier. So what is this ideal employer for whom the value is created, and how is that subjectivity then produced discursively? That's pretty much it. I'm concluding with looking at how, rather than radically disrupting working conditions in informal labor sectors, platformization has added a supplementary layer of feminization and casteization that I'm particularly looking at. This configuration of power relations is very different from accounts of power in male-dominated platforms, which are characterized by the strong presence and visibility of workers in public spaces. And thus this need to interrogate this discourse of techno-neutrality is obviously there. And that is what I'm trying to do in my larger study, where I'm trying to study up instead of studying the workers. I'm trying to study up and looking at, from a critical caste and a critical feminist perspective, who designs platforms and how is it ultimately made. So, yeah.
I'd like to invite Thompson CS, who's a PhD scholar at IIT Delhi, to present.
Hi. So this paper is part of a larger PhD project on the intersection of labor and technology. But what I wanted to speak to through this paper was this tension between individualization and collectivization, which is in the title of the panel. So let's begin by this sort of textbook picture of Taylorism management that you find in the 20th century factory, right? So this is a significant moment in the history of the workplace, especially considering the way technology is deployed into the workplace. So you have stop motion cameras which measure the granularity of a worker's movement on a factory floor. Then on the right, you have an assembly line which is trying to set a machine-driven pace to worker productivity. So what you see here is this fantasy of total control. You see all these techno-managerial practices which seek to completely disaggregate the worker, right? The worker is not an individual in the classical sense, but a collection of capacities to be measured and optimized in order to exercise total control over the production. And you might think that this is an outmoded sort of imagination of work, but what labor histories from Harry Braverman's account of monopoly capitalism to more recently Ajunwa's work on the quantified worker demonstrate us that these fantasies of Taylorism never go away. It just retrofits the same kind of imaginaries into the knowledge workplace through the deployment of digital technology. And in my mind, there is no better illustration of this than this sort of seemingly endearing device that you see on the screen. I don't know how many of you know what this is. This is what you, if you've done some field work in the Indian IT sector, you'll be familiar with this device. It's called a mouse jiggler. It's a piece of hardware that is used by the workers to trick the activity monitoring system that is installed on their laptops to monitor what they're doing at all times. And it's a fairly simple sort of device. It just jiggles the cursor so that it creates an impression of activity so you can go and do other things and manage representations of work. And this one, curiously, is made by a company called Work-Life Balance Corporation. I don't want to belabor the point about the commodification of resistance, etc. But what I think the mouse jiggler is essentially responding to is this crude form of quantification that reduces the complexity of productivity into the amount of time a worker is spending in front of their computer. So this is essentially a replication of the Taylorist scheme of control, right? Here, the managerial control over production is so absolute that if someone is present at the assembly line, you can safely assume that work gets done. So sort of same logic. But I want to also, what I want to also demonstrate through this particular case study is that this fantasy of Taylorist control is being slowly undone, even in the Indian IT sector. The case study is in many ways a departure from the standard picture of digital Taylorism that you find in the scholarship. And in this case study, I look at this AI chatbot called Scala. I call it Scala. It's called something else, but I have to anonymize the data, and I claim that it's made by this company called MPEX. So it's essentially a startup that has made a lot of money in the past decade selling this chatbot to other companies to manage their workers. And the principal claim here is that it's a conversational AI-based system that can measure this amorphous HR construct called employee engagement. What is engagement? The definitions of engagement that you find in the literature are quite vague. It's defined as a positive attitude held by the employee towards the organization and its values, a heightened personal connection with the organization. And if you were to ask the HR professionals, they will tell you that the definition is not all that important. All you need to know is that there are certain conditions in the workplace that can make a worker feel engaged or disengaged. And addressing these conditions are important in order to fully utilize them as human capital. And from the 1990s onwards, there is this increasing recognition in HR literature that how the worker feels, right? The effective interiority of the worker is a critical dimension of their productivity. So engagement is seen as tied to their productivity and even things like attrition rates in the organization. And it's something that has a bearing on the long-term competitive positioning of the organization. And what you see on the screen is are these items from a standard engagement survey. And all these questions that are asked to the worker tend to coalesce around this sort of neoliberal fantasy that Foucault describes in his account of human capital. It's an analytic that attempts to capture labor in its concrete specification and qualitative modulations. Given the constraints of time, I thought I would quickly take you through the mock-up of the chatbot from this case study. So as you can immediately see, the chatbot is very different from the survey. It runs on a GPT-3 large language model, and it's designed to mimic human interaction. So as you'll be able to see, Scala reaches out to the worker at specific points in their career. In this example, it is reaching out to someone who has completed a year at the organization. And it introduces itself as the CEO's smart assistant. It congratulates the worker for completing a year in the organization and asks how they're doing. And the claim here is that the chatbot can disintermediate management. Right? When you speak to the designers of the chatbot who are they're in what they call the people science team, these are the people who are my interlocutors, there is usually a candid recognition of the politics of the workplace. So they say that people don't trust their managers or talk to them honestly, but the chatbot allows you to circumvent the old hierarchies of the workplace and speak directly to the CEO. And you can tell the chatbot things that you cannot tell your manager directly. It acts as a quote-unquote direct voice mechanism for the worker. And if you read the marketing literature around Scala, it is explicitly marketed as a technical solution to a political problem. So they say that there is a trust deficit in this antagonistic relationship between the employer and the worker. And the way in which we can level this deficit is by enabling a transparent flow of information from the trenches, so to speak. So what you see in these tropes is this affinity between the free flow of information as something that is inherently valuable and the democratization of the workplace. And this is, I know, a theme that Janaki touches upon in her recent book. But I think what is also important is the kind of information that is collected through these chats. So one, it is highly personalized. There seems to be this ambitious attempt to analyze the worker as a complete individual rather than a collection of capacities. And as you can see from the chat, when a worker reports a negative experience, the bot follows up. So unlike a survey, what the chatbot kind of presents is a unique kind of conversational experience where the worker can also introspect and make sense of their own sentiments. It doesn't have the spontaneity of face-to-face interactions with the manager or the sort of corrupted interpersonality of a social relationship between people in the workplace. So it's a place where people can really bear themselves out to the managerial gaze. So I thought this sort of cybernetic duality was very interesting. The chatbot is a machine that can simulate empathy more perfectly than a human being can. But it is also important to look how this data is useful for an organization, because all the questions that are asked by the chatbot are actually sourced from what they call an EX framework. It's an employee experience framework. And it is designed by this people science team at MPEX. And the EX framework is supposed to help organizations measure engagement and identify specific problem areas. So there are two ways in which this measurement takes place. So if you look at the emojis in the first chat box, you can see that they are predefined answers, right? So, and in the back end, these answers are tied to specific items on a Likert scale. The reason why the worker has to pick one of these options as the answers is that there is a very precise mood score that needs to be assigned to that particular engagement driver. And the second way in which the scoring happens more generally leverages the capabilities of conversational AI. So it's like a sentiment analysis algorithm, which is classifying each response as negative, positive, or neutral sentiment. And here you can see how the data is visualized at the back end for the HR professional. So here you see a longitudinal representation of the individual data, how the mood scores are changing across time, and it gives you a projection of how it may continue to deteriorate if the underlying issues are not addressed. And so here you can see how you can map sentiments along different axes of temporality. And if the mood score is above a certain threshold, Scale actually reaches out to the worker again and encourage them to share a good review on Glassdoor, for instance. So it's also a way to mobilize employee sentiments into corporate branding and things of that kind. And if the mood score drops below a certain threshold, the worker goes on a vulnerability list, which is shared with the manager. And the manager is sort of prompted to reach out to the worker and figure out what is wrong. And this is the same data which is aggregated at the population level. And what I think is important here to recognize is this tension between the promise of individuation and the necessity of collectivization. And if we go back to this slide, and I'm sure many of you recognize this in the chat. Towards the end of the second chat, you can see that the worker is about to open up and say something, but the chatbot doesn't really follow up, right? Because the goal of the chatbot ultimately is not to understand or solve the worker's problems. It is to score the problem in relation to one of the engagement drivers in the X framework. So when I asked my respondents about it, they said that there was no informational value in these individualized descriptions of employee experience. So what you want, one is the ability to segment the workers into risk and return pools, and two, be able to generate collectivized insights that can drive policy decisions in the workplace. So a worker can essentially vent to Scale about any number of issues, but what matters is whether the problem is actionable at a certain scale. The spirit of aggregation becomes very obvious when you look at how the quality of the data is tested by the people science team. Because after each cycle of data collection, you see that the data is aggregated in this way. And the assumption is that if people actually speak their mind, you will have a bell curve, a balanced curve, where you'll have a normal distribution of sentiments, right? Where the vast majority of the responses will be neutral in the middle. And the tails of the curve, you'll have some positive and some negative responses. But what you see when you aggregate the data from Scala is that you don't get a curve like this. You get a curve that is skewed to the right. There's a positive bias in the data, which indicates a trust issue. People are lying and saying great things about the workplace, even though it cannot be correlated with attrition rates or productivity or things like that. So these were some of the initial observations I had, and I wanted to sort of end this presentation by tying this back to Taylorism. Because we had this idea of Taylorism as a kind of a political exercise, which only sought to improve productivity. But even Taylorism was eventually deployed around the claims of resolving the antagonism between the employer and the worker. And from the literature, you see that breaks down in certain way. And here, I think that because of other reasons, you see the breakdown of that spirit of reciprocity. Thanks.
The next presentation is by Nishkala, who is a researcher at the Center for Internet and Society.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Nishkala. I'm from Center for Internet and Society. I think the keynote speakers today in the morning panel have sort of set up the framework for my presentation with their points about continuities, mutation of control, and seeing invisibilities. So to get started, so in this presentation, we examine the reasons why diverse work arrangements emerge on app-based taxi platforms. The sector, with its on-demand model, presumes the availability of a large supply of workers who own their own vehicles. And in a country with high informal employment and unequal access to assets, platforms then lean into local infrastructure to create the supply. And this has been noted by different studies by Samuel and Cutler as well. And now, app-based taxi driving then requires high initial investment to access a car to be able to drive. And these cars have always been expensive. And even prior to the introduction of these platforms in traditional taxi driving in India, there were many informal work arrangements that existed. Now, Cutler, in his qualitative study in Mumbai, notes how the growth of app-based taxi and a sort of reduction in the number of traditional taxi that works in Mumbai has led to a shift of a lot of these informal arrangements that existed from traditional taxi onto app-based platforms. And these arrangements, steeped in differing levels of inequality and social positionality, have their locations in society reproduced then by platform work rather than improved. So our findings contest platforms' claims of formalizing work. They indicate that platforms are simply shifting how work is managed or controlled without terribly changing the material reality of where workers emerge from. Now, for this study, we gathered data from 300 surveys on 2 Tier 1 cities of Mumbai and NCR and 2 Tier 2 cities from Lucknow and Guwahati. And the survey collected data from workers on a range of themes, from motivations to working conditions, hours, earnings, work-related expenses, income insecurity, and social protection, amongst others. And the broad categories of sort of owner, non-owner were determined by their responses to questions on whether they own the car that they drove on the platform, and further compartmentalization of salaried and commission-based were drawn from certain text responses that they had given to questions around work expenses and costs. Now, like we've said before, the cost to access these platforms are high. And what we'll see is the returns from working on them are not uniform across these different arrangements. The ability or lack thereof to purchase a car leads to the 2 main arrangements I've mentioned of owner and non-owner. For non-owners, the high cost to access what has led to sort of what we can say, the re-emergence of labor intermediaries in this platformized sector. And now even within these labor intermediaries, we see different levels of informal engagement, with the worker in the platform being determined sort of by the levels of trust and how these workers find these labor intermediaries. So Cutler now in his study, for instance, notes that for a worker to be part of a rental arrangement, where they pay a monthly rent to access the vehicle, they need to have relations of trust with the intermediary, which comes from having developed social capital. If you do not have that amount of social capital, this then leads to the emergence of the other main type of labor intermediary we've seen, who instead of renting out the car is hiring the worker to drive the car on the platform for like a fixed or like a piece rate income, like a ride-based rate income basis. Now in the latter model, yeah. So what we also find is that there emerge, which was very interesting that came from our data, was high trust networks, wherein which you're renting from your family, but the rent is essentially you paying off their EMI on the car loan. So, and now as you can see on the table here, like an owner driver is paying capital costs, operational costs, but then he's earning also like a median of around 15,000 per month, where compared to like a renter who's making 13,000 compared to a salary driver who's making much lesser at around 8,000 median take-home income per month. And renters, and what we also see then here is like renters are not, obviously they're not paying capital costs. And for salaried workers, most of their operational costs are also reimbursed. And for the renter and owner arrangements, and the monthly costs then include like their median EMI and the rent that they pay apart from like their routine fuel expenses and vehicle maintenance costs. So what we see here then is the routine expenditure across owner and rental arrangements are vaguely similar, around like 22,000. The difference there is the median EMI we find in our data is less. The monthly median that he's paying comes to around like 12,000 compared to like a renter who's paying a much higher monthly income and at around 15,000 median. And what happens then is the inequality of access to assets that led to this arrangement in the first place is reproduced, if not exacerbated, by these platforms. And we have been talking about the re-emergence of labor intermediaries here, but it's also important to not forget that platforms themselves are also an intermediary that they are navigating. And working conditions we've seen across time, like platforms, they've just worsened. And studies by collectives like IFAT and DGBW have also shown a fall in earnings and incentives and the need to work longer hours for the same earnings. And as you can see here on the slide, for owners with EMIs, this has also meant that with worsening conditions, they do not have the choice or to stop working on the platform because they are trapped, because they have to pay off their EMIs. And yeah. So unpredictable wages, incentives, work time, and task allocation have led platform-mediated precarity. And workers find that metrics like ratings, acceptance rate, cancellation rates are crucial in determining the amount and type of future work on the platform. Rating and acceptance rate affects the amount of work received across arrangements for over 70% of the respondents. And now some of these repercussions we find look like receiving fewer bookings, lower quality of tasks, monetary penalties, warnings from the apps, and deactivation is a major issue that happens. Now for those in salaried arrangements, this also involves having to bear those monetary penalties, whereas all other expenses that they usually incurred are paid by the workers. And another problem of these repercussions is also that they have a detrimental effect on their engagement with the vehicle's owner and like the employers themselves. So here what ends up happening is then the workers in these salaried arrangements are experiencing dual controls by the platforms and by their vehicle owners. And since the vehicle owner is invested in this for his income, he then puts a lot of pressure on the hired driver to work on the platform for like longer hours. And there is like surveillance mechanisms being installed. For instance, you see here, Vikas, who's a salaried driver, mentions like a built-in GPS tracking system that's put in place to see that he's not just staying in one place for too long and making sure like more and more rides are being accepted. So here, like I said, the vehicle owner introduces surveillance mechanisms against the driver to ensure they work. Now, if the worker was not in such a vulnerable relationship, they could have had more say in how they manage their time. Now, what ends up happening is they're earning lower incomes and they do not have enough time to look for other avenues in which to make more money as well. Now, yeah. These arrangements then lead us to question the apparent formalization and benefits provided by platforms. When these benefits are only contingent, differential, and uneven across workers, then formalization is just replicating informal fixed wage employment with no standard pay, hours of protection. And we see here that more than 50% of the workers across work arrangements reported that income from platform work has been largely insufficient to meet their household obligations or afford a decent standard of living for themselves or their family. And furthermore, what we also notice is that with more than 70% of the salaried workers getting government benefits mostly in the form of food rations, which we know in our context are tied to the most vulnerable populations. So what we also then know is that salaried workers are required, because of their vulnerabilities, to accept lower salaried structures set by the employer. And yeah, this has been covered. So across arrangements, then we note that workers are working a median of 12 hours a day. They're working a median 12 and covering a minimum of 12 rides a day. And we see that with all of this, the earnings are varying considerably. And then this income, again, reflects the same inequality gap that created these arrangements in the first place. So we then wish to take this further in the future by engaging more in participatory research with workers and worker collectives, and do more qualitative work with the intermediaries in this space as well. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The next presentation is by Shemanti Chakladar and Palak Gadia. Palak is running a bit late. Yeah, and they're researchers from the Gujarat State Seva Cooperative Federation.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm Shemanti, and today I'll be talking about the role of women's enterprise support systems for women workers cooperatives in the informal sector in the context of digital inclusion. I'll briefly cover what informality means to women in India, and this has already been covered in the morning. So as we all know, most of India's female labor force works in the informal sector, and they're overrepresented in some of the most vulnerable and hazardous types of work. They deal with not only the burden of unpaid care work at home, but also a lack of education, constraints on mobility, and they have very less assets, including land, as well as they have several gendered barriers to accessing credit. In this case, with the growth of the digital economy, digital technologies offer a lot of leapfrogging opportunities. They can provide additional income, employment opportunities, and access to knowledge. However, when we talk about meaningful connectivity, it is not just simple access to ICTs. For active participation in the digital socio-economy, we need meaningful connectivity, which is influenced by factors like speed, device access, broadband connection, and daily internet use. And the digital divide experienced by a person depends on their positionality within interlocking systems of power and privilege. Coming to what we work with women's cooperatives in the informal sector, and so what is a cooperative? So basically, cooperatives are proven models for sustainable business development and livelihood generation in the informal economy. They're businesses that are owned and democratically controlled by members and not by investors. And they follow the principle of one member, one vote. This is especially important for women in the informal sector, because gathering in the form of cooperatives gives women bargaining power, access to resources, markets, stable income, and visibility and identity as a worker. Cooperatives can also help in combating the data asymmetries and platform monopolies, which we have been talking about in the digital economy, and ensure fair participation of workers from the informal economy. Coming to what the Self-Employed Women's Association does. So the Self-Employed Women's Association was founded in 1972 by Ilaban Bhatt, and it was in response to the struggles of women informal workers and the demands for fair wages and action against exploitation by contractors and middlemen. Its main goals were self-reliance and full employment, which consists of work security, income security, food security, and social security.
So alongside with bargaining with the state and employers for women's labor rights, it was also vital to develop a sustainable means of livelihood for members. So a joint strategy was developed through union and cooperatives. There would be a struggle for workers' solidarity and collective bargaining through the union, and the development of the livelihoods and sustained business activities through the cooperatives. And out of that, the Seva Cooperative Federation was born when 33 cooperatives came together. And right now, there are more than 3 million informal women workers who are impacted. And the Seva Cooperative Federation works across 6 sectors, including agriculture, handicrafts, and service sectors, including care work, health services, and so on. So this research particularly looked at the challenges which our informal women workers cooperatives themselves faced, and the role of an enterprise support system such as the Cooperative Federation. So echoing the existing data, and as previous presenters have talked about, there are several challenges that women workers in the digital socio-economic landscape face. Despite initiatives like the government e-marketplace and ONDC, which aims at leveling the playing field for MSMEs, women's cooperatives encounter several hurdles like complex registration processes, complicated monitoring of sales, and frequent technical errors. They lack dedicated teams who can support such grassroots enterprises, and they also face several delays in grievance redressal. Moreover, when it comes to the unpaid care work responsibilities and limited access to credit, assets, and social security, these also pose additional obstacles for women entrepreneurs in competing in the digital marketplace. Transitioning to online platforms is hindered by limited knowledge of digital tools, high data costs, and gender social norms that influence household decisions on internet usage and device ownership, particularly in the rural areas. So when we talk about all the challenges that women's cooperatives face, we have come up with 4 types of digital interventions. One is digital capacity building, which is the general ability to use digital tools, data management, and then community-centric digital interventions, and finally enabling access and usage of digital platforms for business and marketing. So these are tailored to the lived realities of our women informal workers. For example, Seva Samart is an e-commerce company which acts as a platform for women's cooperatives to sell their products. It charges very less commission and has women representatives from these cooperatives as part of its board. And this ensures a fair pricing and distribution of profits and protection against the exploitation of the sellers on that platform. The second thing around the platform is Farm to Table. This is a low-cost, easy-to-use technological initiative relying on skills which members already have, and that does not require extensive digital literacy training. For example, they use WhatsApp for consolidating demand for fresh produce from local consumers, benefiting both farmers and consumers by eliminating intermediaries. The local farmers also belong to the Federation's member cooperatives, and the Federation team ensures smooth coordination for selling of produce to the consumers. This also supports a sustainable localized economy of scale. Apart from this, the Federation also helps its member cooperatives to leverage social media platforms, boosting sales and helping with creating online catalogs for visibility, better packaging of products which the cooperatives make, photography, content creation, and so on. When it comes to e-commerce platforms, we have seen that informal women worker cooperatives require continuous mentorship and hand-holding. So the Federation helps the member cooperatives to leverage social media. It addresses challenges such as advocating for their rights, providing a streamlined mechanism for grievance resolution and customer service, legal assistance in case of disputes, and ensuring adherence to regulations, and supporting for order fulfillment. Because in many contexts, such e-commerce platforms are largely inaccessible because of their complex registration processes and the complex processes that go on in maintaining the sales and looking after order fulfillment. So in that case, a federation is required to help these cooperatives run the platform and sustain business. So some of the context-specific digital innovation, interventions include our Phygital centers, which is the Farmer Facilitation Center. And so basically under this model, it is a local one-stop facilitation center which are envisioned to enable the farming community to easily access information, related to markets and prices, new farming technologies, crop inputs such as seeds, fertilizers, and equipment, output marketing support to diversify their marketing channels, and finally financial assistance for livelihood purposes. Currently, we have 2 farmer facilitation centers, and they are completely owned, run, and managed by our women members. They work as phygital models that provide farmers with agricultural inputs, information on new farming techniques, and marketing support. Now, the important thing is that the needs of local communities tend to be highly contextual, which demand contextual responses. So the decentralized and hyperlocal model of these FFCs enables women frontline leaders or Agyavans to be the physical component. And they collect the information from and contribute to the farmer's own database on their collective needs. This helps in a two-way communication process and addresses the information asymmetry on which intermediaries thrive. They enable the farmers to get closer to market link gains for productivity and demand, and also the FFC itself becomes a repository for traditional knowledge. In the same way, we have also developed an app model for our agriculture cooperative, which through a co-design process, and that has helped them in various ways, such as conducting surveys to assess their crops, enrolling and monitoring purchase, and managing inventory. Now, major learnings include the fact that for women's informal women workers cooperatives, we need a federated structure which will act as a shield to, through a rights-based framework, it can act as a shield against the co-option of data by third-party users. And if any third-party user is to be integrated into such applications, they are only able to access the aggregated cooperative level data rather than individual farmer level data. A deliberate and methodical approach to digitalization and engaging with diverse partners and remaining model agnostic will also reflect a stance amidst the rapid digital transformation. So we need to prioritize the cooperative's needs and safeguard their interests over quick benefits through rapid digitalization. Through collective strength, women can address systemic barriers, amplify their voices, and drive inclusive economic growth in the current digital landscape. And for this, we know that digital support alone is insufficient. Broader training in financial management, marketing, and product development is essential, along with parallel capacity building and integrating health and social security initiatives into business support programs, as this will also enhance well-being and sustainability by mitigating health-related risks and financial vulnerabilities. And we finally need to ensure that the women in the cooperatives for whom we are making the digital interventions understand the importance of data and tools as assets and are actively part of the decision-making and co-design process. And finally, as a way forward, some of the best practices that we have seen for digital inclusion of women workers cooperatives include co-designing with women's cooperatives for digital platform creation, addressing challenges such as limited smartphone access with a low-tech hybrid model integrating familiar tools like WhatsApp for communicating and marketing. And the feminist co-design principles can then be adapted to create digital platforms or federated digital data platforms, because leveraging data within cooperatives itself poses significant challenges due to limited resources and technology access. So a federated approach will allow for resource sharing, capacity building, contextual design, and fostering collaboration and empowerment within women's cooperatives. Finally, by forging partnerships with the government and with private players, the Federation can act as a women's enterprise support system and make sure that the experience of all its cooperatives can be leveraged to address the challenges faced by individual cooperatives. Thank you.
I'd like to ask Dr. Padmini and the presenters to come sit up on the stage. I'd also like to invite Dr. Padmini to give feedback on the papers.
Hello? Yeah.
Thank you so much for that wonderful panel. I'll just address each paper and then we'll open it up for questions as well. So Shoini, first of all, I'm very impressed that you're a master's student, and this is really great work for somebody who's just doing their master's. So congratulations on that. So something that I found really fascinating, and you did touch upon this, was this idea of good reputation as part of the way that an ideal kind of worker was framed. And I was wondering whether you had thought about kind of separating it out from this idea of reliability, because I think they are coupled in the app. Largely because I think something that's interesting is that while these apps, we know, even things like MyGate, for example, which has a version for domestic workers, are obviously very ripe for surveillance. I think we've always had networks of surveillance when it comes to domestic workers, right? So that'll be like security guards and even families and homemakers themselves who will discuss, you know, the kind of the person who is working for them. And also the potential, because often these are younger women, reputation then becomes more than just, you know, their professional capacity. So I wonder, you know, kind of whether you could kind of look at that a little, because it speaks very much to the kind of feminization of work, right? And the fact that these are always invariably women and women of a certain age. Something that I was kind of intrigued by was, you know, your kind of analysis of the interface itself, and the fact that you've called it studying up. So I was wondering whether you had thought about, or whether you'll have an opportunity to speak to the designers themselves, right? Like, so I don't, have you had an opportunity to do that, or?
I'm in the process of doing interviews right now. So
Okay,
I'm speaking to some platform founders and CEOs, and it's snowballing into UI UX designers, operations, you know, managers and stuff. So in the process of that currently.
Yeah, because I think it's very telling. I mean, of course, there's the market and what it demands in terms of, as you were saying, the ideal family who is employing these people, but also how are these organizations creating the market through design, right? And of course, this speaks to the fact that design is a very non-diverse workspace as well. And so, you know, who is the person who is responsible for even imagining this by quote-unquote figure, right? So, yeah. Have you had the opportunity at all, or are you going to be speaking to domestic workers themselves who are on these platforms or who have been found through these platforms? Will you be looking at that?
Right now I'm looking at the designers of platforms, but I think at some point I'll do that as well, like a two-way component of both how they embody these platforms as well.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, because I think we did some work on MyGate, and it was very interesting that most of the people we spoke to who are workers, they said that they have no idea of what information about them exists on the app, and so they had very little insight into, they knew that the app kind of allowed them to come in and out, but they didn't know what information that included, and so that's quite, I mean, it's quite worrisome as well, but right, great, thank you. Thompson, I found this really intriguing as somebody who has been trying very quite unsuccessfully to radicalize tech workers and to kind of have them think about what does it mean to work kind of, or what does it mean to kind of challenge certain kind of ideas and expectations of productivity in the workplace. Something that I was wondering about was, do you, I don't know, how did you manage to get access to the conversations that you had access to?
There is an NDA.
Okay,
so,
were you working there, or?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, so what helps is I have an IIT tag, so they're a lot less suspicious of.
Wow.
But the idea was that I will help them build a trust index because they clearly have a trust problem. I don't know why they think I'm the suitable person for it.
Okay, interesting.
But they've had other collaborations with academia before where people have given favorable white papers and so on.
Right.
So I think that is the implicit expectation. Whether I'll deliver on it or not remains to be seen.
Right, okay. Because something that, of course, the first thing that came to mind is that where are these answers going, right? And, you know, any of these kind of responses to the bot, you know, what is happening to that data, where is it going? And you said that, you know, some of it has been skewed by employees kind of acting in a desired way. So do you think that's because employees are aware of the surveillance factor, or, I mean, even implicitly?
I think so. I mean, we can begin by questioning why one would assume the data to once aggregated the data to represent a bell curve. I don't buy that assumption to begin with.
Right,
And whenever I spoke to my respondents, they would say that, yeah, sure, there could be exceptional cases where there is a negative or positive skew, but by and large, we expect the data to. And these are organizational psychologists. And my sense is that people do know, even though there are all these sort of cyberbully claims around the interface. So, for instance, I opened the paper with this HR person who goes on a summit and says that 40% of my employees don't even know that Scala is real, which is a strange claim because anyone who takes a look at one of these can immediately tell that this is not a person.
Right. And what is the motivation of the employee to participate? So, are they made to participate? Like, how is that initiated?
So that changes from one organization to the other, but by and large, it's a voluntary sort of a thing.
Okay.
And the idea is that this is a channel of through which they can communicate their issues with senior management and sort of circumvent having to deal with their immediate managers. So it's a certain formulation of antagonism where the worker has issues with their immediate manager, but the CEO is someone who has their best interests in mind and so on.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. So the line manager is the one whose neck is on the block, so to speak, right? But then if it's voluntary participation, then that could also skew, presumably, the curve, right? Like if not, everybody has to, like, say, as an individual.
Disgruntled employees are possibly underrepresented in the sample to begin with.
Right.
That is definitely,
Okay, great, thank you. Nishkala, so what I was trying to, so again, thank you for the paper. What I was kind of thinking about with your hypothesis is that this idea of kind of social capital and kind of high trust kind of networks, right? Now, obviously we know, and I think this goes back to what Gayatri was saying earlier this morning, right? Like that the replication of a certain kind of idea of gig economy doesn't necessarily map, neatly onto, what we have here because of the kind of differentiations between the different income levels of people who are undertaking this kind of work. But one thing that I was kind of trying to understand, and this is a bigger question that I always think about, is that what role does, and I'm putting this really advisedly in quotes, what role does digital savviness play in the kind of creation of these kind of entrepreneurial, quote unquote, individuals, right? Like, so, even anecdotally, when, you get in a cab and you're speaking to an Uber driver and they have, they're either not aware of, where you're going because the app doesn't tell them, or they have difficulties with the map, things like this. So did you find any kind of correlation between, I guess, Uber drivers who were kind of more comfortable with technology and any kind of relationship with that and their level of, I guess, satisfaction at work at all? Or was it, do you think that doesn't play a role at all?
I don't think that came through from like our survey at least. When we, I think this is just like some extra context for this also, is that when we set out to do this survey, it was a broad survey on working conditions.
Yeah,
right? And these classifications are something that emerged.
Right.
We didn't go to
looking for those.
We didn't go looking for like, oh, we want this percentage of owners, we want this percentage. This is something that naturally sort of emerged. And I think we sort of got lucky with our surveyor as well because he took very detailed text entries.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right. I guess I'll kind of rephrase my question. I think what I'm wondering is that could the being forced to use the app be seen as part of working conditions? Right, like the fact that they might be making people's lives more difficult, or because a lot of drivers, even auto drivers, for example, complain about the app itself, right? And
certainly, like I think that definitely does play a role,
right?
And I think also in terms of like educational like qualifications itself, a lot of that tends to be around secondary education,
right?
And like very few who've like reached up to like bachelor's level and stuff. So that would definitely play a role. Again, I think this is an issue with like a survey data because like conversations with drivers do indicate that sort of difficulty to navigate. But also I think it's important to note that they pick up on it very fast. There might be like a learning curve, but after that, it's just like a few things to do each time and sort of navigate that.
Yeah.
And
But there is a frustration definitely
Of
with the
course.
obfuscation of what the algorithm isn't telling them, right? I mean,
for
they
sure.
they
And
know
I,
that.
sorry.
Yeah, no, go for it. Yeah.
No, and I also think what's interesting, and this is again coming from like conversations, particularly with people who are on salaried arrangements. One of the ways in which workers try to be resilient to the app is to sort of obfuscate what the algorithm does and be like, you know, and like things we know, like cancel the ride, I will
Yeah,
take it, just
of
pay
course.
me.
Yeah.
Don't pay that much, just pay me this. So
Right.
one of the conversations I was like, but if you're driving for an owner, your owner is going to know that you're doing this. You
Yeah.
might get in trouble with him.
Yeah.
And he's like, हाँ वो सब like chalega, like that's fine, like you don't worry
Right.
about it,
Yeah.
like you just give me this. So like those sort of conversations also end up happening, where some like if they're new to that particular arrangement and thinking about these elements in which the app is tracking and how the app is communicating to the employer directly are things that I think only with time one might learn.
Sure. And Uber must be aware of these informal arrangements, right?
I
Like,
mean, it's one of the grievances that come up, right?
yeah.
Cancelling a ride.
So why? Yeah. Like how do they allow that to happen? Do you think, or why do they allow that space for that to happen?
So, like one of the things we said, right, there are repercussions for different things. So you need to meet a certain acceptance metric. You
Right.
need to meet certain cancellations. So I think workers are also smart in terms of how much of this cancellation and acceptance they do.
So there's a threshold.
There's a threshold beyond which they know
right.
they will get deactivated. So
right.
that is also happening. So they're like, okay, this is something you can pull off. They should.
Great. Okay. Thank you. And Sergey. Yeah, so this is of interest to me because I have some kind of insight into kind of Seva's thinking around platforms. And I kind of was wondering about, at the very, kind of in the very last slide, you talk about kind of contextualizing kind of the platform design, etc. And one thing that I was wondering is that how well do you think a digital infrastructure like a platform can replicate the values of a cooperative? And you know, what do you feel is kind of like, you know, has to be there in order for that to kind of reflect accurately?
I think one of the things that we are looking at right now is a co-design approach.
Sure.
And to ensure that whatever data comes through is not individual specific. So it has to be an aggregated data model.
Sure.
And that way the workers' identities get protected. And also some of them are not aware of why the data is being collected or what a digital platform would help them.
Sure.
Why it's necessary. So in that way there has to be a capacity building which has to be done parallelly to ensure that they understand that as an asset and that it is in their own hands. But they are not aware of that. So at the Fed level, that is one of the key things that we are going to work towards to make it part of their daily like business activities.
Right.
And then through that co-design principle, we have to find out what they need from that platform and then design it with them. And also ensure that if there is a tech intermediary, then that person, whoever that player is also works from a feminist lens and doesn't exploit the cooperative.
So if I can push back a little bit on this, and I'm only pushing back just because this is something we're working on as well, so it's something that I think about quite a lot, which is that I think Janaki in the morning also mentioned this, the thing about kind of inevitability, right? Like the fact that in order to be part of this economy, you have to be quote unquote digitally savvy, you have to have a phone, you have to be using these apps. So, what do you think of that kind of, the kind of push, right? Because say, for example, let's say somebody not even out of their own agency, but can't, so maybe because of disability, cannot. So what are the alternatives for people who might be left behind by the system? Because in a way, at least to my mind, and this is why I've been grappling with it, it is a little unfeminist to think that everybody should have to, kind of be on it. So, yeah.
I think rather than going at it through that angle of like it has to be done or we have to be pushed towards it, I think we have to find ways in which we can
sort of make it inclusive for everyone at whatever level of digital literacy or digital ability they may have.
Right.
So for example, if you're doing a training and the person doesn't have access to a phone because the phone belongs to the head of the house, which is a man,
which happens a
then
lot.
how do you, like you have to mobilize them, you have to, like sometimes you have to meet the families and tell them that, you know,
Right.
like you have to allow the woman to come to the center or
Right.
come for digital literacy trainings. So work at that grassroots level and also ensure that the trainings themselves are also tailored to their lived realities.
Yes,
Like if
right.
they have time constraints or they have, so they have mobility constraints, but they also have time constraints because of
Sure.
unpaid care work.
Right, right.
All
right.
the burden of unpaid care work.
Of course, yeah.
So how do you integrate that into, while bringing them into the digital economy?
Right. Okay, great. Thank you. Do we have time for questions? Yeah, okay, great. So yes, any questions?
It's a great panel. Just a quick one to Thompson. I'm really fascinated with these chatbots, and I was wondering how this fits into an employer's life, in a sense that, is this something that happens pre-appraisal, annual appraisal? Is this something that everyone has to go through? Right? Do they simply have to talk to these chatbots before they go up and see the supervisor or something like that? So is there an expectation there? And then the other thing I had to do with the, you know, when you showed one of the slides, the chatbot said, I've noted something, right? What does that mean? What does that mean? Does it mean anything at all? Or is it just pure, you know, nothing?
I think one of the critical ways in which the chatbot is also contrasted with a regular engagement survey is the specific moments at which the chatbot reaches out to the worker. So it's typically when there's a major organizational change that has happened, or if the worker has completed a year, they've gotten a promotion, things like that. So, so it's one way in which this kind of organic conversation is sort of simulated, rather than having a sort of this broad-based annual survey which is sent out to all the workers through the email. But I think most of what it says in terms of sympathetic, even the open-ended questions that it asks is just a way in which it simulates this organic conversation. I don't think it is really meant to, yeah.
I have a question. I think this is Sohini, the domestic labor, and your Padmini's response about how the conversations leave the workers completely. So MyGate is full of conversations about domestic help. All kinds of nasty things are going on. It's a back channel of talk. So the meta question is, how do we design apps which completely overlooks certain basic rights and codes of people who are part of the app? Now, how is such a design possible? Where are the regulation here? Who is allowing such designs to go through where there is absolutely no respect for any kind of transparency or even some kind of accessibility, because they have no access. The access is denied to these people, right? So I'm just wondering the politics of design here. You know, how does this take place, right? It seems so horrible.
So thank you so much. What an excellent panel this was. I have a couple of just quick questions. So Shohini, I was wondering, it's interesting you presented the iconography of the apps as well, and it seems very centered on the woman as the domestic worker. I think CIS itself has done some work on this before, where they were also looking at how actually rather than feminization, there's, with this sort of veneer of professionalization of these services, you might actually see more men entering forms of work that have been previously marked as women's work. So just interested in how the platforms are approaching that, especially if they might have credentials sort of associated with entry onto the platform itself. How does that translate? Thompson, I was just wondering, this point that you were making about a simulation of some kind of organic conversation, so rather than, the ways in which we're thinking the deployment of this technology as directed perhaps to the employee, I'm wondering whether the employers themselves are thinking of this as directed more to the site of the manager and managerial control and an eventual perhaps if not replacement, at least moving away of tasks, certain kinds of tasks around human capital into the domain of automated management. But that's the intent there. Because I was very struck by the fact that you're saying workers seem to, know, it's apparent to them what this is about. There's a trust deficit. The designers know the politics of the workplace. And so I'm inclined to think that employers know it too. And so what is really the intent over there? And then, Nishkala, I was just wondering, with this salaried workforce that you are seeing, it's a sort of form of extreme subcontracting. We've seen it in different, you see it in construction, you see it in all kinds of other spheres. And typically it's accompanied, at least in those domains, by very high attrition rates of workers. Because, you're clearly earning so poorly, you can leave this and you perhaps move into another domain equally poorly paid, etc. So is that something that is visible in terms of that classification between renters, salaried, and owners? Do you see some kind of patterns around attrition of workers as well?
Very quick, two quick questions. One is to Nishkala, asking whether, I know that your work was in 2 cities, you said, but whether migration or migrant drivers played any, featured in any way in your survey. And my other question is to, Simanti, about cooperativism. And like Padmini, I'm really wondering how we can truly build platforms that mimic cooperative structures. And I think one of the issues is that even when you talk about co-design, even in the way you talk about it, there is an us and them. So there's something there is a gap in knowledge that is very difficult to bridge in this kind of co-design activity. So a cooperative, of course, grows from the ground up because they know their business, they know their work, and so that they are sharing the knowledge that they have. But with co-design, this is something, I think it's a bigger problem, but I'm just wondering how you think about it.
So I haven't quite completely read the CIS's work yet, but currently, based on whatever I've been looking at in the past few months, so like the 3 or 4 platforms that I've been looking at, they were developed at different points of time. One was around 2016 when all of this was starting out. One was during the pandemic, 2020-21, and then the other one is like very recent, 2023. And if I see the very recent ones as well, these are built on like a little different logics, like something like if your domestic help doesn't come, then we have a replacement in 10 minutes. Or like the older ones, like Book My Buy, when I open these, the first thing is always, I want to hire a maid or I want to be hired. So this gendering of domestic labor, I think this assumption is very built in, right? I would love to see apps which contest that, but right now everything that I'm studying right now, it's all built on that assumption itself.
Yeah, I think Gayatri, to talk about attrition, I think we would have to do a lot more longitudinal work in the future to be able to say anything concretely. Because like I said, this was supposed to be more of a baseline sort of survey. So I don't think I can say anything confidently from that. Usha, speaking about migration, yes, we collected data on so we conducted this across 4 cities, right? So 2 tier 1 cities, NCR and Mumbai, and 2 tier 2 cities, Guwahati and Lucknow. So what we've looked at up until now, what's come through is, I think, this would be common news for most labor researchers. The tier 1 city migrants, a lot of them have been drawn from other states, whereas in Guwahati and Lucknow, we see a lot of intra-state migration. We hope to do a lot more work using this data in future to do a lot more. We've been focused on other aspects of, because it's a big survey and we've been working more on like earnings and expenses and now with the work arrangements and stuff. And migration is a topic I'm personally very, very interested in and hope to be doing a lot more work in. So yeah, I hope that answers a bit of what you're asking.
I think what you asked about how feasible it is to actually have a true co-design model that is following the cooperative principles. Right now, all the models that we are trying are at a pilot stage. And so co-design, I think, is just the entry point. So after that, there would have to be very strong feedback mechanisms from what is working and what is not working. And at every step of the process, the board members of the cooperatives would have to be present. At the level of scalability, again, we are not sure how scalable that model is because the platform are currently, they have very less number of members, say at the most 500 members are using that platform, and it's a very low-tech hybrid sort of model. So there is either technologies which are already familiar to the cooperatives like WhatsApp or Facebook Market or things like that, or there is also a physical component. So if there is data that they want collected about farming practices or crop patterns, that they give to a person from their community who is the Agyavan, and then they collect the data as part of a farmer facilitation model. So there's a physical component there who they can see and visualize and trust as part of their community. But at what level that is scalable remains to be seen, ensuring that it is equitable and fair to the workers themselves.
Thanks for that comment, Gayatri. I'll think about the automation point. As of now, I don't see any explicit claims around automation in any of the case studies and so on. Maybe you need some intermediaries in order to make these claims of disintermediation in the first place. So for instance, one thing they have is this clickable link called the trust statement. So once you open the trust statement, the employee can see the names of the people who have access to the data. The idea is that instead of anonymizing it, we are bringing in confidentiality. That kind of bidirectional transparency is what will eventually encourage the worker to share the data. And it turns out that people don't, the drop-off rate increases after the workers read the trust statement. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I was actually wondering, based on Gayatri's question, whether this is actually a tool to beat middle management with rather than the employee. Like it feels like it's a way of surveilling management rather than the employee, right? Like, yeah. Okay, I think we are out of time. So yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
We have 5 minutes before we start the next panel, so you can take a short break.
So we'll begin the third paper presentation panel shortly. So those of you who are presenting in this panel, if you can just come forward and occupy the seats in front, we can move quickly between presentations. So in our final paper presentation panel for the day, we're looking at the theme Beyond the Machinery, the platform as a site of cultural performances and assertions. Our discussant for this panel will be Pradeep Thomas, Associate Professor from the University of Queensland, Australia. And we have 4 papers within this panel. So again, as a quick reminder, you have 12 minutes for your presentation. I'll be giving you one warning at 8 minutes, a second at 11. So the first paper we have is from Purvati Datta, who is a PhD scholar from Tezpur University.
Should I start? How do I use it? Excuse me. This way? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Purvati, and I'm from Tezpur University, Department of Cultural Studies. So my presentation is based on peripheral regional content creators in India. And I would like to just briefly talk about Northeast India because of the title, which is Regional Content Creators, and why I have used peripheral. Because in academics, peripheral creator culture has been also compared to English content creation and the other languages like Hindi and English or any other, how do I say, like Hindi or any other languages. So here I am talking about content creation that is made in more local languages in India, in local dialects. So, content creators and regional content creators are embedded in social media entertainment industry, which is an emerging industry for native online cultural producers, together with platforms, intermediaries, and fan communities operating interdependently and disruptively along digital legacy media industries across global media cultures. And also, it is sort of similar to the influencer industry. And the components for this industry are platforms, content creators, influencer management agencies, marketing agencies, and also the followers or the audiences. And the entire idea of regional content creators come from the idea of micro-celebrities and also from the idea of who is an influencer, who are content creators. So when we speak about regional content creators, we talk about content creators who are making content based on based on languages who are very limited to their local dialects, very limited to a very local geographic region, and also they don't have the kind of reach or visibility that is beyond the geographical boundary of that particular state. And here, so because my field study is based on 4 states of Northeast India, which is Assam, Meghalaya, Nagaland, and Arunachal Pradesh. So you can see how it is very regionally contextualized also to that particular area. So for my field work, what I have done is I have tried to, I'm so sorry. Yeah. So for fieldwork, I have tried to do personal interviews, attend creator events, go for marketing events, and also participate in content creation, and also go to events which, even though if they're not accessible to me, I'm there at the periphery of the event. And why is it very important? Why have I mentioned the fieldwork? Is because when we go into content creation, it's an area of celebrity studies. So access to the field becomes very difficult. It's an area which was supposedly said to be a very democratic area where accessibility to content creation was very easy for everyone. But gradually, as you see how the field is growing, you can see that how it's emulating the legacy media industry. So now you have an entire infrastructure that's at place. So you have influencer management companies who sign the content creators, and it is true that then they maintain the visibility. So now not anyone can become a content creator. You can become a content creator in terms of having a YouTube channel or having an Instagram account, but that does not necessarily mean that you're going to become a professional level content creator where your content is going to get monetized. And especially for creators who are at the periphery, the idea was with content creation, you're always looking for niche content. You're trying to make your presence felt, where you're saying that what is the unique thing that I can give you. And in India, that was, the shift was from like English language to Hindi language and then to regional language, where you started saying that, okay, if I'm creating content in my local dialect, then that's my niche. So that is how I make my presence felt. But because now YouTube also has become so saturated, even at places even like Northeast, where accessibility to internet, and there's a huge digital divide in these areas. To become a professional level content creator, you have to be signed under a management agency. So now there are two, because my study is also a little bit of a longitudinal study where I have been looking into this field from 2019 till present. So pre-COVID, during pre-COVID, there was no infrastructure at all at Northeast. So you never had any management companies, you do not have advertising coming in to Northeast. You have very low CPM level. That's why you're not making money, even though you have views. And but now post-COVID, especially during the COVID, where content creators were used to spread messages, and because a lot of people also started getting access to smartphones, so a lot of content creators started going viral during that age, and a lot of people started consuming content in local languages. So now during that period, I'll just change my, yeah. So during that particular growth from then, post-COVID, pre-COVID to post-COVID, now you see a lot of people who thought of leaving content creation as a professional career have now taken up content creation as a professional field. So now there is obviously a limitation of local languages, as you know, which is called language precarity, spoken by Smith Mehta. We have also a limitation of geographical location, because your CPM is really, really low when you make content in local languages. And you have inaccessibility. Inaccessibility, let's say like you don't have accessibility to creator events. So you won't get invited to national level creator events. You won't get awarded as a content creator, even if you make content from those level. You have self-censorship, which is huge particularly in Northeast, because if anybody knows a little bit about the history of Northeast, we have a lot of political instability, had a history of political instability, still have political instability in a lot of regions. Also have a lot of political instability in a lot of regions, and which also leads to instability of income. So the core of my paper here is when I'm talking about this visibility of creators, where okay, so the first one is maintaining the virality. Like how I said, most of the content creators, they make one particular content and it goes viral. So they think that, oh, maybe this is an alternative way of making an income and I can make it a professional career. But once that one content becomes viral, it's very difficult for you to replicate the same level of virality. So now there is a saturation of content, and what happens in this particular scenario is that, what do you do then when you have so much of, now you're not being able to maintain the virality. And also when it comes to visibility of content creators, initially our understanding was that we want to be visible at a national level, right? I want to be known by international audience or by national audience. But now even making content and being sustainable and being relatable to the core audience that you have, for whom basically you are making the content, has also become, and has also become an issue. So now what you're trying to do is you're trying to be loyal to that particular, your local audiences. Now when you're being, so for creators who are from that region, it is no longer about visibility to the other audiences. For them, it is now about maintaining the core audiences, having engagement with the core audiences, and also for them to have engagement and maintain that subscribers. So I have, say, 100,000 subscribers, and so that I get engagement from that particular subscribers again and again. And another thing is, how is the role of state government and governance important for this? And one issue with Northeast is that we have a lot of internet bans that keeps happening. Anytime the government wants to control, or anytime there is something happening, there is internet bans that happens. So that is a problem for content creators for that particular region, because you're there is some sort of like, when it comes to the government, you're always there is a power hierarchy where you're always scared for the government, so you are self-censoring yourself in everything that you do. And another thing with content creators of that region is that, like any other thing in Northeast, you're heavily dependent on the government as a source of income, right? So I'll tell you, for example, in Nagaland, there has been recently a creation of a new district called Newland district. So what happens in that particular district is that once they created the district, now they're promoting the district. To promote the district, they will invite content creators. So the state, like the district administration would invite the content creators and say that, please come and do a promotion for the new district that we have formed. So that becomes like a source of income for these creators. Now you have campaigns like, say, No to Drugs, so you have campaigns like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, and exclusively content creators are used for promotion of such events. And if you do any sort of content which is against the government, like if you look, so there is a particular YouTube group called Dreams Unlimited, where initially they started a lot of protest work against the government, but initially, gradually, you see that they have self-censored themselves, and now they are very safe in a region where you cannot question anything against the content that they create. So when you're dependent on the state for your source of income, then that becomes, when it comes to the content moderation, it's not only the platform that's doing it, but you yourself as a content creator, you have become so conscious that you are already self-censoring yourself. And then another question is about digital divide. And digital divide is basically, there are certain things about digital divide in this particular states and the people that I've interviewed. First is for creators who are, so now Northeast has, say, Guwahati. Guwahati is a little urbanized city which has infrastructure. So you have a management company, you have creator events that happens. So you have restaurants and brand deals, so you can promote and you're generating income. But as we shift towards Nagaland, Meghalaya, and towards more interior parts of the Northeast, which is mostly rural economy, so you don't have that many urban, so you don't have that many urban areas, and so you don't have any source of income, right? Income generation. So in places like that, digital divide becomes, so for the creator, now you have to also, you need to connect with the audience. Now audience don't have internet bandwidth where they can watch content which 1020 pixels. So you have to make videos and content which is, which also you have to upload at a certain band, like, for example, say at 480 pixel, that's how you have to. So, and also the interfaces for content creators who are situated at the rural areas. So when you first understand the interface of one particular platform, and you realize that, okay, this is how I'm going to navigate YouTube or navigate platform or Facebook or navigate Instagram, and then there's again changes in the policy. So then they get a lot of copyright infringement that happens, and then the channel gets blocked. So this continuous changes and this continuous understanding of the interfaces becomes difficult for the creators who are at the rural areas and not, so, okay, thank you. This is.
Next, we have a presentation from Shri Varalakshmi, who's a PhD research scholar, and Uma Maheshwari, who's an associate professor, both from Anna University.
Good evening, everyone. The topic for the, thank you so much for the introduction. The topic is to analyze the opinion and figure out whether artificial intelligence is going to be an enabler or a threat in this niche and a beautiful field, Carnatic music. The main reason for choosing this Carnatic music is I am from a background of performance and practices for the past 20 years. I'm a Carnatic keyboard artist and also vocalist. And that is one of the main reasons I wanted to explore the non-musical part of music and understand how technology is actually impacting Carnatic music. So interestingly, we can look at this slide where India is progressing in a very, very large scale in artificial intelligence research with respect to the industry and academics background. There are a lot of researchers going on this artificial intelligence field, and these are all the areas in which AI intervention has happened: healthcare, academics, training, music, and a lot more. These are the few quotes from a lot of musicians who are actually have started using artificial intelligence in their music production. For instance, if you look at the quote which was given by Aoir Rahman sir, he says artificial intelligence is a tool. It cannot surpass the intelligence which human beings are having. It is created by human beings, but it can never surpass the intelligence of human beings. And also, we have a very few applications. Once we started the research, we actually found out that there are a very, very few applications which are actually employing the AI interface in Carnatic music learning and Hindustani music when we look at the whole arena of music learning. We have Naad Sadhana application, which is actually giving real-time feedback for musicians. If you sing, the application is going to generate rhythm patterns and chord patterns, which are going to enable the singer to sing in accordance with the rhythm pattern that is going on. And Riaz is another app which has a pitch recognition and voice recognition artificial intelligence that is incorporated in that. So let's get into the study. The core idea of the study is to understand the adoption rate among the Carnatic musicians who are actually aware of this AI, artificial intelligence, and who are willing to accept this sort of this sort of technological advancement, which is inevitable because artificial intelligence has a penetration to across all genres and all fields. And the last point of the study is to give recommendations for future studies so that when we get feedbacks from musicians and music practitioners and all the stakeholders of music, we can actually understand what sort of assistance do they actually need so that that is going to enhance their practicing skills and it's going to assist the teachers, or actually whether it's going to cause any disruption or threat. That is the core idea of this paper. The existing literature review, though there are a lot of literature reviews on AI in the music, the singing part, the raga recognition, the tala recognition, and so many, there are a very, very few actual applications which are actually available for people to take up, learn, and practice. That is one of the major that's going to be improved for sure, because once we started the research, we actually found that there are so many apps that are in the development stage. In due course, probably in a year or in due course, there's going to be a huge revolution in Carnatic music AI application models, and that's going to bring us a great change in the way people are practicing and learning the music. So we have employed SCOT theory, that is social construction of technology theory. So this theory in gist is society impacts the technological changes and vice versa. Because there is an impact on the technological change, the society is going to change. So when you look at this initially before COVID, the online Skype classes, the online technology in music learning was limited. It was limited to only abroad students, where students from foreign lands, if they would like to learn from teachers who are in India, they will contact through Zoom or Skype, which was initially the platform for tech office meetings. Later on, it became a platform for music classes also. During COVID and post-COVID, these are the primary platforms now for disseminating information and classes and learning for music. And that is a great change that is because of COVID. That is one of the initial thought process for artificial intelligence to come inside this particular field of Carnatic music. Because people are so pro technology, even the people who are around 70 plus, when they have to learn technology for their survival, they get to learn it. And they get to learn, they get to teach, and that's how many of the musicians, I'm talking about the Carnatic music part alone, many of the musicians had to survive only with the online platforms. So that is the main reason they also became very potential digital immigrants. The next concept is, which helped in analyzing the study in depth, is the innovation adoption theory, where the artificial intelligence applications which hold these factors and the concepts also, the interaction, that is what sort of an interface do the apps actually have, or what sort of an interface these apps can have, which can enable effective music learning. Personal connection. When people use online platforms, personal connection and transparency. There is always a sense of skepticism, whether this is credible, whether this is correct. Is this credible enough for me to actually log in and transfer my data in this? Those sort of points are still lingering in the minds of the people who are using this. And area of usage. Right now, AI is used in music production part and sound designing parts, where they can actually denoise. Softwares have already been employed for denoising during music production, also in concert halls. And one major question is, this is a culture-oriented traditional form of art. Will artificial intelligence actually be accepted by the traditional Carnatic musicians? That is always a question mark. That is always a big question, which is, first it was there for this online platform, Skype and Zoom call, whether musicians are going to accept it. They accepted it and it's working. So the next is going to be artificial intelligence. That's the improvement in the technological side. Now let's go to the data analysis. Though there are a lot of parameters, I would like to present a couple of interesting facts which was analyzed during the process. Participants between the age group, the total number of survey was taken around with around 32 people. The main reason is it was very difficult to actually identify people who are actually using artificial intelligence interface right now, because it is still an emerging field and only a very, very handful of applications are available with such interfaces. So in that, the age group between 25 to 35 age group, they are accepting it and they are able to use these platforms and they say this is very interesting for us and we are accepting it. People beyond the age of 35, 40, Generation X and the boomer generation, the elder people, they are still not able to associate themselves with such an application. Probably if a little more of a casual usage comes in place, it can also become a very, very handy interface like Skype or a Zoom platform. And secondly, when we had to survey, it was a diverse population of students and non-students, normal musicians. So we had people from technical background, we had people from musical background, that is when they do their education, masters or bachelors in music education, we had a group of all those people. Also, we had a couple of doctors who came in as participants. The most interesting part is technical people, that is from computer science or electrical background of a diverse field, they found this AI to be very, very interesting and it helped them a lot to understand the part. And people who are actually doing their masters in music and from traditional background, from the traditional music background, they say we don't need AI for learning or practicing music. We have our tradition or we have our own methods to learn. Probably right now we don't depend on such things. So that was a very, very interesting fact that we could actually understand from this point. And again, the innovators, adopters, and majority, they comprise of already the digital natives who are already there and people between the age group of 25 to 40, 45, they were in the first three categories. And the traditional background people who are still skeptical about this entire concept of artificial intelligence, whether to accept it, whether it will disrupt the traditional flow of music, or am I doing justice to what I'm doing? Is it correct? Is it wrong? Is it going to affect the authenticity, the creativity? So many questions are still lingering in their mind, and they look like they will be coming under the late majority and laggards. As the study gives us the answer, authenticity and creativity, when we look at that, 50% of the people say that we are okay to accept it, and 30% of them are like, they are cat on the wall, they still don't know how this is going to work, and 20% of the people, they say that this is not for us. This is not for us. We practice traditional music, and it will take some more time for us to understand this concept. Also, when we look at the traditional and cultural alignment, Carnatic music has this very, very important factor that is called as the bhava, the manodharma, which bhava means the emotion that is attached to the song, and manodharma means something that has to be rendered on the spot. So will these artificial intelligence that is going to come in place actually going to facilitate those things, those attributes which add more value to Carnatic music? Those questions are still, not answered, because again, it is in a very, very initial stage of intervention. So when we look at this in a whole, as a summary, first point, as I said, very few people are accepting it, and equal amount of participants, equal amount of people are saying, let's wait and see how it is going to help us. Second, main important is, this comes under Guru Shishya Parampara, which is called as, it comes in a lineage. So when you are looking at a tool that is going to come in between the teacher and the student, so where is it going to draw the line, and where it is not going to interfere in the path where a student-teacher relationship does not get disrupted, or the traditional music is going to hold, it's going to stay, though the artificial intelligence tools they're always there to enable very positive singing, and it's going to enable singers to learn effectively. That is the quote which was given by one of the most prominent musicians. AI will be an essential assisting tool for stakeholders of Carnatic music, but it certainly cannot be the guru. I would like to conclude my speech with this concluding note. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we'll have a discussion time in the end where we'll open the floor for questions, so we can have it then. Yeah. I'd like to invite the next presenter, Gauhar Farooq, who's a PhD scholar from King's College, London.
Thank you for introducing me. So what I'm presenting is one small fraction of my larger study, which looks at regulation of content, regulation of information, and maintenance of internet infrastructure in Kashmir. This is a case study which I'm presenting of what we call there is social media news pages. Locally, it's also called Facebook journalism. So on your right, if you see the reporter, he says, a family from Pulwama gasping for last breath in a shop. The other time you see a reporter, the same reporter, he says, Kashmir saves life of an ill person within a day. Now, what I'm arriving at is, this is one of the social media pages called Kashmir Crown, one of the prominent ones. The case study I'm presenting is how this person collects money via his platforms, and for needy person, he uses the very catchy headlines, very provocative headlines, sometimes theatrics, and appeals to emotion of people, and he creates funds. Now, those who are from Global South would know there is a concept of taking cut. So what he does is he takes a cut of whatever he manages to gather. Now, on the right, because of a lot of criticism, he put out a notice of how Kashmir Crown Trust works. I won't go into details, but as of 2019, he had collected 2 crore rupees, which is a huge amount in the region we come from. On the right side, there is Kashmir Crown newspaper, which has not been updated since 2016. I'll come to this later. There is a website which has not been updated since 2021, but the social media news page, he updates it constantly. So this is one case study, but on the other hand, what we see is taking a dig at Kashmir Crown, whose editor was arrested in 2020 in a case of extortion. The mainstream media labeled them as social media clowns. So while as there is this tussle between mainstream media and Facebook journalists in Kashmir, mainstream media, for example, the person I spoke to very initially, his name is Parvez, he says, I avoid telling people that I am a journalist, and I keep my ID card in my pocket, and whenever there is a need, I only show it when someone asks. I said, why? He said, I'm ashamed of my profession. So one reason he says, and the big reason he says, is what he calls is Facebook journalism, which he says has deteriorated journalism in Kashmir. So what am I using, what theoretical framework am I using to study this? So I'm using field theory, which is self-explanatory, that society is divided between the fields. There is a competition within each field. The participants in a field, there is a tussle on who has more cultural, social, and economic significance. And lastly, it is through these interactions that a field is formed. So the field theory was used by Bourdieu in journalism, and he divides it into economic pole and mostly into a cultural pole, which is in-depth reporting, which is opinion pieces. Now, what I'm also putting, and a lot of scholars have said that Bourdieu missed or under-highlighted the political side of it. So I'll take taking these three as cue, I will argue the tussle and what is the dynamics of this Facebook journalism versus journalism in Kashmir, and what does it mean in our society, and what is the larger end game. So these are some of the questions I'm exploring. So what does it mean, this Facebook journalism? I mean, it's not new. This phenomenon is not new to Kashmir. There are Facebook journalists or social media journalists elsewhere. What are the socio-political forces, as Janaki and others said? We need to think relationally. We need to think, why are they existing in this socio-political space? And in what ways? I mean, they are not just pawns in the larger game. In what ways do they contribute to the media in general and media in Kashmir in particular? And what does their work, especially in the region we know, those who are from Global South, it's a very sensitive region. What does their working mean in the larger context? So I'll go step by step. The first one is economic pole. So the question is, how do these platforms generate revenue? One obviously is from digital platforms, and which is the larger revenue they generate. The second is local advertisements, and in a region like Kashmir, which is a small place, there are not enough private businesses. So there is some amount of revenue from private businesses, but it's very minuscule. The biggest benevolent is the government. So they get government ads, some of them at least. The third is that, and which a journalist rightly put out, is because there are a limited number of advertisement opportunities in Kashmir. There are a limited number of viewers who watch the news. So, and there is a larger abundance of mainstream media, now a surge in social media news. So everyone is fighting for the same pie. So you have limited number of advertisers, you have limited number of viewers, and there is a lot of competition. What that forces is they use other means to generate revenue. Some of it is, for example, killing stories, which is, a critical story, but you don't publish it. You tell the person that I'm not going to publish it, you pay me. So that is one easy way of getting money. The other is blackmailing. So for example, I am a Facebook journalist. I know that there is a critical story. I say, look, I publish one story, and I say, if you don't pay me, I'll publish another one. So in a way, it is arm twisting. So this is one way, and this is not new. I mean, blackmailing or killing stories has been there for a very long time in journalism sector. It's a very unsaid rule, but a lot of journalistic organizations work through these means. So what they are also doing is they are taking cues from the existing practices. The second thing is, what they have taken cue is, there is a concept called litho papers in Kashmir. So these are papers which have very low circulation, and they don't have original content. What they do is, they publish content from news agencies free of cost, and because the government tab of advertisement is is proportional to how much is your circulation, they get more money with respect to their circulation. So this is one way they are using. The last one, for example, which Kashmir Crown uses is crowdfunding. So you emotionally appeal people. You tell them, look, you pay for this person who is mentally ill, who doesn't have a house, and then you take a cut. So this is how economics works. So for mainstream media, what Facebook journalism has done is, it has nibbled into every source of revenue, whether it's legal or illegal, whether they were using blackmailing or they were using white means of advertisement. So social media journalism has taken their share of the pie in every way. The second point I'm getting to is the cultural pole. The question of, if these people are not journalists, as mainstream media alleges, and as people have been critical of them have said, then what are they? Because they are producing news and they are watched by thousands of viewers every day. How do we classify them as labor? And where do they fit in the larger journalism scene? So the question I came across constantly was, is the content they're producing, is it news or is it content? So I asked a lot of journalists, how do you classify what is news and what is content? So one thing which came across constantly is, what differentiates content from news is the routines, the practices. So for example, in classical journalism, you pitch a story, it is vetted, editors look at it, and then you publish it. So that way. The other way is how there is a culture of micro celebrity culture, which is like, there are only 2 people working in a social media page. So I am the face and I can control most of what is happening on social media page. So what has happened is, there are attention gainers and attention seekers. Attention gainers, for example, I'm saying, are who already are micro celebrities, and there are people who want to be micro celebrities. So there is a race in Kashmir to become the micro celebrity in news culture. The last one is, do we need guidelines or norms? It is an open question. There are lots of debates. I can address them. The political backdrop. So there are a series of curbs against journalists. People have been stopped from airports, and you see the internet was shut down for more than 180 days. This is 100th day of journalists protesting. What that has led to is self-censorship and taming down of the political content of news, and therefore, homogenization of news. What we see is, there is similar kind of content being produced by most news channels, and it is devoid of any political inclination. And the government is twisting Facebook journalists by not registering them. And one reason why you see Kashmir Crown has a paper and a website is, they want a registration for the paper. They don't want to publish anything on the paper, but they want just a registration so that they exist legally. But what state has done consistently is not to give them the legal status and keep them in a gray area so that they appear like those channels in the bottom. These were some of the prominent news TV channels before 2010, when government decided that they are not licensed and they need to shut down. So what Facebook journalists fear is that they will end up being similar to these channels, and the government is not giving them regulation because they know they want to shut them at a certain point in time. So what is the end game? Why do we have Facebook journalists? And why are they allowed to operate, whereas the mainstream media is curbed? What lots of journalists say is that it is an organized effort to control the flow of information. So someone said in the morning that we have Prime Minister going to YouTube channels and not going to mainstream media is precisely this reason. So you control the alternative media, supposedly alternative media, and then churn it in a way you manipulate the mainstream media. So the alternate becomes the mainstream for the state, and in this way, they control the circulations of information on what goes on internet without seeming like a demon. And what they're essentially doing in a state like Kashmir is, they are controlling what kind of circulations happen within the state, what kind of circulations go outside the state, and what kind of narrative is set. So I'm wrapping up by a quote of a journalist. He says that in some time, he was a mainstream journalist, he said, in some time there'll be a lot of trash. And if our future generations go back and look at what we have produced, they'll be all trash. And that is the narrative the state wants to set. Thank you.
The final paper in this panel will be presented by Spandita Das, who's a PhD scholar from the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi.
Hello everyone. This is the title of my presentation. I will pick up some of the cues that Umar left and will continue. Although the history of recorded Baul songs can be traced back to the first decades of the 20th century, its mass circulation started from the 70s through gramophone records and then cassettes and CDs. Baul performances usually take place as intimate communications and at open spaces while performed. Recording at studios requires practitioners to adapt to the environment significantly. Also, given the high cost of its production, getting the opportunity to work on records requires practitioners to develop significant connections, whereas digital platforms increase the possibility of their being recorded and consumed by a wider public. The corpus of this devotional song genre on the internet largely consists of contents derived from live performances. Some enthusiasts record live performances and upload them on YouTube with minimal editing. Begun as a non-professional venture, this practice soon had a profitable outcome. Now there are nearly 20 such channels involved in uploading such contents. This seemingly neat phenomenon disguises several complex questions. Most YouTubers started obtaining and uploading these videos without intimating the practitioners. This potentially exploitative aspect is again undercut by how these contents contribute to artists' widespread recognition. Then how do we conceptualize the relationship in terms of their, that is folk artists and YouTubers, labor? Is practitioners' labor radically different in the digital age to what it was earlier? The local YouTube channels involved in digitizing and mass disseminating Baul Fokiri songs are different from several other large-scale initiatives involving recording studios. First, very few folk singers get to publish records with major labels, whereas many YouTubers turn up at local programs and record even those singers whose voices major labels won't consider recording. So, YouTube contains a much larger corpus of products than the paid streaming apps. Second, these individual channels are different from those channels based on studio recording that use elaborate musical instrumentations. Most local YouTubers record and performize songs as they are performed on the stage. Instead of songs processed and polished by recording studios, most YouTubers capture Mahajani Padas in their most traditional shape with folk instruments sung by practitioners variously connected to Baul Fokiri Sadhana. Kormukar, a reputed YouTuber, emphasized how his channel focuses on traditional or Sanatani songs. When people look for Sanatani songs, they come to my and my brother's channel. Now, integral to the notion of tradition in Baul Fokiri songs is the question of authenticity. Many scholars make responsible contemporary practitioners' failure to adhere to sexo-yogic practices for the supposed inauthenticity of the tradition. Some recent scholarship again departs from the obsession with authenticity by advocating scholarship that reevaluates the pivotal importance of the folklore of the market. However, the question of authenticity reappears in scholarship on the genre's performance. A reputed practitioner writes, folk music is like a mother clad in a yellow-marked shadi arranged traditionally. But it is very painful to listen to Mahajani Pad accompanied by loud digital instruments that rock the stages in the cities. This is how we kill folk music's soul every day. Some YouTubers' emphasis on Sanatani Baul Fokiri songs make sense in this context. Much before Jio offered free data services, Shomik De, an engineer, traveled extensively carrying his recording devices.
Although the data charge was very high and the data speed much less, he compiled 370 videos in his channel. Contemporary YouTubers also deeply regard Imtaz Ali, who started recording Baul Fakiri performances for his PhD at University of Hyderabad. Kormakar, a school teacher based in Kolkata and the owner of 2 highly reputed channels, mentioned them while relating how he graduated from a mobile phone to a digital camera. As common people started using data services increasingly over the second half of 2010s, the number of such YouTubers increased gradually. Questions regarding digital labor formed the entry point to my ethnographic conversations with some Baul Fakirs. Several practitioners underline the exploitative aspect of platformization by stating that while YouTubers profiteer by recording Baul Fakirs, they rarely offer any share of the revenue earned from these videos. Halim Fakir once told me how he asked Imtaz to record one of his songs and post it on YouTube. Although he knows the song received more than 50 lakh views, he never asked for money. This affirmation reveals A, artists want their videos getting posted, B, they often don't ask for money, and C, YouTubers don't pay the share on their own. Leaving aside the first two concerns momentarily, we see how YouTubers allegedly deprive the performers of an amount of revenue. An experienced practitioner related how, because of the absence of any regulation regarding recording, random people came, recorded songs at different akhras, and shared them on social media. He also told how some foreigners who visited his village warned them about unethical recording and advised them to create individual channels, although they haven't managed to yet. This allegation becomes more serious when YouTubers exact some new, that is relatively obscure repertoire. An 80-year-old practitioner related how some people met him and asked him to sing a new song. Once he sang one, he asked for 2 such songs more. He sang them spontaneously, but later realized he recorded these songs for using them somewhere else. The practitioner underlines this exploitation by showing how the person recorded his songs without seeking his permission and then made them publicly available. He further accuses that he stole some obscure songs that experienced practitioners learn only through prolonged interaction with fellow practitioners. Underlying this sense of betrayal is some Baul Fakirs' treatment of their repertoire as their intellectual property, something about which no clear law exists. While only select practitioners sing self-composed songs, most perform repertoire by their preceding practitioners. In cases of highly established practitioners, scholars have made sustained efforts to compile their songs. By now, although most practitioners' repertoire has been published and are available in public knowledge, ideally not everybody can sing everything. The pada must match the states he acquired through his practices. Practitioners in their advanced stage of sadhana are considered fit for singing complex and theoretical songs. They often develop a sense of rise over those padas and become particular about sharing them with uninitiated listeners. Still, practitioners' full claim over a pada is questionable if it is composed by a different lyricist. A YouTuber therefore wondered why he should offer financial reimbursement to performers who sing somebody else's songs. Rather, he should reimburse the composer first. Indeed, the questions Baul Fakir repertoires not being treated as intellectual property raises were perpetually undermined. Consequently, there is no solid policy in place to distribute the revenue generated through a pada's mass dissemination. Some performers navigate this situation by considering how the internet could promote them. During our conversation, when I mentioned Shubhendu Maiti, who promoted many Baul Fakirs by connected them to various recording companies, Amirul said if he had waited for such intermediaries, he couldn't have progressed as much as he had done with the help of YouTubers. Another reputed practitioner told that although most YouTubers don't do more than hi hello to him, they have partially helped him build networks in all the famous Baul Fakir programs throughout the state. My interlocutors mean that from the videos widely available on YouTube, they become recognizable to various program committees who invite them for performing physically. YouTubeization of Baul Fakiri songs is integral to the question of practitioners' livelihoods when they don't have any program. Although most performances are recorded during live programs, a few YouTube channels have started recording by visiting some practitioners at their residences.
Arjun, an admired performer, told me about the financial hardships he undergoes when the festival season is over. But when some YouTuber records some songs at his home formally and offers him some money, it redresses his crisis partially. Digital platforms' promotional power is exploited by the organizers of various Baul Fakir performances at both rural and urban places. In most well-known Baul Fakir festivals of West Bengal, the cameramen occupy the space between the stage and the audience. During a reputed Kolkata-based festival, the program committee expressed their gratitude to YouTubers, whom they characterized as the festival's media partners, who highlighted different aspects of the event to a wider public through posting on social media about it. The labor involved in content creating is threefold. First, YouTubers travel to and find accommodations at various performances. Since most performers sing familiar repertoire during public performances, experienced YouTubers attempt to extract unfamiliar and obscure padas from knowledgeable practitioners by visiting and staying with them at their ashrams and attending their regular practice sessions. Although the process involves an exploitative aspect that we discussed before, many padas thus get digitized. Second, apart from buying and maintaining recording devices, they record uninterruptedly, preserve and document the contents. While uploading the recorded materials on YouTube, they include the details of recording, the performers, the song, their composers and the venue, so that these music videos look like field recordings. Once they upload the contents, they communicate with the listeners by responding to their comments, and this is the third kind of labor. Whether content creation for YouTube is their primary job or not, the channels certainly afford them some earning. So an increasing number of people are joining this profession. Pertinently, most YouTubers aren't professional cameramen, but rather began recording as lovers of Baul Fakir ideologies. Except a few persons, most of them are part-time YouTubers and were drawn to the genre before they started using the internet. Kunal, a non-teaching staff of Calcutta University, told how his spiritual inclination finds an expression in making these music videos. Govinda told how he opened his channel not as a profession, but gradually learned it through accompanying the Baul Fakirs constantly. Thus, some YouTubers see their channels not so much as a source of income as products of their passion for this folk devotional genre. Kunal also said the main purpose of this channel is to disseminate Baul Fakir ideology, because the money he earns from his video is minuscule compared to the labor he puts into it. Yet, this channel's entanglement with capitalism is underlined by how one must watch some ads before a song plays. These ads that draw the listeners' attention to their products partially generate YouTubers' income, thereby implicating and enmeshing both YouTubers and Baul Fakirs into the logic of platform capitalism. Connecting to and befriending practitioners also involve effective and relational labor on YouTubers' part. In many events, YouTubers are seen striving strategically to make contacts, socialize with the practitioners, manage the programs, and gain their attention and trust so that they are allowed to record. Also, a trendy online practice of relation building is to tag multiple people, performers, YouTubers, event organizers, together on Facebook and connect them to an event. Through these on and offline interactions, practitioners and YouTubers become close associates. However, this case is often unequal. A practitioner told how the mediators' intent on promoting Baul Fakir on social media are often partial. He said how B is a product of promotion by V, while he hardly features in any photo from any event. Offline conflicts and competitions thus bleed into the virtual space, rendering the network building activities fraught with power relations. A YouTuber said after YouTubers' emergence, when they brought many new artists into the market, these artists became competitors to those who had got one through cassette industries. So the older generations of practitioners now need to adopt the latest strategies of connection building. However, some practitioners don't care to network with YouTubers for professional gain for ideological reasons. As Chakraborty argues, Baul Fakir sadhana is ideally solitary. Thus, the experienced Khaibar Fakir, unwilling to put in such relational labor, pities the YouTubers who earn by platformizing his songs by saying that they are all poor people, whereas the practitioners have attained some spiritual level. So, if YouTubers earn some money by using Baul Fakir songs, the practitioners don't mind. This statement isn't final, but all these accounts demonstrate that Baul Fakir Padabuli's digitization should happen through the development of a strong and sustainable policy that forms an information ecology wherein both practitioners and YouTubers' intention and labor are recognized and rewarded. Thank you. These are my interviewees. Thank you.
I now request all of the presenters to come forward and occupy the seats over here. And Pradeep sir, if you can come here and provide your comments and feedback to the presenters. And then we'll open it up for questions from the audience.
Hello? Yep. Okay. Well, that's it's been a fascinating panel. I enjoyed each of the papers. I'm going to make some, very general comments before I come to each of the papers. Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating that your papers basically dealt with the centrality of the platform, right, in kind of creative labor, right? The role that the platform is playing as an intermediary, as an interface. It's embraced the fact that, creative performers, creative artists, all of them are kind of being mediated by these platforms today, right? They also, I think the papers also dealt with the fact that the state has a very interesting relationship with the platforms, right? On the one hand, they try to regulate it, but on the other hand, they leave it as is, right? And it's an opportunity for them to get some political mileage from dealing with those kinds of platforms. So there's the platform can be a disruptor, can be an enabler, and these your presentations have brought the centrality of these platforms out. It's very difficult to actually place your tab on platforms and say it is this. It is not. It can be everything, right? And that's the issue with platforms, right? Sometimes, like this morning, we had this we had this presentation on WhatsApp as an enabler, right? At the same time, WhatsApp can be a great disabler, right? And that is that conflicted, aspect of platforms that is really problematic. But let me now take the papers as they were presented, beginning with Puarti's paper, and I found that really fascinating that you had, this kind of a setup in Northeast India of these creative opportunities for creative labor in the context of these platforms today, right? Multiple opportunities, right? And multiple opportunities for content creation, for short form videos, for niche content, all that kind of stuff, right? And that entire ecology that has grown up around this kind of content, right? Which I found really fascinating. I mean, like the fact that you said that there are influencer management companies, which is quite amazing, right? In these smaller places, maybe tier 3, tier 4 cities, that you have that kind of an ecology already says a lot. I mean, amazing that these kinds of things are happening. So for a very ignorant person like myself, this was news, right? That it has really become sophisticated as a machine, right, in these types of places, right? I think, you really have, explored this kind of creator economy in Guwahati. And one of the questions that I had related to kind of how does one define the creative economy in the context of the places and spaces that you were at, How are you going to define the creative economy there? And who is included in this definition of who's involved in the creative economy, right? Would you be able to draw a typology of creative content creators? What's the kind of range of creative content that you have at any given time on these platforms, right? For example, I know that people have done work in China on different types of content that is available, that is made by creative labor, right? Some can be vulgar content, some can be highbrow content, some very lowbrow, et cetera, et cetera. So would you say that in the context of Northeast as well, you can actually distinguish between different types of content creators, and you can actually categorize them, right? And then the question is, what type of content typically gets monetized in the context of the Northeast? How do you define success in this area? Is it just money? Or is it fame? Is it all those kinds of things, right? How do you define success? And are there cases when content creation transcends the platform and becomes the basis for multimedia projects? You know, they go into legacy media, et cetera, those kinds of things. And then, of course, you know, the interesting thing in some states, at least in Northeast, you know, are there, you mentioned it briefly, are there kind of boundaries for content creation, right? What can you do, what cannot you do, right? Given the fact that political polarization and all these things are a reality in some parts, right? So, Jen, those questions. See, you can.
So, is it on? Yeah. So, in Northeast, we have influencer management agencies, but we also have something called influencer incubators in these agencies. So, what they do in the incubator is that if you are a person who is creating any type of content and you have some sort of followers, a certain number of followers, the agencies will sign you, and then according to the demands of the market, then you start making content according to what the market demands. So the initial idea of content creation was that you make content that you want to make, you're free in this space to create what you want to make, but not what the market demands. But now because there is so much of fame, actually it's so much of fame and so much of celebrity related to it. So like if we have a news channel called Prague News Channel in Northeast, so they have award sessions here. So a lot of the content creators go for it. So if you have, we had an IFA, then a lot of content creators would go for it. Then you have certain events that are done by some hotels where, again, within the, so I think coming to this where you're saying there is a hierarchy even within the content creators. So we have some content creators whom we call celebrity content creators who are bigger content creators. And then you have content creators who are at the periphery. So I'll give you an example. I was at a Meta Creators meetup in Nagaland, in Kohima, and it is a RSVP only event. So they would select a certain number of creators to come in according to their whatever, their resource, like whatever numbers they have. And also in connection to the management companies who are managing the creators. So in Hornbill, which is like a site of, again, a lot of content, right? You have a lot of content creators coming to make videos. So you have so many content creators in the periphery, like roaming around, but also not aware that there is a huge event happening by such a big platform there. So here there are discriminations which are starting out at this field. So you have creative events which are accessible, again, only to certain elite sort of creators that I would say, where if, also even if you're signed by a management agency, it depends on the management agency whom they want to promote. So you have a proper bound contract which you have to sign, and even if they don't, then you have to pay them certain amount of money if you want to get out of the contract. But then it depends on them whom they're going to promote in their platform and in giving them brand deals and advertisement. So one is that. The state of Meghalaya actually is, in terms of content creation, especially also when they do news content and others, I think they're more relaxed than Assam and Nagaland in all this. Because I think Meghalaya as a state, they're more open. So they do content which are not very like, but I think overall, a lot of creators just they censor themselves completely because they don't want to get into any of this. I mean, there is how do I say? It's not even a cancel culture, but also into any debate with anybody in position of power. So in terms of their thing, and even if they become a little, so you become a little bit controversial, then nobody is going to come to you for endorsements. So nobody is going to come with you for any collaboration. So then means you're a problematic figure, right? So then how are you going to make money? Then because a lot of the money that you make is again off, the platform is just a space for you to show that, okay, to gain your popularity, to gain your fame. But the main money that you're making is by doing events, by doing promotional events, by going, say, for the opening of a beauty parlor or, you know, like those sort of events. So if you are someone who is known as a controversial figure, then nobody's going to call you for that. And then, does it transcend digital media? Yes. A lot of content creators in Northeast, they want to become actors. So if you have, there is someone called Merinda Imsong who is based in Mumbai. So she is not a struggling actor, but an actor who does not get as many roles. So her major source of income is through content creation. Then there's another one called, there's another content creator, I can't remember her name, Kado, her name is Sunka, Milo Sunka. So she was there in this movie called Akhune. So she's also someone who does content creation, also to save for her daily income. But then there are regional content creators. We have some creators who became so popular on YouTube, and now they're doing daily soaps, like Asmi's Daily Soaps and Asmi's Movies. Or you have some people who have become very famous because of one particular movie, and then now they do content creation because they already have the clout from their movies, so now they're coming to digital media. So there is a change. And what else was that? Monetize. So monetize, so it depends on the platform. So platforms have their rules, right? If you're talking about monetization from the platforms, then it's according to what the platform wants you to be. Otherwise, if you're a little popular and even if you're not monetized, then monetization could be also like you're going for a promotional event or you're promoting a local business or something like that. And how do you define success? I don't know. How do you define success?
Just one, you don't have to answer that. Just one last question. These influencer management companies, they actually act as gatekeepers, right?
They are the gatekeepers. So that is what is with the content creator industry is that, again, how I keep repeating, you were not supposed to have gatekeepers. It was supposed to be an industry where you could just enter. It was a free flow, right? That was what was different from the legacy media. But now, even though you could still do content without the gatekeeping, but gatekeepers have become so essential for you to get the endorsements.
Sure. Yes. Thank you. Thanks so much. Okay. I think, going next to the paper by Sri Varalakshmi and Uma Maheshwari. Again, the fascinating paper because of the fact that you dealt with platforms and authenticity, right? What is happening to Carnatic music in the era of AI, right? And of course, this has come up in other presentations as well, this whole issue of authenticity, right? And so I think, in a sense, what's happening in Carnatic music is probably happening in every other musical genre, right? AI is entering it, and there's a fear. There's also, hope. In AI, there's also a lot of fear with respect to AI, right? And the fact that it can be used in composition, generate melodic patterns, even new ragas, sounds very interesting and very scary, I'm sure, for the practitioners, right? For me, it's not AI per se that is the issue, but having a little knowledge about Carnatic music and read some stuff about Carnatic music, it's going to be the establishment, right? The establishment will have to make distinctions between pure forms of Carnatic music and so-called adulterated forms of Carnatic music, right? That could be a challenge, right? What, for example, I know that the Carnatic music, there's an establishment behind it, backing it up, right? What will they feel about Carnatic music, right? Will they be in a position to accept this stuff on the sides, small things that come into play, as long as it doesn't kind of affect the core of Carnatic music, right? As long as it's not part of the core composition process, as long as it's not interfering with that, will they, for example, be okay to certain creative processes? Will that happen? And of course, there is also that issue of, reception of Carnatic music. What do you think the audience will feel about something that has been, genetically engineered, right? With artificial intelligence kind of stuff. I don't have too much knowledge of Carnatic music. The only stuff that I've read is by people like T.M. Krishna, who's written about, he's also a bit of a disruptor in some ways. But I wonder if people like him will accept, he's disrupted in other ways, but will he, for example, accept certain forms of AI in some types of music, right? especially something that is not part of the co-composition process, right? And I would think that these are really early days for Carnatic music, as it is for Hindustani music, and that a lot more earnest writings will come up on this subject sooner than later.
Thank you, sir. So, answering the first question, anything that is not going to disrupt the core values of Carnatic music, for example, you're not going to hamper the, as I said in the presentation, the manodharma, the extempore composition, the bhava as such, the emotion that is attached to a song, that cannot be synthesized, or that the synthetic element cannot come inside that probably. For example, if at all in future, this is all a hypothesis, there's going to be an application which is going to teach you sing a ragam like this with mathematical permutation combinations. That may not be accepted. That will be accepted only for the combination perspective. For example, sari ga ma, only that can be taught by a computer. But sari ga ma, that cannot be taught. That modulation comes only with the element of a teacher, or if those sections are not hampered, then I think this innovation is obviously going to be accepted. Just the bhava, the creativity, and the extempore, the tradition that holds Carnatic music is majorly the creativity part and the bhava part. If that is not going to be hampered, I think there is going to be an acceptance for this artificial intelligence. And audience, how do audience feel? For example, when we look at this Lal Salam, that movie that recently got released, that is not Carnatic music, that is film music. When A.R. Rahman sir actually utilized he actually composed 2 songs with the voice of 2 great deceased artists. So it was very, very shocking and, of course, interesting to find out there was a huge appreciation for doing such thing, because people were actually missing those voices. When they heard them sing in those songs, it was nostalgic for them. They liked it. But on the other hand, there was like, how can we go against nature? When something is not there for sure. When we're going to bring back things to life, I don't think this is going to be acceptable when we are playing with humans and emotions. That was another perspective from the audience. When we looked at the Twitter or Instagram comments for the post which said, though he followed all the ethical perspectives like honoring the family of those deceased singers and following the protocols, the ethical dimensions that had to be taken care of while employing such voices in production. So as of now, audience feel is mixed.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thanks. Okay. Going to Aoir's very fascinating presentation on Facebook journalism in Kashmir. I found your paper on Kashmir Crown really, really interesting, and I wonder whether there are other regions in India where you do have this kind of Facebook journalism, right, becoming very strong. But and I was also slightly unclear about whether this was kind of unregulated, unregulated form of journalism, and it's amazing that it is exploited for monetary gain. It spreads rumors. It can spread fake news. All this kind of stuff, right? I think what your paper really highlights is the reality of the kind of free-for-all type of journalism that can exist, right? And that can have serious consequences on truth-telling and objectivity, etc. I think this type of journalism has been a key issue in Myanmar, right? Where you've had, these nationalist Buddhists who have used Facebook-based journalism to other the Rohingyas and pro-democracy organizations, etc., right? While, individuals involved in such projects have been pulled up, sometimes by the state, et cetera, et cetera. The larger issue, I think, is that, Facebook's own responsibility, right? Facebook seems to, Facebook doesn't come into this picture at all. And I think that is crazy in some ways, right? Here you have, Facebook's platform that is being used for journalism, right? And all sorts of types of journalism, right? Kind of, what should I say, grey journalism, whatever you want to call it, right? The question really is whether Facebook simply does not have the means to shape the space in a responsible way or pull up, people who do this kind of stuff, right? How does one compete against such news? I mean, it would seem in the context of Kashmir that, as you said, that the government is really using this alternative, right, to get back at the mainstream, right? And this is happening at other levels as well throughout India, right? And it would seem to be that, going back to Facebook, that as long as you can monetize it and they make some money out of it, it doesn't matter to them, right? So it would mean that this kind of journalism will have the space and place in places like Kashmir. You've also noted that advertisement revenues, all these kinds of things are going towards them. Of course, again, legacy journalism is going to suffer because of that. So what's the end game here, right? Are we going to have this kind of unrestricted space where this type of journalism is allowed to continue? Where then is the space for truth and objectivity and this kind of stuff? Do you have, for example, alternative Facebook-type journalism that deal with truth and objectivity and are trying to be?
Very important questions. I'll address the last one first. So I asked a lot of mainstream journalists, why are you not considering them journalists? Is the question. Or why does the audience not consider them journalists? And what would it be to say that, look, these are journalists? So in my opinion, I don't think platform would be, if it's not just Facebook, let's say YouTube. If you go to YouTube, I wrote a paper on how YouTube, Hindu right has used YouTube on cow vigilantism. So, and people have done it earlier. In that same paper, I argue that at some point in time, pamphlets were considered as new media and used for rumors. So I think the end game would be is if these media, like even when press started in India, it started with trivial news. The first paper was gossip. The first paper in India was against gossip in British circles. So what ultimately would happen or might happen is if these people, that is what I pointed out but could not explain because of the lack of time, is basically what they lack is the rigor. So for example, someone like Ravish Kumar, he has a YouTube video channel, but what differs him from others probably is the rigor. So if you follow certain procedures, I am not someone who would say, okay, this is not a journalist because he's on Facebook or she's on YouTube. What primarily matters is, do you have the rigor? Do you follow the procedures? Do you have those checks and balances? For example, in Kashmir Crown's case, or a case I have mentioned in the paper but not in the presentation, there was a woman whose cat died and it became such a news that she herself became news. And then there were more stories about the cat dying and the woman. And ultimately, she succumbed to the pressures. What happens is, in an organization like Kashmir Crown, there are two people and they're kind of celebrities. There is no one to question them. It is easy for state or other actors to manipulate them. Like if it is an organization, there are hierarchies. You have checks and balances. So what I'm arriving at is, for me, it doesn't matter, or what journalists I have spoken to, it doesn't matter what is the platform. It can be something else. It can be metaverse in future. What matters is, do they have the rigor? Do they follow the procedures? Are there checks and balances? That makes a news, and something, a content, which there are thousands of people who watch this content, but someone said, look, they watch everything else. It might be just time pass what they are doing. That doesn't make something news if something is being watched by thousands of people. So what I'm arriving at is, again, do they have the credibility, rigor? Do they follow the procedures? I don't think the platform should matter because it was supposed to be a democratic platform. We should not be the one who's to say, okay, we need to But what I think is happening and will happen, because someone said in the morning that we have to look what has happened historically and think relationally. What has happened in the past is people like them, for example, social media news platforms, there were TV channels earlier, there were radios earlier, small platforms earlier. There have been disruptors. Only those survive who kind of, tweak themselves and fit into the category. Otherwise, the mortality is very high. There might be, it has happened in 2010 that government issued a circular saying the TV channels will not function anymore. It can happen with them as well because they are not regulated, they don't have the license. They just have to issue, it's very difficult to shut down a newspaper because it has the license from Registered Newspaper of India. The Facebook channel or the Facebook media does not have it. It's just one line that the government has to do and they're gone.
Thank you. Thanks. And finally, I was very interesting paper by Spandita on the Paul Fakiri songs. Again, you dealt with this whole issue of authenticity, right? What is, authentic in the context of, platforms and YouTube and all the rest of it. And what I find really interesting is, this whole issue of how kind of monetization works in this space, right? And you've clearly articulated the fact that these YouTubers, 20 channels, that's a lot, right? Uploading this kind of stuff, are the ones who benefit, at the expense of many of these Baul Fakiri singers. So one question I had is with that whole issue of intellectual property, right? And copyright and all the rest of it. Given the fact that in today's world, we do have certain types of licensing like Creative Commons and all these kinds of things, right? Does this work in India? Do you have, is this working in India? And if it's working in India, why is it not being used by the Baul Fikiri community? Because there is a possibility of protecting their cultural property, right, in some kind of way, right? So that's something that you may want to have a look at, right? And the other interesting thing that your paper dealt with was the kind of younger and older generation of these singers and their attitude towards YouTube, right, and this kind of distribution, right? At the same time, I guess there's an argument that whether you're younger or older, YouTube has allowed these artists to reach larger audiences and attain some sales, right? And it's probably helped some artists more than others. But again, here is that conflicted, YouTube as a conflicted entity, right? On the one hand, it is helping those guys who are uploading this stuff. On the other hand, it might help the Baul artists themselves. And so maybe, you could just dwell on that, the conflicted nature of these types of platforms themselves. But I think, the larger picture that you dealt with of intellectual property and copyright, of course, is now being faced by all folk artists and all around the world, right? And the question then for you is, are there any interesting kind of alternatives that are emerging in the space related to IP?
Yes and no. So there I can cite one example. I mentioned it on the slide. So there is a Bangladeshi movie called Hawa, that means wind. And that used a folk song by Birbhum. Birbhum is a district of West Bengal. Birbhum-based lyricist composition, which was sung by a Baul practitioner. And then they brought the artist to Bangladesh and then got it recorded by him. But then when they made the film, they did not mention the name of the original lyricist. So they just, published the film and it was very popular. But after some time, some people, some IPTA activists from West Bengal raised protests that it is written by Maniruddin Ahmed from Birbhum. So we need some recognition for him. So finally, the director, after 2 years, came to Birbhum, the district, and then awarded Maniruddin. So here, this IPR that you were speaking of is worked because it is a huge phenomenon, and then this movie became very popular. But similarly, Ritwik Ghatak, right? So Ritwik Ghatak, this famous film director of Bengal, in his famous film, Titash Ekti Nodin Nam, that is the, Titash is the name of a river. It's a very famous film on partition, on the issue of partition. So there also he used such a voice, but then did not mention the name of the singer. So similar thing happened, but there was no question against it, just because he is a famous left-wing based director. So you will see contradictory attitudes. This is one example. Another example is, you might know about Ratan Kahar. So he's also a folk singer from Birbhum. He got Padma Shri award this year. His song Boro Loker Bitilo, that is the girl of a rich family. So it was a jhumur, and then Badshah from Bollywood film industry made a very hilarious, salacious and all kinds of things. Made a video of the same thing, and it got hugely popular on YouTube, and then within overnight it got some lakhs views or something. And Badshah did not know that it was composed by Ratan Kahar. But after some time there were again protests, so he had to give some amount of money he earned from YouTube. But then this thing is not happening to local YouTube channels, just because they are local and just because they are not as popular as these films the 20 channels I cited are pretty well known. They are pretty well known, but then the terms of negotiation is very hazy. For example, the same, I have got different accounts from different practitioners. Some practitioners said that they got some money, they got some recognition, but then some others said they did not get any. So I get different opinions from different practitioners, so it depends on the practitioner's ideology. Because Baul Fakiri practice involves some kind of solitary practice, so it involves like Gujja, that is the old Buddhist learning that involves this evening language, that is they hide their real contents of physical practices under some metaphors. They try to hide everything on their own, and that's why their network building activities is very weak, and that's why they don't really want to engage with this kind of YouTubers because of this ideological reason. So they don't even think of this IPR thing. So this is the question I am asking, but some artists are just getting exploited and they are not even raising their voice. So that is the thing.
So any questions from any of you?
Yeah, so we can quickly have a few questions from the audience. We have only about 5 minutes, so.
Everyone's ready for tea, I think.
Unfortunately, the tea is not ready for us, so
you have 5 minutes.
We will take 5 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah, my question is for Mr. Gauhar. Thank you so much for that really necessary, work. So, why is it so important to define who the journalist is, as long as an individual or a collective is doing the work of journalism? Yeah, the work of news gathering, story gathering, verification, earning the credibility of their audience and people who consume that news. Especially in the context of, the kind of revenues people are getting, even news organizations are getting, a lot of it is for non-news items. Yeah, so why this premium almost on who is doing the news, as long as they're not indulging in misinformation and disinformation?
I think I answered this question partially. It's not about who is doing it on or what platform he or she might be using. The question is someone's journalism, quote unquote, content, quote unquote? I mean, is it journalism is the question first. And then does what this person produce, does it make him, I might call myself journalist and all of them are calling journalists, but others are not calling them journalists. So the question is posed by the other, the question is relational in the field. So it is being posed by their colleagues, within journalism, as in, is with the work they produce, is it journalism? Because some of it, for example, if we saw the Kashmir Crown's case, and there are other cases, is crowdfunding journalism? Is it journalism? And then the question is this the act, the act of crowdfunding, does it make that person journalist? Similarly, for example, the theatrics we see on screen by some social media journalists, is it journalism? For example, in certain cases in Kashmir, mentally not fit people are constantly brought by some people so that people can look at them and poke fun at them. And they don't look at them because of news, they look at them in terms of content, which is a very demeaning content. So do we define that content as journalism, and in turn, the content producer as journalist? And because there is a deep political connection there, it's not that these people exist in vacuum, and because they don't exist in vacuum, some people are questioning their credibility as journalists. So there is a lot of what is happening behind, which I cannot explain here. We might talk in private. So there is a lot happening behind the scenes. Sometimes, this place, or for example, my colleague said, Northeast is known for content regulation. So some people, some entities are saying, we don't need to regulate content all the way. Just muddle it up so much that it is very difficult to define what is happening. And you might change the behaviors of people. Over 10 years, people might forget. So for example, one person said, which I explained. So I have been a journalist for 5-6 years. So I had to send in a pitch, someone would approve of the pitch, then I would go to report, then that report would be filed, someone would edit it, and edit it. So what he said, one of my informants said is, a better journalist would write a better copy and make an informed reader. When I myself I'm just opening the mic and saying whatever I want to say. If this continues for 10 years, what does it make the reader? So in a way, the powers be, they are producing a culture where you don't have thinking, critical minds. So when you don't have, people don't question. They take content and journalism, and then everything gets muddled. So if 10 years later we say, oh, he's not a journalist, they might say, you are not the real journalist. Because look, I have 20 million followers. And as I said, you don't have to always regulate the information. You can just muddle it up so much that it's very difficult to distinguish what is information, what is news, what is authentic, what is real. And then the whole dynamics of the society changes. So, generally, and you said it's an interesting, generally the remark I get is, it was a very scary presentation.
Thank you. Okay, so my sort of comment question is in between your presentation and the presentation on classical music. The one comment that you made about A.R. Rahman using two singers who are no longer with us, we're seeing that sort of recycling of past political cultures and figures in election campaigns already. Political leaders who are no longer with us are part of electoral campaigns. So there is not just the risk of producing a culture in which the truth is so muddled that godlike figures from the past, but they're actually just politicians who passed away, tell us what our future should look like. I mean, there's, and for somebody like me who works on cinema, this recalls conversations that people had when Forrest Gump was released. There was so much anxiety about the actual tampering of historical documents via VFX. So if you've seen Forrest Gump, the protagonist is inserted into historical texts where he's shaking hands with people who, he's in important pictures that he's actually not in, right? But for the purpose of the fiction of the film, we can now technologically insert him. So I think the question, your paper, of course, is about AI apps and classical training, etc., and the question of lineages. But I think there is an intersection here about what the potential for something like AI is, how wrong it can go, how quickly, and what its repercussions are. And most importantly, the creation of the publics, which is what I think Mr. Farooq's paper is doing so well in interrogating, is what kind of publics are being formed, coalesced, and called into being. I think this is, weirdly, there is an intersection here, is all I could see.
So there was another question. So if we can just maybe hear the other question as well, and then we can give the panelists the time to respond. Someone had their hand up here. Yeah.
Hello. So I have a question for the content creator presentation. So do you think that without the gatekeepers, do the content creator has a chance to grow? And if not, then what are the challenges or the roadblocks you can think of? So when we look at the ethical considerations while using AI, see, the thing is, there has to be, rules and regulations and laws which have to come in place when we find that this is going to be the future. Only with certain laws and rules we can actually regulate this, and for what we can use, for what we cannot use. Artificial intelligence, for example, if we take the case of using the voice sampling of deceased person. So for what it can be used? Are you going to propagate ideologies which that person was actually propagating when he was alive? Was it for his voice or was it for the person as such? Okay, if that is going to, are we going to propagate ideologies of that person? Then I don't know. I don't know what is going to be there. But are we going to use only the voice for generalized purpose, like a song, or for normal stuff, which is not going to prick the emotions of the people, which is going to be just general? If that is going to be the case, then I think artificial intelligence should not be a problem at all. But is it going to hamper or disrupt the normalcy? Then I guess their law plays a major role.
You want me to answer or?
So you can be a content creator without gatekeeping. So you are essentially, for any management agency to sign you, you anyways have to have a presence at the very beginning. So when you're entering into content creation, that means at the very beginning, you're already making your own thing, and then a management agency comes and signs you. But now, recently I have started saying, like influencer incubators that I mentioned. So I don't know how that is going to work out in the future. And so even after you reach a certain level of success in content creation, you have a team that works for you essentially. So you have a manager, you have your editor. So it is not a one-man's job, right? Because you are the face, but because you have to create content simultaneously, at least in 3 to 4 platforms. So if I'm shooting a short video for YouTube, and I'm shooting one for Facebook, and I'm shooting for Instagram, it's very different. So the content would be the same, but my way of shooting for 3 platforms is very different. So for all this, you need an entire management team. So I think that's where, at the very beginning stage of content creation is actually a lot of struggle. So if you make it as a content creator, get your niche, and that's where I think the regional content creation comes in. Because then you start making content at a very local dialect, right? And then you start targeting only that audience. So you have a local fan base that you're catering to. And then you build on that thing and then get signed. And then that's where, once you get signed by a management company, then you get bigger deals. Then you get more visibility. I hope.
No. So we can break now for refreshments outside. Thank you everybody who presented, and also thank you Pradeep sir for your comments. So we'll have the break now and we'll come back here at 5 for the second keynote.
So good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, thank you. So we're back for the last session, which is a panel, a keynote panel. And we're going to be shifting gears a bit because we have 3 people who are on the other side of something of a divide between academia and practice. So we have 3 speakers addressing the question on the panel, which is how do we, we've heard a lot of stories of doom, we've heard a lot of stories of dysfunction, and questions raised about what the future of society is, what the future of work is, whether it can be equitable, who gains, who loses, and so on. So we obviously need to fashion a response to this. And there are, fortunately for us, there are many groups across the world and particularly in India working towards a just and fair internet. And many of them are in this room. But we only have room for 3 speakers on this panel. So we've called it Working Through Design, Code, and Content. And in some ways, that's what the 3 people represent. And so I'd like to invite them up onto the stage. We have Padmini Remare, who is with Design Beku. And she's been working earlier at Shrishti, but now only with Design Beku, through ideas of feminist design based on research with people using various kinds of tools and challenging normative assumptions about how you build interfaces and how you build tools. So Design Beku is a collective of researchers, technologists, and designers who try to make digital design and practice more locally rooted and contextually relevant and ethical. Our second speaker is Tarunima Prabhakar, who is the research lead and co-founder of Tattle, which builds citizen-centric tools and data sets to respond to inaccurate and harmful content in India. So we've heard mention of misinformation and disinformation, but another area that actually I first encountered when I spoke to Tarunima a couple of years ago is online misogyny and how you counter that through tools that are embedded in the spaces we occupy. Our third speaker is Bhanupriya, who is with a platform that many of you may have encountered on Instagram, Behan Box. It's an independent digital media startup, and they focus on gender-based or gender-focused journalism. And right now, they're doing a very interesting initiative that is looking at the role of not only gender, but other minorities in relation to the elections. And what is the role of these minorities in Indian democracy, and how do we ensure fairer representation? So I'd like to invite them to speak in the order that I call them up, and hopefully we'll have a little bit of time for discussion. So Padmini. That's slides, right? Yeah. So maybe we should, I'm sorry.
Yeah, while that's being set up, thank you so much, Usha, and thank you everyone for such a wonderful day. It's been a really kind of fascinating day in terms of hearing people's work, especially younger scholars. So thank you very much for sharing your work with us. So today I'm going to talk about the role that design plays in thinking through technology and how to make design and technology more ethical and contextually sound. So something that I think we tend to forget is that when we're thinking about technology, any kind of technology that we're using or encountering in our everyday lives are designed technologies, right? And I think when we think about working with, say, grassroots communities or community-based organizations, which are the people that we largely work with at Design Beku, we do realize that this idea of co-design, and in fact came up very fruitfully earlier today as well, carries within it certain challenges, right? And as one of those, as Usha said, is this kind of formulation of us and them. And so how do we move away from that, I think, is something that's been at the heart of kind of what we think about. So I really like this quotation. This was written when the GDPR was being formulated by a French think tank. And I think for me, it kind of goes to the heart of why it is so important that people of any kind of demographic in a country that believes itself to be digitally forward-looking has to be kind of equipped with the knowledge and the literacy to understand the technology that they use. Now, far be it from me to say that we make it about responsibilization where all the onus is on an individual to understand technology. I do believe that designers and technologists play a huge role in making technology more legible for everybody and more accessible for everybody. But I think the statement goes to show how to the heart of digital governance this design goes, right? And why it is so necessary to think about design when we think about creating tech. So these are screenshots from a video game that I'd made a couple of years ago, which, funnily enough, is about server farms, but it's also about seed banks. And I was kind of comparing seed banks and data farms and looking at them both as spaces where we have to think about the governance of what they contain. And something that at Design Baker we've thought about a lot is what does it mean to own your own data and what are the implications of that. And so one way that we've been thinking this through is through this idea of the feminist server. So the feminist server is I would say it's like a thought experiment almost. It is a server that is kind of owned and run by a community. It is not necessarily online. And I do want to say that that is something that's also at the heart of our work, which is that to be digital does not always mean to be networked for us. So digital is a format, but the internet exists, we know that, but it doesn't always mean that it's about connectivity. I think in India, we tend to think about the digital as inextricable from being connected because we came onto the internet via the mobile phone, which was already a networked device. But we also want to think about the potential of what it means to not be connected to the internet. So this idea of a feminist server is a server that can be used by a community to store, to share within their community. And this is also a pushback towards this kind of idea that has really shaped our experiences on the internet, which is kind of inherited from the global north, this idea of radical openness, right? Like, so say Wikipedia is radically open. All of these kind of ideas that, everybody should be able to share with everyone. But I think what we are kind of keen to assert is that it is a luxury to be able to share information with others without feeling at risk, right? And so in a world where we have increasingly marginalized communities who are always in danger in some way, they're being able to store their own knowledge, to be able to safeguard their own knowledge is actually more important than being able to share it with everybody without license. So one of the manifestations of the Feminist Server project is in Channapatna. It's a project called the Channapatna Health Library. And this was initiated by my colleague Naveen Bagalkot, who was working in Channapatna with these health navigators who are basically like frontline health workers, they're ASHA workers. And in the kind of rhythm of their job where they go out and they speak to patients in the field, they record that client data, which is kind of their health data and their blood pressure, their blood sugar, etc., which of course then becomes a kind of an archive of health, of local health and local health practices. So in a way, it's almost like they're kind of creating a kind of a local epidemiology of health. And this archive also contains within it, remedies that are based on local kind of vegetation and what is found around the locality. So it's also a very kind of hyper-local way of thinking about health. One of the reasons why we started doing it was to actually help us think through what are the implications of something like the national health stack. And so one thing that we've been discussing with a lot of the women who work with us is data governance and how to think about data. And I think this is really urgent at the time that we are working, because we have to ensure that the people that we're working with and the people that we're hoping to collaborate with and co-design with, so to speak, have to understand the premise and the hypothesis of which we are working, right? It's one thing to say, oh, we're talking about data governance, but they might not even kind of fully appreciate what I mean by data because they might have a different definition of data, and that does happen. So I think, for example, when we first said, oh, do you know what data is, or how would you explain data, they're like, oh, it's the thing that we top up our phone with, which is, of course, not wrong. But when we're talking about data privacy, the context means that it means something else. So these are just excerpts from a conversation that myself and Siddhant, who's in the picture, who works with us, these are excerpts from a conversation that we had with the health navigators about data governance. And what I really love about this conversation is that it was, very spontaneous. But it just goes to show that even people who are not necessarily thinking about sharing information as data privacy, the principles remain fundamental, right? Like, so what if you upload the data, and so this is the uploading of the patient data without taking permission. Clients will not trust us anymore, and no one will share things with us. We only record audio or video if they give us permission to do so. Do you think all of these audios should be shared with the community? Mangalama, who's one of the people who work with us, she said, I took permission and I didn't record the name, so I think it is fine to share the video. I tell the clients that we are not sharing this data with the community, it is just with us, right? So this kind of differentiation of, staggered permissions and different kinds of protocols is something that is already kind of something that they've thought of. A few recordings had names included, so the agent suggested that such a kind of audio should have the name removed so that nobody can identify them. And then this was a statement actually somebody made. It is fine to take names in the audio when it is about blood pressure, sugar, recipes, but when the information is personal/sensitive, we should remove the information that could identify the person. And I think something interesting that we found that in the community that we're working with, having cancer is actually seen as something really bad. Like, of course it's bad, but it's something that has to be kept secret. People don't like disclosing it. And so, for example, there have been audio excerpts where people have cancer, and they've been very careful about, kind of ensuring those are anonymized. But this is also really interesting because it really goes to the heart of what it means to be hyperlocal. When they say, but one can also identify them with the voice in the recording. We should be able to modulate the voice in the computer. Oh, sorry, this is this slide. And then upload it, right? So they're kind of aware that because it's a small community, people might be able to recognize each other's voices, and their voice should be changed when the recording is put out. And so Siddhant asked them, what if the project gets over after 2 years, and Naveen and I have all of this data, and we decide to sell it without letting you know? And the response was, you cannot do that. There should be some agreement or policy in place which won't let this happen, and you and Naveen should sign it. But you guys can also save this data somewhere else and sell it. What about that? Tell us, how would we know where else this data is being stored? And I think this is such a fundamental question. And coming back to what we were talking about platform design, this is actually some work that I've been thinking through with Saloni, who actually works at Seva, or works with Seva, is this idea that when we are designing platforms, this possibility should not be allowed. So data should not be in a position where it is pooled with anybody, with any organization, with any entity. Rather, what we're hoping to do is to kind of design platforms in such a way that data goes through the platform, gives the possibility for analytics and market intelligence to be gathered, and then comes out the other side. Because I think at the moment we have, largely because of reasons of funding, et cetera, as well, we have a kind of system where there are organizations that are hoarding data for other organizations which do not have that much power. And that, of course, even with the best intentions, can go horribly wrong. So I think this is kind of one thing that really led us to think about, how would we think about designing platforms with the people we work with. So something that has become rapidly clear to me is that use becomes design. And I'll explain what I mean by this. We are in a market, in a neoliberal market, which kind of puts the design horse before the cart, which is basically that designers and digital product developers will think of a design first and then bring it to market or bring it to the user. It's never the case that the use
becomes the design, right? So there's always this kind of idea that I will float this idea, I will try it out on users or test it, user test it, and then we will take it to market, or then we will iterate, et cetera, et cetera. To my mind, especially for because of the people we work with, I think that is always going to be dangerous and it will always be harmful. And so I think we need to think about design practices which are much more agile, where use becomes the beginning of the way that we work. And so one example that I wanted to share of this was, I don't think we've got the slides saved, but anyway, was one that actually has come out of the SEVA project, where one of the technologists who was working on the project basically spun up a Google Sheet for the women farmers to kind of share data on, and to connect that to the UPI API so that people could buy at the other end. And that was it. I mean, it is infinitely simple. Everybody at SEVA could use it because they knew how to use Google Sheets. And it was a very clear example of how use became design, right? And I think what we're not doing enough of, is creating use cases that then we as maybe developers or designers or technologists think about how to translate into design, right? I just want to kind of leave you with two kind of examples of advocacy and learning, because I think in the question that Usha asked when we were planning this panel was about kind of understanding. And I think so much of our work is about explaining concepts and making them material in a way that other people can understand them. So this is a really basic, ridiculous diagram I made for a workshop a couple of weeks ago, which was with NGOs and journalists. Because I realized that they asked me to speak about AI, and I was like, when I say AI, I have no clue that you are understanding exactly the same thing as what I meant by AI, right? And so this was basically just a way to explain AI in a rather banal way, but at least to ensure that we were on the same page. And I think this being on the same page is very much part of the work we do at Design Beku. It is about getting all the people that we're working with kind of to the same level of understanding. This is a comic that we published as part of an article that I had written about the Digital Protection Bill, which was in fact commissioned by Srinivas for EPW, and the illustrations was by a colleague of mine, Paul Anthony, because again, like the DPD, like even an average reader of EPW is not going to be necessarily comfortable with or understand all the concepts that we're talking about in the Digital Protection Bill. And I think this is something that I really want to kind of urge us to accept, is that digital literacy or digital savviness is very relative, and not everybody who is using technology is digitally savvy, and that includes people from all walks of life, from all literacy levels. It's not one size fits all, and we have to make this we have to make this effort to kind of reach everyone that we're talking to and working with. There's a video. Okay, so this is, I'm not going to show the whole thing, but this is a video based on that comic. And this was just kind of made, it's a story where there's this auto driver, he has a phone, and then he goes into the phone and kind of understands what surveillance capitalism is. But the reason why I wanted to show you this is, so we use a lot of metaphors in our work, and this is just, so this is called the yesing manager, who basically persuades Appa, who is the character, to use a EULA, and the challenge, like there's so much law read, I don't know whether I want to read it, blah, 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 and so on and so forth. And I will share the link if people want to watch it later. But just to kind of say that for us, co-design or participatory design or designing with is completely contingent on how much people understand by what we mean by technology, and by understanding what they mean by technology. How do they practice, working with technology, and allowing that to inform the way we design. And so, yeah, I hope that, this kind of makes more people think kind of in reverse about design thinking, because I'm anti-design thinking, I'm anti-scale. I'm very much of the kind of mindset that we need to allow use to make design for us rather than the other way around. So thanks.
Thank you so much, Padmini. I think one of the things that your talk forced me to rethink is that I think we just need to turn our imaginations around. I think we've bought into the idea that the future is networked, that it is global, that it is interconnected, and perhaps we need to radically rethink that idea. Thank you for that. So Tarunima?
Hello. Yeah. So, hi everyone. Thank you for inviting me here today. I think in every talk I attended, I found a thread from that conversation where I felt like, oh, this speaks so well, or I need to pick someone's brain to understand what we're doing better. I am the co-founder and research lead at an organization called Tattle. We're a civic tech organization that builds tools and data sets, and now also games to respond to misinformation and harmful content. So this is not going to be surprising to this group at all, but our position has been that it is a social phenomenon. It's a very historic misinformation abuse. It's a very historical phenomenon. It is compounded, but I also specifically with this group was thinking that that word is also in question, right? Like what has happened with technology? Has it been amplified? I don't think it's just amplified. It's been mutated. It's been compounded, right? But I think the general sense for us is that because technology is a big part of the challenge, it is also therefore a part of the solution. But for us, whatever is being built has to put people at the center of use and of response. When we started in 2019, what we were responding to was in part, the global research and response landscape that was focused very much on textual content, was focused on Twitter, on open networks, as opposed to India, where we were looking at content being shared in closed networks, multimodal content. I share that the article from The Hindu just because that's how we often share content on chat apps, and that is very difficult for OCR to handle, right? Because it's 2 columns, and so when it just like reads it as one line. And so when you want to build automated solutions around images like that, it's kind of difficult to do it. And separately, now we're in that space where a lot of the big tech companies claim that large language models handle all sorts of languages, which is a claim that needs to be tested. But there generally has been a lack, or because the internet is very anglophone, or because machine learning research is sort of tied to the few UN languages where text and digital text exists, a lot of your research tools would not work on Indian language or Indian social media. So for us, a lot of our emphasis has been on building data collection tools for platforms that are used in India, but also building analysis tools for for content like this. We over the years, sort of moved on from a thinking beyond just fact checking and sort of research and analysis to saying that the problem is deeper, and therefore we now also explore things like online games, where it doesn't target people who are already curious, but really just people who want to have fun. But through entertainment format, you try and impart certain skills around being skeptical and playing it right and not sharing polarizing information about other people. The project I want to talk about today is specifically Uri, which is our project to respond to gender misogyny, which is the project that Professor Raman mentioned. This was a project we started in 2019 with the Center for Internet and Society as a response to 2 things. One, which is the increasing level of online harassment that people of marginalized genders receive in India. And secondly, as I mentioned, that the lack of moderation capacities in Indian languages. I mean, these are just case studies that we're all quite familiar with, but these were also in the backdrop, especially the City Deals project, or the City Deals incident was in the backdrop of the project because the project was ongoing, and it did affect how certain annotations or annotators engaged with the project as well. So in 2019, 2020, when we started the project, we did focus group discussions with 30+ activists and researchers, and one of the things that came out of that process was that people said that it's not that we fear, but we are tired, right? And so one of the themes that Cheshta, who was a qualitative researcher on the project, identified was this notion of fatigue, that by being on social media and constantly encountering, even if you're not, even if the harassment is not directed at you, results in this experience of fatigue. And how do you actually respond to that? We heard a lot of needs from, actually I should also just add something else to fatigue, which is that they were also saying that the worst of the worst cases are taken down by the platforms. So when something has gotten a lot of media publicity, it will be taken down by the platform. But there's a lot that happens before it, which doesn't catch the media cycle, which doesn't violate a platform's terms and conditions or the content moderation guidelines. And all of that still adds to this experience of fatigue. So during that time, we heard a lot of needs from the group. They asked for example, archiving. They asked that you should be able to archive content in case you want to report to law enforcement. We should be able to invoke networks for action. So if I have received harassment, I should be able to call all my friends to respond to that post, and I should not have feel the burden to have to respond to all of this content that's directed at me. Making it easier to report to platforms, because a lot of, as we discovered as a part of the research, Twitter's community guidelines were not available in Indian languages. And there were a lot of people we were working with who only interacted with Twitter in Indian languages. The one that I am going to drill down on right now is the specific ask for detecting and filtering of abuse, which was again coming from that even basic words and coded language is not being caught by platforms. So there were two aspects of detecting and detecting abuse, right? So one is just this idea that can you create a list of words that are used to target people of marginalized genders in Indian languages. So that's one data set. But the other one that we worked on was this sort of data set that could inform a machine learning model to detect abuse. Now, there are, generally in machine learning or in content moderation, when you have data sets, we don't know where it's coming from. So we've heard this morning, I think Tanya's presentation was about a content moderation firm, right? And there's enough criticism about whose perspective is even embedded in those content moderation decisions. But since we were doing this as sort of as a POC, all of us sort of informed with feminist decolonial politics, we said that, let's try and work with some of these principles of what situated data sets are like, and let's have this data set annotated by the people who are actually at the receiving end of abuse. Our assumption also, because we didn't have the pressure of designing for the average user, we were designing for the person who's actually at the receiving end of abuse, right? So clearly our data set is going to capture something in some ways like the most extreme user, right? Because a lot of the people we were working with were researchers or people who are very active on social media and therefore receiving abuse as a part of their, or as a consequence of their activity online. So we wanted them to create this data set, and so of the 30 plus activists and researchers we engaged with, 18 of them, six in 3 languages, so Indian English, Hindi, and Tamil. They annotated the data set, and the annotation guideline where we asked them, whether they thought a certain tweet was abusive or not, that guideline also, we sort of worked with them to understand what are the questions that they felt were necessary to capture abuse in a specific post. And so we asked 3 questions. We asked them, is a post gendered abuse when it is directed at a person of marginalized gender? We asked them whether the post was abuse when not directed at a person of marginalized gender. And then we said that, does this post contain explicit or aggressive language? So to drill into the first 2 questions, it's a very unconventional rubric for any data set on hate speech detection, but it came because a lot of the people we were working with said that, a slur, if it's a casteist slur, directed at a woman is gendered abuse, right? So just sort of being very explicit that yes, abuse is always, or this is an intersectional experience, and so you have to capture it somehow. And that's what the first and the second question is trying to distinguish between, which is the second one is actually trying to capture just outright misogyny. And the first one is saying that, if there is any kind of abuse directed at a person of marginalized gender, it is gendered abuse. And this is something that came from repeated feedback with the annotators. One of the things that was very interesting is that when you create a data set to drive machine learning, there's this notion of an imperator agreement where every post is annotated, or a certain percentage of posts are annotated by 3 or more people or an odd number of people to understand whether that guideline for annotation is stable and is consistently understood by everyone who's annotating, right? So in some ways, when you're annotating for abuse, it's a very subjective experience to begin with, right? Like what I think is abusive might not be what you think is abusive, but the sort of pressure of machine learning or AI is to actually have these consistent guidelines that people have some common understanding about. And that actually is a tension that we haven't fully been able to like resolve, and I don't think we will be able to resolve within the boundary of an AI system. So what we notice is that when you have English language or Hindi language posts, right, you have fairly low levels of agreement compared to Tamil, which is to say that the Tamil speaking annotators actually agreed on whether a post was abusive or not, more than when the English or the Hindi speaking annotators looked at a post, right? And there's no great theory for why that might have been. It might be because the annotators we were working with, so for the Tamil speaking annotators, came from a similar socioeconomic or online experience, and so they looked at the same post and they all similarly thought it was abusive. It could be that the Tamil data set itself was more homogeneous than the English and the Hindi data set, right? But it could also just be that all of these guidelines were translated. So the original guidelines were written in English, and there was a separate language coordinator for each language, and it's possibly a function of the person who was communicating with the annotators in Hindi and English versus the person communicating in Tamil. So it's actually very hard to understand what happened, but unfortunately, like the reality is that there is this difference within language, right? And so to me, this is a very interesting data point, simply because we're saying that, you know, we want our machine learning or our AI to be situated. We want it to be contextual, right? We want it to capture the needs of specific people. And then when you get into this group, you again notice just all sorts of heterogeneity. And I think that tension of like the homogenizing force of an algorithm with like understanding the subjective or balancing that with the subjective experience of an individual is a tension that, yeah, like as I mentioned, we all need to think through, because I don't think that's going to vanish. Some of the other things that we did build out, for example, ability to archive content. We crowdsourced the list of slows, as I mentioned, and translated certain resources in the 3 languages we were working with. And all of this was deployed as a browser plugin that you can install on Brave, Chrome, and Firefox. And the tool would redact a tweet, right? And it does not in any way, just because a tweet has been redacted from a user's profile does not mean, or user's feed doesn't mean that the tweet doesn't exist and that abusive post doesn't exist. All it does is it sort of reduces, like it acts as a trigger warning for someone to say that, okay, you do not have to suffer for the sort of affect of seeing this harmful post. You can make the choice of whether you want to see this or not. One of the use cases that I hadn't anticipated, and actually Dr. Usha mentioned this and had flagged this to us, was that there is a lot of complexity in abuse, right? Like, why is it that a certain word is abusive, or why is it that a certain community finds it to be problematic? And because we are redacting these words, one of the things we can do is actually highlight why certain groups think this is a problematic word. So using UDI as a pedagogical tool. And the final bit is just using it as a tool for coordinating action, which is that if multiple people are flagging certain posts, are archiving posts, can we escalate that to platforms, and can we escalate that to law enforcement if it's very egregious and possibly can cause imminent harm. So one of the things, you know, in the presentation in the morning, Tanya, you mentioned this statement about moderation is a function of socio-technical assemblage and the economic assemblage. And while that is true, I think the goal of a project like UDI is to tug at the edges of that, right? Is to not take that as a given. And for us, the question is like, so what is possible when you do such co-designing and when you place the identity of the annotator bang at the center of the exercise and you visibilize their work? It's almost as if you're looking at their contribution as authorship. What becomes possible? So as replete as the literature is with critique of some of the existing models, what we find is there's not enough guidance on what the norms should be. And so as we think about, say, even the questions of compensation, we are struggling with questions of what constitutes expertise. How do you capture the relationship of annotator with the data as well as the annotator with the project? At present, we are working with 4 organizations that are feminist media organizations or research organizations, trying to see whether OLI is even useful for them, but also working with them to continually grow these data sets and try and figure out a model of sharing any resources or any revenue that comes from these data sets, because these are data sets that are useful for platforms and trust and safety teams. What's a good model for all of that to be shared? Because some of this data, especially in the trust and safety world, gets old very quickly. So we have coded slurs that are relevant for 1 year, and then 1 year later they're not relevant. So we're trying to understand what's a good model to work collaboratively with all of these organizations and grow the project with them. I think this is just almost like a response to the moment we're in right now, which is that as we work on the trust and safety side of things, part of this response to gendered abuse is actually also tackling audiovisual content and deepfakes. This might be a data point or a vignette that is familiar to all of you, which is that in 2019, 96% of all deepfake content was pornographic, but also that the systems could only produce pornographic content on female bodies, right? Like the systems weren't even designed to produce, say, nudes of male bodies. So that's kind of how problematic the systems were. But it's in some ways, like as I look at that data point, there's like this sense of wariness, because you feel like yes, of course there's a lot of sense of concern for women, but at the same time there's a sense of wariness of how bored are people that this is all they can do with a technology like deepfake, right? And so I think one of the things, a provocation that I have been sort of preaching for a while, is that more and more people, I think, have to get involved, of different backgrounds, have to get involved in creating some of these technologies, so that every time you get something new, we caught in this news cycle of oh, this is an awful thing. But I feel like just going down the chain, it's also it's awful because it's just flawed in its design from the get-go. So how do you get more and more people to be involved in some of these technologies so that they don't turn out to be these horrible sort of beasts that we critique in news all the time, is something that I would like all of us to think about. Great. That's just a visual that Cheshta had created. I also want to mention Sravya, because she's been helping us think about the compensation question. Yeah, and just a way of working together and thinking of collaboratives in the digital spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is only to give you a little time to walk up, Bhanupriya. But our last speaker is Bhanupriya, who is the founder and lead editor, I guess, of Behenbox. Again, like I said before, many of you may have encountered the content on Instagram, and I think it's a very different way of intervening in the digital space through representation. So we'll hear from
Thank you, Dr. Raman. So I don't have a presentation. I'm just going to talk. Thank you so much for inviting me for this session today. It's just been so wonderful through the day, very stimulating conversations. A lot of it I know I'm going to take back and reflect on and also work upon. Especially, as labor, gender and labor is a big area of our own work. So some of the questions that were raised, both as digital labor, but also questions around mutation of control, and so many of these things, we are going to it's made me think very deeply, but also I'm sort of thinking about how to report and how to bring that to a wider audience through our reportage and work. I'm just going to start. When Dr. Raman asked me for this, when she'd written an email about what the session should look like and what are the framing questions, the question around what what labor goes into sort of producing a fairer internet and what is the labor that we should all be thinking about. When I was thinking about how to frame this sort of, the whole practice, I couldn't help but think about how our own sort of thinking around this has evolved from purely content journalism to a more community-centric system. And it is within this sort of a frame that I want to talk about this idea of what a fairer internet and a fairer internet should be, and an inclusive one. And I wanted to just start with talking about Behan Box, which we founded back in 2020. It's been 4 years. So the idea of Behan Box really came up from my own experience as a freelance independent journalist for a short period of time, where when I tried to pitch in stories or when we tried to talk about stories that do not visibly seem to have a very gendered aspect, but they do. They were sort of relegated or sort of, they were asked to be, given a particular women-centric focus. And this is one example being when I was reporting from rural Telangana on agrarian distress. And it was pretty clear that the face of the agrarian distress in rural Telangana was the woman farmer, who was not even recognized as a farmer anywhere in the country, right? And that distress was particularly gendered. I will not go into the details of how this story went, but what that made me think a lot about was that everything we see around us is gendered. Every story is gendered. But when you look at the mainstream media or even the alternate media, the idea of a gendered story is a woman's story, which somehow happens to be on, I don't know, page 6 or a footnote or a particular kind of storytelling, which is a certain kind of an event of victimization, of harassment. But we are not really going into the structural inequalities. Why are things the way they are? What policies are affecting them? What or the lack of them, and so on. So this kind of being relegated, we didn't want to be on page 8. So how could we be on page 1? Was to kind of take the ownership into our own hands. So that's how the idea of Behan Box came across. So we do what Behan Box is a gender journalism platform, and I know we have had a long discussion on what is journalism and how is it different from content and so on. And these are things that we have talked about, we have thought through quite a lot within our newsroom as well. But the idea behind creating Behan Box was to do in-depth, deep dive reportage in the quote-unquote journalistic sort of practices and methods of reporting, fact-checking, and all of the rigorous practices that we've been talking about, and really look at things in a very gendered sort of way. And the idea was to say that gender is newsworthy, that news is not just what is happening around you, news is what should be news, right? And the fact that a woman farmer is not considered a farmer, benefits are not paid, or an ASHA worker struggles for a permanent recognition and a government recognition as a health worker is not considered, is a very structural issue, and that needs to be reported as such. So this is the idea with which Behan Box came about, and we wanted. Also, the idea was that we wanted to make gender journalism, which we call ourselves as gender journalists, and we wanted to make gender journalism recognized as journalism itself. The fact that now why this whole thing about being stuff being gendered and so on, that it came into sharp relief for us of the immediacy of starting Behan Box during COVID, which really wasn't a great time for anything, was because we kept hearing these things that the pandemic is a great leveler in the sense that it was affecting everybody equally. And we knew that wasn't the case. So for us, really, the immediacy of the moment was, how do we, look around you? It is, women were experiencing it completely differently. Queer people were experiencing it completely differently. So how do we record these experiences? How do we show that when you talk about inequality, the structural inequality, look, this is how it gets amplified in moments like these. And this is what is needed for all of us as audience to understand, but also for policymakers to think through in ways in which many of these inequalities can be ironed out. And also the fact that gender inequality, as we know it, is also deeply intersectional, right? And so the approach we take when we talk about, when we do any of our reportage, is how a particular issue is structurally affecting or affects people with different, people at different intersections of inequality. So how do Dalit, Adivasi, Bahujan, women and queer people experience many of these things that seem completely like very gendered, but it is completely different for different sections of the society. What we also wanted to do through Behan Box, and I'm talking about the content part of things yet, is to reflect that as women and queer people live various lives, right? We live political lives, we live labor lives, we are working people, we live lives of leisure or not, right? What leisure should be, or the idea of leisure should be. We also live lives of resistance, as I think Gayatri was talking about it. There are so many ways in which people are resisting. And those recording those resistances, especially, or, in creating more equal lives across, was very important. So a lot of these things go into making what constitute our stories and our journalism. And so we've done a lot of work around, informal, largely informal labor, women's informal labor, like ASHA workers, street vendors, waste pickers. There's an entire section on women and work if you go onto our website. But it is an area, it's a completely different beat we are developing now. One of the themes that we wanted to, one of the aims rather, was we wanted to also bridge that gap between research, reportage, and your regular audience, for whom things have to be a little more accessible, understandable, and comprehensible in ways that can have meaning for them. So, and from here, I want to move on to the question of audience. For about 3 years that we focused a lot on journalism and what content should it be, including all of these intersectional lives and so people's and social occasions. We started to ask the question pretty late in the day, but nevertheless, 3 years into our work, that what does audience mean for us, right? How are we looking at audience? And so we knew we wanted to make things more accessible to them. And then the question was, what does access mean? Does access mean simple, accessible language? We were still digital, print first, English language, long form journalism platform. And elections were around the corner, are around the corner, a week from now. But back in October, when we started very seriously thinking around these questions of audience, what does audience mean? How do we, okay, here are these elections, and our long form journalism isn't just going to cut it, or just isn't going to cut all of it, right? There is a certain immediacy. There's people wanting more information, more relevant information, women and queer people wanting to look at themselves more as political citizens, and were we serving them with that information and journalism for them to make decisions that were more that were electorally relevant. So when we started thinking about that, we started to think about, that's when the whole audience question came in. Of course, funders were asking us who your audience is, and we were segmenting audience and everything. But for us, what our audience really means for us is this is the point when we started really thinking and talking about our audience. And what we realized was the questions around, we did a few kind of sessions around with some of our core supporters, some of our people who had been following us, who leave nice comments on our work, who say, oh, we're really fans of Ben Bog. So we said, okay, come in, let's talk. And we said, okay, listen, your elections are coming up. What do you want us to do? Tell us what you want us to produce. Okay. And I remember one such session where people came up. They were very excited. It was an online session. And they said, so the first question I asked as a moderator was, tell us how you feel. And the floodgates opened. Oh, we feel hopeless. We feel doomed. What is the point of all this? I mean, look at the polarization and so on and so forth. And I think, okay, this is not going very well. I want to know, what do we create for them, right? And then I said, okay, so, but how do we want to feel? We want to feel hopeful. We want to feel radical. We want to get over this whole loneliness and so on. And, these were some of the words. We want to belong. So these were some of those keywords for us that made us think that, as people dealing with content, as media organizations who think our primary job is to just inform with all of the rigor and everything, where do we fit into this whole community building thing, right? Here people wanted to belong. People wanted to feel less alone. People in some ways wanted less information, not more. People wanted relevant information, yes, but they wanted information and things that would help them feel more connected and connected in a real sort of sense, right? So that's when we decided, okay, let's start an experiment called, where we start to think with our community, with our audience. We weren't even calling them community at that point. We were calling them audience. Let's start to think about audience and calling them into our newsroom. Let's embrace them. Let's tell them, come. I mean, we're all digital. We don't have a physical office. We don't have a physical newsroom. So come inside, see how we make news. Or rather, that's how it started. We said, see how we make news. And then we went a little further and said, no, come make news with us. Right? So what does come make news with us mean? Right? So beyond just telling us, oh, here's what we would like to hear, or here's what we would like to see, come and tell us how we are doing. Come and tell us how you are feeling also, right? If you're at some point feeling like, oh my God, there's too much political misinformation and I don't know how to deal with this, tell us, yes, let's feel hopeless about that together, but then let's try and find a solution. Maybe we can probably call Padmini over or Tarunima. I know now I can call Tarunima and talk about political misinformation. Maybe we'll hold a session together because our audience wants it. So we started, so that's how we took our journey from content, which we thought we were trying to be pretty inclusive and intersectional and all of that, but we knew that wasn't enough. And that's when we moved from content to community. And we are at this point where we are actively building this sort of, this community. So of course, we made a lot of content-related changes also. We're continuing with our long-form journalism, but we're also constantly thinking, how do we make certain other products out of this long-form journalism that we already do for different audiences. So for example, we are doing this whole series on taking stock of some of Modi government's 10-year schemes from a gendered perspective, right? So now we're taking that and making, there's a long-form article, of course, with all of the data and all of the policies and ground reports to see whether there is match between all the dashboards, flashy dashboards you see and the reality on the ground. But what we are also doing is taking that and we're building a whole video series called Bhai Sahab Hisab. You know, you got to answer to us. And us meaning women and queer people, because we wanted to establish ourselves as separate political identities and not just receivers of benefits and largesse from the government. We wanted to have a say, right? That's what our community was telling us. And in doing that, what we're also doing is, and this is where I want to sort of very quickly touch upon the labor of creating a fairer and inclusive internet, right? And for us, that we thought we were creating a fairer internet with creating this content, but we had to make that shift. And like Tarunima and others talked about safe space and so on, for us, it was, and all of those things are a given, right? When we think about a fair, inclusive internet. But for us, it's also about building the community. So how do we make people who are somehow straddling in this sort of atomized kind of way, especially as news organizations, to connect together, right? How do we, how do we think about that in connection with all of the information, journalism, content, whatever we decide to call it? How do we connect all of those together with people? Because at the end of the day, it's about people, but also, the people who are at the receiving end are also people who are also getting affected, as you talked about, right? That whole fatigue thing. So how do we address those? Yes, I know we are not anyone's therapist. The other thing that I quickly wanted to also touch upon was also this: how do we look at offline spaces as an extension of our online spaces? So we are digital, we're creating all of this, but as active digital journalism and content creators, if you'd like to, we actively need to think about how to reach those communities on the ground. So we may not as a small team, but those are partnerships. For example, we are building with Gramvani, who takes our journalism, builds small audio segments for their use, for their communities that they work with. And it's a two-way thing where the community then leaves voice notes on what they think about, say, Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana or Manrega or whatever, and which we then take as feedback from the community or thoughts from the community whose voice should matter in the election process, and amplify it to our audiences, our communities, and say that, listen, these voices matter. And this is what, there is an alternate universe. It is not just that one singular narrative that you keep hearing about. So for us, at Behenbox, I think we've taken a big leap, a big journey, where for us a fairer sort of internet and a fairer society is about embracing our community and bringing them into our newsroom, as opposed to just looking at them as external people who we need to keep feeding information to. Thank you.
So thank you all for those brilliant talks. And my timekeepers are telling me that we are at the absolute end of the day, so we cannot take questions. But I would like to ask Nick to make a few remarks, no? Yeah, you can have exactly 1 minute.
One minute. Hello again. Well, I've had an absolutely terrific day, and I hope you have as well. I made a mental note for 3 things to say. I'll say 20 seconds each. It was fantastic to hear from so many young scholars, doctoral students, even master's students. You're doing terrific work. Keep it up and good luck with finishing your PhDs. I don't know much about digital labor, but I've written a lot about the word sharing, which did come up in the context of the sharing economy, which I'm interested that also in India it has been called the sharing economy. I wonder, and I will have to be left wondering, whether the work that the word sharing in English does in England and America works in India as well. Is sharing caring in Indian English, I wonder? And thirdly, I think that this whole day has brought up one of the fundamental ambiguities of tech. Is tech going to save us, or is tech going to drag us deeper down beneath the surface? By organizing through eShram, is this going to help workers get the rights they need, or is it going to allow the state to demand of these people the obligations that maybe they could have got away without having to stand for until someone knew what they were doing because it was in the database? Those are 3 very, very quick things I had to say. Thank you all very much for coming. It's been wonderful, and I hope we get to come back here again.
Thank you, Nick. And I will take just another minute. But again, I have many questions for all three of you, but I'm going to invite anyone who wants to mill around for a few minutes outside. I'm going to volunteer you to them to ask questions. But I have the nice task of saying the thank yous. And we wanted our three real organizers to come up here and speak a little bit, but we're out of time. So Chinar, Manisha, and Anuja, I think they deserve a huge clap. Because although Nimi and I have the flagship roles, they're the ones who did all the hard work of, sorting the papers, all the back end, putting them into panels, communicating, the website, the messages, all of that. So really, we couldn't have done it without them. And also the last minute help from Shruti, who always steps in. Thank you. A big thank you to Nimi's team here at IIIT, the tech people, the infrastructure people, the caterers. I think everybody was talking about how good the food was, so thank you for that. And finally, thank you for coming, all the panelists and the keynote speakers. When we wrote that 2-page proposal, it was like, okay, this is going to be a little event. Will people even send in papers? And then this happened. So thank you all so much. Have I left out anyone? Yes, I meant, well, I did. The you is all of you. So thank you all so much and have a good evening.